Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse 3 months prior. Inheriting trillions of assets. Mr. Su Yang. The late Mr. Su has left you 3 inheritances. One is a cash sum of 10 billion US dollars. Another comprises fixed assets and group stocks valued at 20 billion US dollars. The third inheritance is us. As stipulated in Mr. Su Tianchang's will, my sister and I are here to assist you in managing and operating Su Tian Group, ensuring that you will have no worries in the future. If there are no issues, you may sign the will, and the 10 billion US dollars will shortly be transferred to your account. You will also inherit the entirety of Su Tian Group along with all fixed assets of the late Mr. Su. We will serve as your representatives, joining the board of Su Tian Group to help manage it on your behalf. Rest assured, all of Mr. Su Tianchang's assets have been notarized, and we have already made arrangements with domestic banks. Once you sign the will, it will take immediate effect, and the bank will convert the 10 billion US dollars into 70 billion renminbi for your use. You will not face any scrutiny from regulatory bodies, and the 70 billion can be utilized without concern. Su Yang gazed at the stunningly beautiful twin sisters before him, clad in elegant OL dresses, black stockings paired with high heels, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, their figures rivaling those of top celebrities. He felt momentarily entranced, as if caught in a dream. Didn't I die at the hands of those unscrupulous neighbors? Su Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled. How did I wake up back on the day 3 months prior to the apocalypse, inheriting trillions of assets? Could it be that I have been reborn? Heaven has truly bestowed upon me a second chance this time. I must seek vengeance and safeguard all that is mine. I will repay those who have wronged me 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Su Yang's heart seethed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. The mere thought of those neighbors' grotesque faces ignited a chilling, murderous intent within him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. On June 1st, 2024, a flash of blue light illuminated the sky, followed by a heavy snowfall, plunging the world into temperatures as low as -50 or 60 degrees. Initially, for the first 3 days, people merely regarded it as unusual weather, paying little mind. However, a week later, as most had exhausted their food supplies without any sign of rescue, chaos began to unfold. Instances of looting for survival resources emerged. 15 days into the apocalypse, water and electricity ceased, and survival supplies dwindled. In the bitter cold, with hunger gnawing at them and precarious lives at stake, unrest escalated, and human society descended into complete disorder. What began as mere theft for survival transformed into murder, with even incidents of cannibalism arising. By that time, even a single pack of instant noodles could drive couples to turn against one another, fathers to harm their sons. It brought a first-rate female celebrity to bow her noble head, presenting her alluring curves. And on this very day, 3 months prior to the apocalypse, Su Yang inherited a staggering fortune from a foreign nation. The benefactor was his paternal uncle, Su Tianchang, the chairman of Su Tian Group. At the age of 10, amid tumultuous times, Su Tianchang was separated from his family, embarking alone on a ship to the new nation, where he built a vast multinational conglomerate through sheer determination. When he sought to return to find his relatives, he discovered that all his kin had perished, and his elder brother's lineage had withered away. It was only after his death that it was revealed his elder brother had a grandson, Su Yang, who had lost his parents at a young age and was adopted by others. And with no children of his own, this immense fortune descended upon Su Yang. Upon inheriting the trillion-dollar assets, he neither indulged in excesses nor acquired lavish mansions, sports cars, or a life of pleasure with starlets. Instead, he lavished affection on Bai Lu, the woman he had long admired in his neighborhood, purchasing luxury cars, exquisite watches, designer handbags, and fashionable clothing, solely to elicit a smile from her. The neighbors, now aware of his wealth, flocked to him for loans and assistance, and in his benevolence, he helped them all. When the apocalypse struck, Su Yang, having accumulated a substantial stockpile of survival supplies over the years, managed to endure a month in safety at home. It was precisely due to his generosity that those neighbors avoided starving to death amidst the apocalypse. Yet, human hearts are frail and easily swayed despite Su Yang's selfless efforts to allow them to live with dignity. they plotted his demise. The deceitful Bai Lu, in collusion with her childhood companion, tricked him into opening his door, and the very neighbors he had aided surged forward to seize all his survival supplies, intent on killing him. To this day, the echoes of Bai Lu and the savage neighbors' words linger in his ears. Dismember him. Let us distribute his flesh as rations. What's so impressive about wealth? In the end, we're the ones who brought you to your demise. Don't think that just because you helped us, we'll be grateful. Save your money for your next life. Indeed, it is an age-old truth that kindness begets resentment. Su Yang learned this lesson at the cost of his life. You never expected this, did you? I have been reborn, and this time, I shall make you wish for death. Su Yang roared within, his anger boiling over. Mr. Su? Mr. Su? The beautiful twins noticed his prolonged silence and confusion, tightening their clothing as they called out urgently. Su Yang snapped back to reality, emerging from the depths of his vengeful thoughts. Apologies for my lapse in composure. Su Yang offered a slight smile to the two, filled with regret. He was well acquainted with these stunning twin sisters, each possessing a beauty and figure rated above 95. The elder sister, Su Yunxi, served as the chief lawyer in the legal department of Su Tian Group, while the younger sister, Su Muyu, was the director of the finance department. Both were orphans raised by the chairman, Su Tianchong. Upon maturing, they ascended to high-ranking positions within the Group 1, managing internal affairs, the other external, both elite individuals entrusted by their adoptive uncle to oversee the group. As Su Yang gazed at these enchanting, strikingly competent twin sisters, the words beautiful, capable resonated in his mind. Reflecting on his past life, he lamented the folly of pursuing Bai Lu, a mere green tea vixen, while neglecting such exquisite beauties, wishing to slap himself twice. In his previous life, he had indeed been a fool, neglecting such refined delicacies to chase after the coarse fare represented by Bai Lu. He truly deserved divine retribution. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Su Yang picked up the pen and, without a glance, signed his name on the last page of the will. Please transfer $5 billion to me first. The remaining $5 billion can stay in the overseas account for my urgent needs. After signing, Su Yang addressed the twin sisters. Understood. We will follow Mr. Su's instructions. Su Muyu promptly called the bank to relay the situation without hesitation. In less than 10 minutes, 35 billion renminbi was credited to his account. Just as Su Yang put away his phone, a flash of white light coursed through him, and the phone was drawn into a pitch-black space. Surprised yet maintaining a blank expression, he willed the phone to reappear in his hand. It's a space. This revelation nearly made him exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 2. Subduing the Twin Sisters. Fortunately, having just experienced life and death, Su Yang's temperament had transformed from his past self. Seeing Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, he noted that they had not perceived the peculiar phenomenon of his phone's sudden disappearance and reappearance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that after my rebirth, my body has undergone certain changes. I now possess a space. Su Yang mused inwardly. I wonder how vast the space is and how much it can hold. I shall investigate it thoroughly upon returning. The sisters, observing Su Yang lost in thought again, exchanged faint smiles, and the elder sister, Su Yunxi, broke the awkward silence, saying, "It appears Mr. Su is different from what we gathered in the materials." "What do the materials say about me?" Su Yang inquired playfully. "What do you perceive me to be?" "The materials depict you as a docile individual, both in the company and in life, a soft-hearted person, a sycophant, a lowly sycophant, a naive romantic with no self-awareness." Then, Su Yunxi swiftly shifted her tone, continuing, "Yet the UEC is shrouded in mystery. Faced with such a colossal inheritance, you displayed no signs of excitement even upon receiving the 35 billion renminbi. You didn't linger on it for even a moment. Such composure cannot be feigned, and your gaze remained calm when confronted by us sisters. A person who remains unperturbed in the face of wealth and can withstand the temptations of beauty is someone capable of achieving great things." As the chief lawyer of Su Tian Group, Su Yang's analysis was astute. However, she could never fathom that Su Yang's apparent indifference to wealth and beauty stemmed from experiences he had endured in his previous life. having just faced betrayal and rebirth, and now awakened to a newfound ability. He hardly had the luxury of contemplating these matters, which is why he appeared so disinterested, leaving them in a whirlwind of thoughts. Nonetheless, Su Yang chose not to elaborate, merely stating, "The materials are static, while people are dynamic. As we spend more time together, you will discover an entirely new me. But can I trust you?" As Su Yang spoke, his gaze was sharp as lightning, causing the twin sisters to feel an immediate chill that enveloped them in a cold shiver. Initially taken aback, they soon grasped the underlying meaning of his words. The younger sister, Su Muyu, earnestly replied, "If you harbor any doubts about our ability to manage Su Tian Group on your behalf, you are entirely within your rights to dismiss us. You could take your rightful place on the board and oversee the entire enterprise yourself. Our inclusion as the third heirs to the estate of your esteemed grandfather, Su Lao Xiansheng, is solely motivated by our desire to express our gratitude. Like you, we have been orphaned since childhood, enduring a precarious existence filled with hardships, wandering aimlessly before the age of 8. It was Su Lao Xiansheng who took us in, providing us with sustenance, clothing, the opportunity to attend the finest schools, and a platform to showcase our talents. This generosity has afforded us the standing we possess today. Moreover, if we were to entertain any nefarious intentions, our capabilities would ensure that such a colossal inheritance would never reach your hands. At the very least, with my position as chief counsel and my sister's role as chief financial officer, we could easily deplete the resources of Su Tian Group. Thus, you can rest assured, we bear you no ill will, and you can place your complete trust in us." Su Lao Xiansheng regarded us as his own granddaughters, and we would never betray his trust. Su Yunxi, more forthright than her sister, spoke with a sincerity that, while perhaps unrefined, was utterly genuine. Su Yang nodded, recognizing that the sisters had no reservations towards him. In his previous life, under Bai Lu's influence, he had dismissed them, only to have them unhesitatingly relinquish their shares and control of Su Tian Group, leaving without any ulterior motives. Coupled with their heartfelt declarations, Su Yang was convinced that they were indeed pure of heart, at least for the time being. Yet, what would happen in the face of an impending apocalypse? In a world where everything withered and silence reigned, could they maintain their integrity? Would their loyalty to him endure? Su Yang shook his head, unwilling to believe that anyone could retain their principles in such dire circumstances. Since his rebirth, he had matured significantly and had become exceedingly cautious. He would no longer easily place his trust in others. However, he still needed to leverage the sisters' influence within Su Tian Group to accomplish tasks that were inconvenient for him to undertake personally. As an international conglomerate, Su Tian Group undoubtedly had connections beyond his reach, and he needed to utilize these individuals to execute his grand plan before the apocalypse. This was why he had decided to allocate $50 billion of the $100 billion inheritance to an overseas account. He had a monumental scheme that required their collaboration. This opportunity also served to test the loyalty of these strikingly beautiful twin sisters. Should they prove unwaveringly loyal, there would be no harm in keeping them after the end of days. After all, someone would need to keep him warm amidst the encroaching darkness and attend to his needs. As for romantic entanglements, he would leave that aside. With this thought, a faint smile graced Su Yang's lips as he addressed the two. "I appreciate your candor, and I look forward to a fruitful collaboration ahead." Upon receiving the future boss affirmation, the sisters' faces lit up with joy. Su Muyu immediately inquired, "How should we address you from now on? Should we call you boss, or young master, or perhaps, let's go with boss?" Su Yang interrupted before she could finish. "I prefer the title boss. From now on, you will be my esteemed secretaries. As the saying goes, if there's work, the secretary will handle it. If there's no work, the secretary does nothing, right?" Both sisters chimed in unison. The room erupted with their hearty laughter. Su Yang shrugged. "If you don't mind, I would be more than happy to accept." This remark bore a playful tone, yet it also reflected his true sentiments. Among the upper echelons of society, who isn't surrounded by a bevy of beauties? We've seen our fair share of such affairs. Su Yunxi remarked nonchalantly, "If you truly possess the capability, it's not impossible for us sisters to serve a single husband, As twin sisters, with identical beauty, we would bring double the joy, something that men often fantasize about. Wouldn't you agree? That's feasible, Su Yang replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. Are today's women so open-minded that such jokes can be made? Who said we were joking? The sister shot him a glance, responding, Boss, we have experienced the law of the jungle since childhood. Survival of the fittest is a truth we understand better than most. Moreover, having witnessed the hedonistic lifestyle of the upper class, while we have not succumbed to such a fate, we are certainly not strangers to it. If fate decrees that we sisters are meant to be with you, what is there to reject? Well then, I shall await that day. Su Yang laughed heartily, turning to the two and asking, So, my lovely ladies, do you have time to join me for a lunch that will strengthen our bond? Chapter 3. The boundless indecency of scoundrels at the behest of their employer. It is only fitting that we extend our courtesy. Su Muyu and Su Yun, she readily acquiesced. The trio exited the building, engaged in lively banter. Just as they were about to embark on their journey to the restaurant, Su Yang's phone chimed with a message notification. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the duplicitous Bai Lu. The mere sight of her name ignited a murderous impulse within him that in his past life, he had succumbed to her every whim, providing her with money and possessions, even sharing his survival supplies during the apocalypse, offering her the best of what he had. Yet in return, she conspired with her childhood friend Lu Su and those treacherous neighbors to bring about his demise. To eliminate them now would mean sacrificing himself. Su Yang forcibly suppressed the urge to retaliate. To perish alongside such a person would be the folly of a fool. I still possess untold wealth yet to be spent. How could I allow this green TBTCH to ruin my plans? Once the apocalypse descends, I shall ensure you descend into an abyss of torment. To kill Bai Lu and Lu Su now would not be punishment. It would merely grant them release. Allowing these scoundrels to suffer through the apocalypse is the most fitting retribution. Despite his initial reluctance to engage, he opened the messaging app and Bai Lu's message flashed before his eyes. Su Yang, tonight at 8, Lu Su and I are attending a concert. You have 2 hours to procure 2 front-row tickets for us. If you delay our concert experience, you shall regret it. The commanding tone of her message incited laughter from Su Yang. He could vividly imagine her haughty and repugnant demeanor as she clutched her phone, truly believing he was still the spineless sycophant at her beck and call. You dine with Lu Su, I pay. You attend a concert with Lu Su, I buy your tickets. You share a hotel room with him. I'll arrange it. How foolish she is. Su Yang smirked, realizing that in his previous life, he would have dutifully complied, even spending extravagantly on tickets. However, times had changed. A month in the apocalypse had cost him dearly, allowing him to see through her vile nature and grow immensely. Pressing the voice message button, he directed a single word at Bai Lu roll. He then powerfully shut his phone, dismissing her entirely. What's this, boss? Has your white moonlight messaged you? Su Muyu teased. You seem quite impatient with her. This is not the demeanor expected of you, as per the records, with 2 stunning beauties like you by my side. Why would I care for Bai Lu, a woman not even worthy of the title of beauty? Su Yang replied, amused rather than angered. I was once unaware of the vast forest beyond, ensnared in the mire beneath my feet. I can only claim ignorance. Let us go and enjoy a meal. There's a fine restaurant near my residence at Fengyan Community that I wish to introduce to you. With that, Su Yang turned and led the 2 women to the car. Heading to the restaurant, meanwhile, upon hearing the irritable roll emanating from her phone, Bai Lu was immediately incensed. She shouted into her phone, Su Yang, what kind of attitude is this? Asking you to buy concert tickets is an opportunity I'm offering you. Don't be so ungrateful. If you delay Lu Su and me from attending the concert, don't expect me to ever acknowledge you again. After sending her voice message, she huffed disdainfully and recorded another voice message. Even if you apologize, treat me to a lavish meal, or buy me a designer handbag, it would be futile. However, after sending 2 voice messages, she received no reply, which only fueled her anger. How could this sycophant ignore her? It was baffling. In the past, he would eagerly complete her requests, and now he was so impatient over a mere ticket purchase. Sitting at the table with a pouting expression, she pondered the reasons behind his behavior. What could it be? Perhaps he had run out of money. Just then, Lu Su's voice interrupted her thoughts. Or perhaps he has begun to cater to another woman. Out of money. That shouldn't be the case. He earns over 6,000 a month. Bai Lu retorted impatiently. He just received his paycheck on the 20th of last month. How could he have spent it all so quickly? Even if he had little left. He would never frown at my request for small loans. Could it be that he had truly turned his attention to another woman? An unsettling premonition washed over Bai Lu. No, we still do not have concert tickets. I have yet to fully exploit Su Yang's finances, and he cannot be permitted to cater to another woman. I must sabotage his endeavors. After all, he was supposed to be my long-term meal ticket. I cannot allow him to serve another. She opened the messaging app again and sent a voice message. Su Yang, I am giving you one final chance. Apologize and deliver 2 front-row concert tickets to me within 2 hours. Or else you shall never hear from me again, nor will you have any further opportunities to pursue me. Yet again, her message was met with silence, infuriating her further if he chooses not to respond. So be it. Why should I engage in a petty feud with a broke sycophant? Lu Su consoled her. Perhaps in a couple of days, he will regret his decision and come to apologize with gifts. If we miss this concert, we can always attend another next time. No, this is my idol. Who knows when I will have the chance to see them again? Bai Lu shook her head defiantly. Then let us buy our own tickets, Lu Su suggested, pulling out his phone, that if we go on our own, we will only be able to purchase the ordinary tickets at the back. When Su Yang, that sycophant, comes crawling back to you, make sure to take him to task for this loss. Once a person sheds their shame, their moral compass becomes utterly skewed. Lu Su opened the ticketing app and was taken aback to see that even the ordinary tickets were priced at 800 each. 2 tickets would cost 1,600. He shivered at the thought. Both he and Bai Lu were from out of town, with modest incomes, and still had rent to pay. They were not frugal individuals, and thus found it challenging to save money. Although they had grown up together and lived in the same place, Lu Su understood that their shared living arrangement was merely that Bai Lu, proud and haughty, would never look twice at him. Their relationship had never progressed beyond innocent affection. He feared that one day she would find someone more suitable and leave him behind, had he not been hopeful that Su Yang would reimburse him for this expenditure. He would never have considered spending such a sum to accompany Bai Lu to the concert. All right, enough of this. Let's not dwell on it. Lu Su said to Bai Lu, the tickets are booked, and it's already midday. Let us go enjoy a nice meal before tonight's concert. With that, the two exited their room. Boss, this place doesn't seem particularly upscale for someone of your stature. Su Yun, she remarked playfully, glancing at a restaurant named Lu Fuju. Dining at such a venue hardly aligns with your status as a billionaire. Do you truly believe that those of us accustomed to grandeur would be concerned about the dining locale? Su Yang countered with a raised brow. Not at all. They both replied, shaking their heads. We just find it puzzling that, with your newfound wealth, you would still crave a restaurant that barely scrapes the bottom of the barrel. Surprisingly, you have hit the nail on the head. Su Yang responded with a hearty laugh that I haven't indulged in their cuisine for over a month. The flavors are truly nostalgic. The reason he had chosen this restaurant was indeed, as he stated. It had been far too long since he had savored their offerings, and he yearned for the taste. The months spent in the apocalypse had left him longing for flavor, and this establishment was conveniently located just 2 kilometers from his residence. Making it easy to return, Su Yang led the 2 women into the restaurant. He encountered several acquaintances. Though their interactions were limited, their faces were familiar, certainly not the individuals who had once conspired against him. These people recognized him as the infamous #1 sycophant of Fengyun community, and their disdainful looks spoke volumes about their opinions of him. However, Su Yang paid them no mind. After exchanging pleasantries, he guided Su Yunxi and Su Muyu to a table. Upon seeing him with 2 stunningly beautiful twin sisters, the onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. Tio dined with women possessing such elegance and beauty, surpassing even first-rate celebrities, was a stroke of fortune. As he sat down, jealousy simmered within them, knowing he had brought not 1, but 2 such exquisite companions. Once seated, Su Yang promptly ordered an extravagant array of dishes, including lobster, abalone, and a variety of delicacies from both land and sea. The moment the food arrived, he wasted no time in digging in, leaving the 2 sisters momentarily stunned by his voracious appetite. Could he possibly be a reincarnation of a famished ghost? How could one consume food with such reckless abandon? After a month of survival during the harsh winter apocalypse, Su Yang, without realizing it, had developed an intense obsession for food, particularly fresh fare. Before long, he had devoured a significant portion of the meal. This is delightful, Su Yang exclaimed, summoning the owner. What is the total for this feast? 1,500, came the reply. The boss replied, after all, this is not the usual fare for a banquet. Rather, it is la carte, and the items ordered are quite expensive, given the caliber of their restaurant. A top-tier banquet would cost just under 1,000 for a table. For such specifications, if you require 1,000 tables, have them delivered to Fengyan Community, Unit 001 by noon tomorrow. Unfazed, Su Yang addressed the boss. Yes, 1,000 tables. Are you concerned that you cannot manage it? Of course we can manage it. As long as the boss is willing to pay, we can accommodate any quantity. The boss immediately nodded and bowed, his gaze shifting to one of reverence, akin to that of a devotee before a deity. Such a substantial order was not to be missed, even if they had to stir the pots until sparks flew. The dishes must be ready by noon tomorrow. Very well. Let us proceed with the card payment. Su Yang produced a card from his wallet, which the boss accepted with trembling hands, turning to process the transaction. His legs feeling weak as he walked at an order of this magnitude was unprecedented in his lifetime of running a restaurant. Securing this deal meant he could close shop for the year. Now let us continue our meal. Su Yang resumed eating while inquiring of Su Muyu and Su Yunxi. How long would it take if I were to sell all the stock of Yintian Group and the fixed assets of my second uncle? At least 2 months, I reckon, replied Su Muyu without a second thought, given her role as the financial director, that is Su Yunxi. However, turned pale, boss, are you truly considering selling Su Tian Group? She was not against the idea, as it was the boss's prerogative to sell, but she felt compelled to remind him not to hastily part with such a valuable asset without recognizing its worth. The Su Tian Group is a golden goose, capable of providing endless wealth for you and your descendants. Are you certain you wish to sell? What need do I have for such a vast sum of money? Su Yang shook his head. It must be sold, and at the quickest pace. He continued, no matter how much one earns, what good is it if one cannot spend it? When the apocalypse arrives, that money will be useless, only fit for warmth. Yet Su Yang refrained from elaborating further and pressed on. Is it truly necessary for it to take 2 months to liquidate the stocks and fixed assets of the group? The fixed assets are easy to sell. The assets left by M.R.DSU in the new nation are all premium, valued at $2 billion USD, and can be sold within a week. Su Yunxi elucidated. The challenge lies with the Group S stock. Cashing out would take considerable time, and even without cashing out, who could possibly muster $18 billion in such a short time frame? 2 months is already the most optimistic scenario. I'll give you a month to process those fixed assets and 30 of the group stock. Inform those interested in acquiring Su Tian Group that we can offer in 20 discount. A discount of 20 leaves us with only 14.4 billion USD, a loss of 3.6 billion, converted to RMB. That's 25.6 billion. Boss, are you truly willing to part with such a sum? Su Muyu calculated instantaneously in response to their skepticism. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, as I said, no matter the amount, money is only valuable if one can enjoy it. Without life, it is worth less than paper. Boss, are you suffering from paranoia? The two queried in confusion that I cannot divulge everything to you right now. Suffice it to say, I will not gamble with my life. Su Yang smiled confidently, explaining, in 3 months, you shall see the wisdom of my decision. Chapter 5. A scathing rebuke to the green tea bitch and her childhood sweetheart, just as Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were about to speak further. A voice interrupted them. Ah, Su Yang, you refuse to buy me concert tickets, yet indulge in lobster and abalone here. The furious Bai Lu and Lu Su, having come to dine, spotted Su Yang and immediately erupted. Upon seeing the remnants of lobster and abalone before him, they swallowed hard, recalling the times they had only been able to watch others indulge in such luxuries. Bai Lu, particularly incensed, pointed at Su Yang and berated. You can't afford to buy me concert tickets, yet you have money to feast here. Do you still wish to pursue me? Get up and buy me tickets. Su Yang regarded Bai Lu, whose shamelessness rivaled that of a haranguing fishwife, and retorted with a cold laugh. Do you possess an overabundance of misplaced self-confidence regarding your looks? What is there in you that warrants my pursuit? If you desire concert tickets, buy them yourself. You surely aren't so impoverished that you can't afford a ticket, are you? Or perhaps you should ask your childhood sweetheart to procure them for you. With a shift in tone, he turned to Lu Su and scoffed. Oh, right, I remember now. He's also a financial pauper, earning a mere 5,000 to 6,000 a month, dreaming of securing front row seats. What a laugh! Perhaps you two should consider borrowing against your bodies. Who knows? You might just scrape together enough. His words incited a chorus of laughter, leaving Bai Lu wishing for a place to hide. Lu Su, seething, gritted his teeth. Su Yong, show some respect. Respect is earned, not freely granted. What is there to respect about two leeches that I have supported? Su Yong retorted bluntly. Get lost. Your presence disturbs my meal. Repeat that. Lu Su's eyes blazed as he raised his fist, ready to strike Su Yong. But a mocking voice interjected. Has wealth clouded your intellect? We once thought Su Yong merely a naive sycophant, but it seems he has long been aware of their ill intentions. Look at Lu Su. He's itching to throw a punch. But Su Yong is now a wealthy man. Can Lu Su afford the repercussions? Laughter erupted from the crowd as they reveled in the spectacle of Bai Lu and Lu Su's embarrassment. Just as Lu Su was about to swing, Bai Lu restrained him. As a quintessential green tea bitch, she discerned the key point amidst the ridicule. Su Yong had become wealthy, observing the lavish spread before them. She calculated the cost to be no less than 1,000 previously. He would never have dared to indulge in such extravagance. Clearly, Su Yong had indeed struck it rich. Suppressing her anger, she donned a pitiable fa-ade. Pulling the bewildered Lu Su behind her, approaching Su Yong, she cooed. Su Yong, dear brother, perhaps you've misunderstood me. I merely wanted you to accompany me to the concert, as I still quite like you. For a green tea bitch, sacrificing dignity and changing faces was second nature. Blurring the lines of right and wrong was a skill they mastered. Don't think just because you've made a bit of money you can flaunt it in front of me. Bai Lu silently cursed. With a little manipulation, I can have you, the sycophant, buy tonight's concert tickets and treat me to a lavish meal, not to mention a few thousand in gifts as compensation. No way a sycophant can escape my grasp. Noticing Su Yang's silence, the overly confident Bai Lu continued. You see, as soon as I heard you were dining here, I rushed over to share a meal with you. Su Yong, you wouldn't hold it against me for not greeting you beforehand, would you? As she spoke, she cast what she considered alluring glances his way, leaving Su Yong with goosebumps, his stomach churning in revulsion. Who gave you the confidence to think I would accompany you to a concert? Su Yong replied coldly that if you cannot afford a ticket, perhaps consider selling yourself. Charging 100 for each, you might just make enough. Stay away from my table. You're ruining my appetite. Unable to withstand such humiliation from someone she deemed a sycophant, Bai Lu erupted, standing to point an accusatory finger at Su Yong. That moment. The restaurant owner approached, presenting a card. Mr. Su, here is your bank card. This is the invoice for the 1,000 tables of banquet fare you ordered, totaling 1.5 million that we will ensure timely delivery to Fengyan community. Unit 001 by noon tomorrow. What? Spending 1.5 million on 1,000 tables? Delivered to Fengyan community. Unit 001. Bai Lu's fury subsided, replaced by astonishment as she gazed at Su Yong, her eyes alight with intrigue. She thought he had stumbled upon some fortune, casually spending such an amount, but this was no mere trifling sum. The cost of booking such lavish banquets was staggering. Had he perhaps purchased the villa at Unit 001 as well, which itself was worth several million? A myriad of thoughts floated through her mind as she endeavored to feign an expression of genuine surprise, inching closer to the other party. Brother Su Yong, are you hosting a banquet for everyone in the neighborhood with so many tables reserved? Moreover, have you purchased that villa in our community as well? That's incredibly impressive. Soon, we can live happily in a grand house. I always believed in your potential. I was right, wasn't I? Indeed, a person of humble beginnings can become invincible. Su Yong regarded her with a look akin to that of a doctor examining a peculiar ailment. His disgust intensifying, and he silently lamented, my previous judgment was truly poor. Brother Su Yong, let's head back quickly to see our new home, Bai Lu exclaimed, reaching for Su Yang's hand to lead him outside. Only to be forcefully rebuffed that do not touch me. I have a cleanliness obsession. Go relieve yourself in the restroom and take a good look at your own status before calling me brother. If I had a sister like you, I would wish for her demise. At that moment, even Su Yunxi and Su Muyu could no longer tolerate the scene. They rose and addressed the restaurant owner. Is your establishment so oblivious as not to notice someone disturbing our boss's meal? Hurry and escort them out. It was then that Bai Lu noticed the stunning twin sisters before her, both possessing striking appearances and figures, complemented by an air of nobility that captivated even her. However, as a green TBTC, Bai Lu was imbued with a peculiar self-confidence regarding her own looks and figure, convinced she matched them in allure. Observing them address Su Yang as boss, she immediately concocted a narrative. These two must be women he's found outside. What kind of talent would casually refer to another as boss? They must be in the business. With a slight smile, she devised a clever strategy. Brother Su Yang, you must not be deceived by these two vixens. They are certainly after your money, Bai Lu remarked with feigned concern that I, however, am different that my interest lies solely in you. Whether or not you possess wealth, my affection for you remains unwavering. This banquet costing 5 million must be their doing, right? Bai Lu regarded the sisters with scorn that I knew you harbored ill intentions, attempting to deceive my brother Su Yang. Please, brother, cancel it. Let's not waste money. Whatever you wish to eat, I will prepare for you at home. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner's expression darkened, that he genuinely feared that the reservation had been made impulsively, and if it were to be cancelled, he would have no recourse. He glared menacingly at Bai Lu, his frustration palpable. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu exchanged amused glances. They had gathered some insights into Bai Lu while investigating Su Yang's background. They only knew her to be a green TBTC. But her behavior exceeded their expectations. Su Yunxi approached her, sneering, "If you dare speak any more nonsense, be cautious. I shall sue you for defamation. A clown like you is hardly worthy of our boss's attention. Do you not know your own worth? Do not overstep." Before Bai Lu could retort, Su Yunxi produced her lawyer's credentials, waving them before her. "You ought to reconsider your stance. I am a world-class attorney. Should I choose to pursue this, you might find yourself liable for tens of thousands. Money you could never repay." Bai Lu had never encountered such a display and promptly wilted, being dragged aside by Lu Su. Yet her gaze toward Su Yang remained fervent. At this juncture, Su Yang had lost interest in dining, and he informed the restaurant owner, "Proceed with preparing the banquet as originally scheduled. Deliver it to me by noon tomorrow. Dispose of the uneaten food, lest it be scavenged by 2 wild dogs." Without casting a glance at Bai Lu or Lu Su, Su Yang resolutely departed with Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. The two girls linked their arms around him, leaning in close, which incited a wave of jealousy in Bai Lu, who inwardly cursed them as wretched harlots. "Do you not forget the arrangements I assigned you? The Su Tian Group stocks must be sold within a month." Su Yang reiterated as they settled into the car. "Understood." The two replied in unison. "Additionally, please register 2 companies domestically. 1 large-scale logistics firm, and 1 online streaming company." Su Yang continued to ask for the registration funds. "There is no need for actual payment. A commitment will suffice." They did not question his motives. Their boss had given orders, and they diligently noted them down. Ready to fulfill the tasks at hand, Su Yang's intentions were to prepare for the impending apocalypse. With these 2 companies established for the mass accumulation of supplies, given his ample resources, any significant stockpiling would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from various authorities. Thus, these companies would serve as a convenient cover, providing him with plausible deniability. Su Yang had meticulously crafted his strategy for confronting the ice and snow apocalypse, beginning with the substantial stockpiling of survival resources. His spatial abilities allowed him to store as much as he desired, ensuring easy transport and preservation of items. As for his understanding of these spatial capabilities, they were commonly depicted in apocalyptic novels he had read. He simply needed to verify their effectiveness when time permitted. While amassing supplies, he also needed to construct a fortified refuge, and the unsold villa in Yunfeng community was perfectly suited for the purpose. Boasting 4 floors above ground and 3 below, with ample space and a yard exceeding 1,000 square meters. Once the refuge was established, he would then contemplate how to safeguard it from being breached and consider matters of vengeance. Attempting to enact revenge against numerous adversaries single-handedly was surely unfeasible. He needed to accumulate a sufficient arsenal of firearms or military-grade weaponry. As the proverb goes, a gun is swift at 7 paces, yet accurate and quick within 7 paces. With firearms in hand, anyone who dared to encroach upon him could easily be dealt with. Beyond firearms, it would be prudent to acquire heavy weaponry and weapons of mass destruction. The longer the ice and snow apocalypse persisted, the more chaotic humanity's order would become. The mightier the weapons, the better one could ensure their safety. Recently, there had been a comprehensive assessment of domestic industries, revealing a wealth of impressive products developed by various private enterprises that could be repurposed for military use. exhibiting formidable power. For instance, the dual-tailed scorpion drone created by a certain company or the drones developed by another entity, once armed. They would become devastating machines. Moreover, such extensive purchases would not raise suspicions if conducted under the guise of a large logistics company. As for the weapons required for modifications, that task would be entrusted to Su Muyu and Su Yunqi. As trusted confidants of their second uncle, and with the Su Tian Group being a colossal international conglomerate, it would not be unreasonable for them to establish connections with arms dealers from various nations. This rationale elucidated why Su Yang had opted to retain $50 billion in a foreign account. Transferring such a substantial sum out of the country would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Conducting transactions abroad would keep him off the radar, sparing him from complications. As the saying goes, those who fail to plan are planning to fail. Exercising caution was undoubtedly in his best interest, and on the journey back after dropping off Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, Su Yang's mind raced, meticulously rehearsing his plans and addressing any potential oversights before finally exhaling in relief that he then inquired, if we were to lose control of the Su Tian Group, would the companies that previously collaborated with us still recognize you? That is not an issue. Both girls responded simultaneously that my uncle has passed. Are you still able to connect with his acquaintances or those who benefited from him? Su Yang pressed further. Yes, we are familiar with those whom Su Lao had befriended during his lifetime. Su Yunqi confidently asserted. They are all elites in their respective fields. Among them, are there any foreign arms dealers? Su Yang asked earnestly. After thoughtful consideration, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu replied, Indeed, there is one located in Beixiong country. Excellent, Su Yang smiled. Now, what about experts in weaponry? Yes, we know of a weapons development company from Yingjiang country that sought investment from the Su Tian Group, but was declined by Su Lao. Su Yunqi replied without hesitation. Very well. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction that we've arrived at your residence. You may disembark that I have additional matters to attend to. Observing the girl's wistful gazes, Su Yang concluded, be sure to keep your phones on. I may have significant tasks for you in the near future. As the sisters watched Su Yang drive away, they made no effort to retain him. They still needed to liquidate their fixed assets in the new country and sell the stocks within a month, which was a weighty task. They required sufficient rest, as they aimed to return to the new country by dawn. Su Yang enjoyed a smooth journey back to Fengyan community. Upon parking, he headed straight to the nearby Lianjia real estate office. Hello, sir. Are you looking to rent or buy a property? A 23 or 24-year-old female staff member, with an appearance scoring around 70 points, inquired eagerly upon his entrance. Without wasting any words, Su Yang directly stated his intentions. Upon learning he was there to purchase, the attendant's smile grew even brighter. What type of layout are you considering, sir? The other party hastily inquired. And without further ado, Su Yang promptly invested $30 million to purchase the villa numbered 001. The Fengyan residential complex in Jizhou City could only be deemed a mid-range community, comprising a total of 40 buildings. The developer, in a moment of folly during the planning phase, envisioned erecting a luxury villa in a central location, which ultimately resulted in the current villa numbered 001. It was also exquisitely furnished, allowing for immediate occupancy. However, due to its exorbitant asking price of $40 million, it had languished on the market without interest. Even with the price slashed to $30 million, it remained overlooked. Indeed, in a relatively modest community, constructing a luxury villa for sale seemed a misguided venture. Which affluent individual would choose to reside in such a place? Diminishing their own status? If one were truly inclined to purchase, they would surely seek a location of greater value and prestige. Wealthy individuals may possess riches, but they are not devoid of wisdom. One can only attribute this situation to the previous years of an overly prosperous real estate market in the country, where many developers sold properties with little more than a grand entrance. Leaving only the entrance behind, Su Yang's interest in this villa stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, the individuals responsible for his demise in his past life resided in this community. Secondly, the convenience of immediate occupancy was appealing. Moreover, the villa boasted an excellent layout, expansive views, and ample space, perfectly aligning with his ideal conditions for survival in a post-apocalyptic scenario. When the end times arrive, mere sustenance and warmth will not suffice. One must also consider fortification, quality of life, and the dual development of both body and mind, ensuring that the stronghold is impenetrable. Given that this villa was constructed quite some time ago, it was a standalone structure with 1,000 square meters of garden space. Prior to finalizing the purchase, Su Yang had already contemplated that he could not remain indoors indefinitely, lest he be driven to madness. The spacious garden offered him the perfect opportunity to clear his mind. He could establish a water feature, raise fish, cultivate flowers, and even construct a swimming pool for leisure that I end moments of tedium. He could also create a vegetable garden, which posed no challenge. However, to cultivate life in such a frigid post-apocalyptic environment, the first requirement was to maintain a constant temperature throughout the garden. It was only after the payment was completed and the developer handed him the villa keys that Su Yang felt a wave of relief. As he had purchased it outright, the process was swift, and upon receiving the keys, the villa was officially his. Without any delay, he set out again in his vehicle. Although he had been reborn for less than a day and ought to rest or explore his spatial capabilities, after all, the end times were still 3 months away. Su Yang felt that time was not on his side, and numerous tasks awaited him. After all, exhausting his trillion assets before the apocalypse posed a considerable challenge. Soon, he sought out a renowned domestic security company, the Jinlong Security Group's Jizhou branch. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wang Jianmin, the head of the Jinlong Security Group's Jizhou branch." Upon learning Su Yang's intentions, Wang Jianmin greeted him with a smile. "May I inquire?" "Mr. Su, what specific functions you desire for your safe house? Do you have any particular requirements? Sturdiness, natural light, warmth, filtration, ventilation, an independent power supply, and separate water supply and drainage systems." Su Yang enumerated his conditions. Additionally, it would be ideal to include an independent defense system and a crisis warning system. If we could also incorporate a counterattack system simultaneously, that would be perfect. Aside from the crisis warning and counterattack systems, which may prove challenging, the other requirements you've listed are relatively straightforward. Wang Jianmin pondered briefly before responding. "Your specifications would classify your safe house as D-level in our hierarchy, which we can fully accommodate. For the crisis warning system, we can install 2 radar systems, one for air defense and another for comprehensive interior warnings. The air defense radar can detect missile strikes from above, while the comprehensive warning radar can clearly monitor any corner within a 200-meter radius inside and outside the safe house, alerting you to any disturbances, allowing for timely preparations. As for the counterattack system, we will handle the installation, ensuring your safe house is equipped to retaliate from any corner without incurring collateral damage. However, we cannot provide weapon installations. That is something you must arrange yourself. Just bear in mind that these 2 systems are quite costly. Based on my calculations, constructing your safe house, a standalone villa with 3 underground levels and 4 above, featuring numerous rooms and a complex structure, will cost around 40 million, plus the 2 systems, totaling 50 million. Once completed, your safe house will withstand 10 consecutive hits from an RPG rocket launcher at the same point. D-level, 10 hits from an RPG at the same point. Su Yang furrowed his brow. That is still insufficiently sturdy and secure. How many levels of safe houses does Jinlong offer, and what is the highest? There are 6 levels. A, B, C, D, E, and F. Wang Jianmin replied. A is the highest, while F is the lowest. That we have constructed numerous safe houses for wealthy clients and apocalypse enthusiasts, most of which are E and F levels. D-level requests like yours are quite rare, while we have only built 1 A-level safe house since our establishment, and that was 20 years ago. The materials back then were not as advanced as today. If we were to evaluate it now, it would only reach a B at most. Is it true that so many individuals have constructed safe houses? Su Yang mused inwardly. It appears that affluent individuals, regardless of the era, remain significantly more cautious in the face of risks than ordinary folk. What capabilities does an A-level safe house possess? His inquiry left Wang Jianmin momentarily taken aback before he responded. An A-level safe house can withstand a nuclear blast. Can it truly endure the direct impact of a nuclear strike? Su Yang's eyes brightened as he followed up with another question. Wang Jianmin shook his head in resignation. Theoretically, yes. However, we have never truly experienced a nuclear strike. Our company has conducted precise calculations indicating that as long as it is not a direct hit, there should be no issues. After explaining, he seemed to recall something and continued. The most formidable aspect of an A-level shelter is not its defense, but its counterattack capabilities. It is equipped with high-precision detection radars and air defense systems that continuously monitor external threats, accurately locking onto even stealth aircraft or precision missiles. Furthermore, it includes large missile launchers and close-in defense guns, working in tandem with an intelligent system for precise defense and offensive capabilities. The security level is exceptional, ensuring comprehensive protection both inside and out. Thus, A-level shelters are often referred to as war fortresses. Chapter 8. A war fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, Wang Jianmin's tone shifted, and he lamented. We are merely a private enterprise without weapon authorization, and domestic regulations prohibit us from installing weapons in such a war fortress that we can only incorporate high-precision radars, air defense systems, and intelligence systems. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Su Yang failed to notice the disappointment on Wang Jianmin's face, but he silently exclaimed, with such a versatile fortress that can both attack and defend, I could easily endure in there until the end of time. Who could possibly harm me? Anyone who dares approach will be met with a missile barrage. Will such a war fortress be vulnerable to cyber attacks or hacking? Su Yang fixed his gaze intently on Wang Jianmin and inquired. After all, even the strongest fortress can be compromised from within. Given that it contains radars and intelligent devices, it must rely on a network, increasing the risk of hacking, that if it were to be breached internally, it would be rendered useless. Not at all, Wang Jianmin replied without hesitation. All these devices are independent and not connected to external networks. Even the most skilled hacker cannot infiltrate them, as long as the power supply within the war fortress remains uninterrupted. It will continue to function, and only the owner can access it from both inside and outside. It is absolutely secure. Very well. I shall proceed with this. Su Yang perceived sincerity in Wang Jianmin's demeanor and decisively opted for the construction of an A-level war fortress. Mr. Su, are you truly considering building an A-level? Wang Jianmin asked, somewhat incredulously. You must understand that constructing this level domestically means it cannot accommodate any weapons. It would merely be an empty shell, completely impractical. Are you certain you're not joking? I only jest with friends. Su Yang smiled slightly and reiterated, just proceed with the construction as per the procedures. While weapons cannot be installed, surely it is feasible to incorporate weapon launchers during construction? That is entirely feasible. As long as there are no weapons, we can install as many launchers as desired. Wang Jianmin replied candidly, though he harbored fears of the potential consequences of his creation falling into the hands of those who might wield it to develop devastating weaponry, jeopardizing both himself and his company. However, considering the strict regulations on firearms and heavy weaponry in Dacia, a nation known for its stringent enforcement, he felt reassured that such weapons were virtually unattainable domestically. Even if they could acquire them abroad, bringing them back would prove impossible. Thus, he rationalized that if the other party could afford the price and the situation remained stable, why not undertake the project? Moreover, Su Yang interjected, stating that he desired not a dark, peculiar refuge, but rather a structure that retained the villa's exterior, as he wished to avoid arousing suspicion. Comfort was also of paramount importance. Rest assured. Wang Jianmin responded, our technology is among the best in the world, if not the finest. The villa will remain unchanged in appearance post-renovation, and will likewise be fortified against nuclear attacks. Is it possible to design it as a cohesive unit, so that if one day I need to relocate, I can simply take it with me? Su Yang gestured towards a building model on the table. That presents a significant challenge. Wang Jianmin frowned, realizing the client's demands were rather lofty. Transforming a shelter into a single, transportable unit was not akin to constructing a house with a solid foundation or excavating a subway tunnel. While hollowing out a mountain to create a nuclear-proof refuge would not pose much difficulty for them. The real challenge lay in crafting an entire war fortress that could be easily relocated. Wang Jianmin remained silent for a considerable time, deep in thought that as long as you can deliver, money is no object. Su Yang reiterated, emphasizing his intent to construct the shelter in this manner as a precaution. Should the day arise when Jizhou City became uninhabitable or faced insurmountable foes, he wanted the ability to evacuate by taking the shelter with him. Although he was uncertain whether his spatial capabilities could accommodate such a vast structure, it was essential to plan ahead. Dreams must be nurtured. Who knows what might come to fruition upon hearing the promise of additional funds? Wang Jianmin's previously furrowed brow relaxed. While the technical aspects are challenging, they are not insurmountable. Just to create a cohesive unit will require 1 billion. Not an issue. I will add 2 billion. Su Yang readily agreed, adding, however, I have one stipulation. I want my 1,000 square meter yard enveloped in nuclear-proof, high-strength transparent glass, seamlessly integrated with the villa, and also portable. Currently, Human technology does not yield glass of such high strength capable of withstanding nuclear attacks. Though we can produce glass resilient against hypersonic missiles. Would that suffice? Wang Jianmin shook his head. Enveloping the entire yard in such glass while integrating it with the villa presents considerable difficulties. Additionally, their defensive capabilities differ to Mr. Su. Why pursue this? To create a sunroom. Su Yang replied casually. Such a sunroom would not come cheaply. The other retorted, clearly skeptical of his intentions, that he then proposed an alternative. Mr. Su, while the yard's defenses may not match the villa's, we can design a mechanism that allows the villa's front door to automatically close in the event of an attack on the yard, ensuring your safety within the villa. You may still freely access the yard, and its temperature, humidity, filtration system, and facilities will mirror those of the villa. This way, not only will your safety be assured, but your quality of life will remain uncompromised in a critical moment should a nuclear strike occur. It will allow you to retreat to safety. That sounds entirely feasible. Su Yang nodded. What will the total cost be, and how long will construction take? The total cost will amount to 15 billion. Wang Jianmin replied slowly. And if we push forward with all resources, it will take at least half a year. I'll add 5 billion to round it off. Su Yang responded eagerly that I expect completion within 2 months. Wang Jianmin was taken aback. It's not merely a matter of money. The time frame is exceedingly tight. 25 billion, completed within 2 months. Mr. Su, the time truly isn't sufficient. Wang Jianmin shook his head once more. Add 5 billion for a total of 30 billion. And I expect it completed within 2 months, Su Yang declared resolutely. This is my final offer. If you cannot meet it, I will seek another contractor. Upon hearing the figure of 30 billion, Wang Jianmin's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly acquiesced. Deal. Very well, I shall provide a 10 billion deposit up front. Upon completion of the war fortress in 2 months, the remaining 20 billion will be settled. Su Yang immediately transferred the 10 billion. After signing the contract, and once the funds were secured, Wang Jianmin swiftly convened a company meeting to prepare the design plan. As Su Yang exited the Jianlong security group, he exhaled deeply. The 30 billion spent felt entirely justified, for it represented a sanctuary amid the impending apocalypse. Just as he had conveyed to Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, money is only valuable if one has life to spend it. Without life, it is no more significant than mere paper. By the time he returned to the Fengyan community, it was already 6 in the evening. Rather than heading straight home, he visited the nearby Lianjia to list the house left to him by his adoptive parents. Though he had ample wealth, he did not wish to squander it. Upon returning to the community, news of his newfound fortune had already spread throughout his building. The residents regarded him with eager eyes. Approaching to greet him. Xiao Su, I hear you've struck it rich and become a big boss. Wang Dage beamed that I've always said this kid would achieve great things. Look at you now. Don't forget us old neighbors. Seeing the disingenuous grin on Wang Dage's face, Su Yang's heart brimmed with murderous intent that I end his past life. After inheriting his fortune, Wang Dage's family had not hesitated to borrow money from him. After the apocalypse began, Su Yang frequently provided supplies to their household, yet they had a hand in the assault on his home. Upon his demise, this old man would likely spit on his corpse. I will certainly not forget your family. Su Yang gritted his teeth, though the other party remained oblivious to the underlying menace in his words, still smiling cheerfully. I heard you got rich and are throwing a banquet for us neighbors. When's the feast? Li Changshun inquired eagerly. This man was another who had wronged him in his past life. Su Yang responded curtly, don't listen to idle gossip. I haven't struck it rich at all. It's all nonsense. Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. Wait until the apocalypse arrives. You'll see how I deal with you. As he encountered more of his former foes, a violent energy surged within him, and his heart raced with agitation. Fearing he might unleash his wrath upon them, he hastily exchanged pleasantries and departed. Upon reaching Building 23, he entered the elevator to return home. Wait! Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a group rushed towards it. One individual thrust his hand to stop the doors from shutting. The doors reopened, and the person who had blocked them rudely shouted, Didn't you hear me say to wait a moment? Su Yang recognized the 5 individuals all too well. The tallest among them, a bald man named Li Bin, was affiliated with a gang known for their thuggery, boasting over 100 enforcers outside. They typically engaged in debt collection and usury. The one hurling insults at him was Wang Lu, along with 3 of Li Bin's lackeys that in his previous life, he had met his end at the hands of this gang. Li Bin had killed him, and Wang Lu had dismembered him. To encounter them now felt like fate's cruel joke. Mind your manners. Su Yang's eyes gleamed with lethal intent, his expression twisted as if he were about to devour them. This immediately chilled Wang Lu to the bone, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. His cowardly nature surfaced, and he dared not meet Su Yang's gaze. Suddenly, he realized how absurd it was to be intimidated by an ordinary person, especially with his boss and comrades present, that if he backed down now, it would only invite ridicule. Gathering his courage, he shouted, "You little brat, you think you're something special," as he swung his fist towards Su Yang's face. Slap. Before his punch could land, Li Bin smacked Wang Lu on the back of the head. "These are my neighbors. Show some respect," he scolded. The blow left Wang Lu dazed, and he turned to face Li Bin with a woeful expression. "I've told you countless times, we are civilized people. How can we resort to violence?" Li Bin admonished him again. "If you frighten my neighbors with your antics, just wait and see how I deal with you. And don't come to Fengyan community again. You'll tarnish my reputation, and I can't afford to lose face. You're right, I won't do it again." Wang Lu nodded vigorously, groveling as low as he could. He even shot a cutting glare at Su Yang, silently vowing, "You little punk, you not only embarrassed me today, but also got me scolded by the boss. Just wait. Are you all leaving or not?" Impatiently, Su Yang inquired, unwilling to indulge the very enemies who had taken his life in a previous existence. With a tone laced with irritation, he remarked, "If you do not depart soon, the elevator will ascend without you. Do not delay my affairs." The mere presence of these adversaries made him yearn to eliminate them instantly. Each passing minute they lingered was a torment he could scarcely endure. The thought that he had been killed and dismembered by these very individuals ignited a boundless fury within him. However, Su Yang understood that the time for vengeance had not yet arrived. He must exercise restraint until the advent of the apocalyptic winter, when he would possess ample opportunity to settle the score. Li Bin, the leader of a gang, showed no sign of displeasure at Su Yang's brusque words. With an affable grin, he responded, "Of course we shall leave." With a swift gesture, the 5 men entered the elevator. Pressing the button for the 17th floor point, one of the subordinates jested, "Boss, are you heading to their home again? Every time we go there to discuss matters, we end up on the receiving end of sister-in-law's scolding." Another chimed in, "Indeed, sister-in-law is quite fearsome. She never fails to give us a thorough reprimanding." Enough of the whining, Li Bin interjected nonchalantly. "When time permits, I'll acquire a separate residence, not only to serve as a temporary base, but also to allow you fellows to enjoy yourselves with the ladies." Su Yang paid little heed to their banter, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to make these men's lives a living hell after the world fell into chaos. Ding! The elevator halted at the 11th floor. And Su Yang, his expression inscrutable, exited and entered his home, closing the door behind him with a casual flick that Li Bin observed his retreating figure, his gaze gradually hardening into an expression of ferocity. He murmured, "How peculiar. Su Yang usually cowers before me, eager to distance himself. Yet today he exudes such hostility. It seems this lad has lost his sense of propriety." Wang Lu, who had just been chastised, snorted derisively, "Boss, shall we teach him a lesson? Are you out of your mind? To confront him in his own home? Do you not fear the police will come knocking?" Li Bin scolded him sharply. "You truly possess the intellect of a cur. This fellow is not the same as he once was." Another subordinate quipped, "He has soared to new heights, and word has spread that he has become a significant figure, having purchased that multi-million-dollar villa in the neighborhood. Now that he has turned his fortunes around, he certainly has no reason to fear you. Is that so?" Li Bin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chapter 10. The function of the space. Upon returning home, Su Yang received several messages from Bai Lu. "Brother Su Yang, where did you go this afternoon? I called your phone, but you didn't answer. And no one was home when I came to find you. I even went to the villa you just purchased, but you were nowhere to be found. I was so disheartened that I couldn't even enjoy the concert. You must not be deceived by those 2 flirtatious women. They are only after your money. Only I genuinely care for you," she concluded with a pitiful emoticon. Su Yang glanced at the messages, a cold smirk gracing his lips, and chose not to respond. He also received several messages from neighbors, all congratulating him on his newfound wealth, which he likewise ignored, just as he was about to turn off his phone. Bai Lu's call came through. Without hesitation, he hung up, silencing his phone and casting it aside, directing his attention to the exploration of his personal space. With a mere thought, an invisible door to the space materialized. Swallowing the living room table within as he concentrated, every piece of furniture, benches, sofas, even the bed, refrigerator, and washing machine, was drawn into the space that in mere moments. The entire apartment was rendered barren, save for Su-Yang himself. It seems my space is quite expansive, he mused, a smile gracing his face, that he noted that even after storing all his belongings, there was no sense of congestion within the space as he surveyed the void. He found it shrouded in boundless darkness, evoking a feeling of oppression and dread. The items he had stored were neatly arranged in a small section. With this, I can hoard survival supplies on a grand scale. Su-Yang murmured. With an endless supply of resources and the fortifications of war, no matter how long the icy apocalypse lasts, I shall endure in peace. With a flick of his wrist, the items reappeared in the room, precisely as they had been before. Eager to explore further, he promptly placed the live fish he had purchased earlier into the kitchen sink, watching them frolic in the water, but he then opened the space door and drew them inside. Moments later, when he released them, the once lively fish lay in two heaps of minced flesh, each piece appearing as though it had been sliced with laser precision. Astonished by this spectacle, Su-Yang drew two conclusions. First, living beings could not survive within the space. Second, any living creature entering the space would be killed and dismembered, while deceased entities remained unaffected. If live fish meet such a fate, what of humans? Su-Yang pondered. Surely, they would face a similar outcome. Thus, he had acquired an additional safeguard for his life, to further investigate the capabilities of this space. Su-Yang continued his experiments, that he placed a bowl of freshly cooked noodles into the space and waited over 2 hours before retrieving it. Upon extraction, the noodles retained their original state and temperature, unchanged from when they had been stored. This revelation filled him with delight, indicating that his space not only served as a storage facility, but also preserved the items within in their initial condition, preventing any degradation. This function was remarkably advantageous. In essence, he could stockpile survival supplies without fear of spoilage or expiration. This surpassed any preservation device or vacuum apparatus as long as he accumulated sufficient resources. He would no longer need to worry about food perishing or venture outside the war fortress in search of supplies, achieving a truly permanent solution. After a night of diligent exploration, he had gained a preliminary understanding of his personal space and had begun to wield it with proficiency. To test the limits of what could be stored, he stealthily approached the newly acquired villa in the dead of night, attempting to see if he could draw it into his space. However, due to its connection to the earth, he was met with disappointment. It seemed that the space had its restrictions. Fixed objects or structures with solid foundations could not be encompassed. Yet, independent items posed no such challenge. After the verification was completed, Su-Yang returned home once more, meticulously planning all the tasks he needed to accomplish the following day before surrendering to a deep slumber. He did not awaken until 9 o'clock in the morning. Upon checking his phone, he noted the date, March 2, 2024, that a smile graced the corners of Su-Yang's mouth as he rose, washed up, and had a light meal before stepping out of his house and into his villa within the community. Not long after his arrival, the delivery of the 1,000 banquet tables he had ordered the previous day arrived. Once the delivery personnel departed, he promptly stowed them away in his storage space. Around 10 in the morning, Wang Jianmin, accompanied by personnel from the Jianlong security group, arrived to commence renovations on the villa that Su-Yang stepped out to initiate his stockpiling plan. Despite having over 31 billion in his bank account, he approached the accumulation of survival supplies with utmost prudence, refraining from making large-scale purchases. His suspicion and caution were his greatest virtues since his rebirth. Su-Yang understood that if he were to engage in a massive buying spree for survival supplies, his financial capacity would likely deplete the entire supply in Jizhou City, rendering the daily lives of its 15 million residents untenable. In the face of scarcity, societal unrest would inevitably ensue, leading to catastrophic consequences. At that juncture, in pursuit of their daily needs, everyone would begin hoarding supplies, driving prices to unprecedented heights. An outcome that neither the relevant authorities nor the nation would wish to witness, as it would only invite greater troubles. Should such an abnormal situation arise, he would not need an apocalyptic event to be dealt with first. Such actions were simply untenable and demanded extreme caution. He could not afford to emulate the protagonists of those apocalyptic novels, who recklessly stockpiled supplies from the outset. Such behavior would be tantamount to courting death. Until Su Yunxi and Su Miyu registered their large-scale live streaming company, he could only accumulate supplies on a small scale, avoiding attracting undue attention. Once the company was established, he could legitimately seek suppliers under the guise of selling goods through live streaming, allowing for a more extensive stockpiling operation that asks for whether to sell or not. That was a matter for him to decide. 3 months after the onset of the ice and snow apocalypse, even if some would catch on, he would be at ease that time. With chaos reigning, he would merely need to guard against those who harbored ill intentions towards him due to his amassed supplies. This was precisely why he was determined to invest $30 billion in constructing a fortified stronghold capable of defense and offense, not merely to become a community warrior, but to safeguard himself against those who sought to do him harm. These individuals were not foolish, particularly the suppliers from whom he procured his goods. They would soon realize the abundance of survival supplies he possessed once the apocalypse began. In desperate times, people could resort to anything. Chapter 11. The stockpiling begins. Su Yang meticulously reviewed his plans once more and promptly headed to a large supermarket near the community to commence his purchases. He acquired an array of snacks, self-heating pots, meats, vegetables, fruits, and essential daily necessities that he carefully controlled his purchases, ensuring they were neither excessive nor insufficient, that a single trip to a large supermarket typically costs several tens of thousands. Enough to avoid drawing any special attention and preventing the depletion of any particular item, leaving others unable to make purchases. The supermarket staff might have thought they encountered some local tycoon. As long as he did not raise suspicions, that was all that mattered. While this approach was somewhat cumbersome, it prioritized safety. He merely needed to visit several large supermarkets, of which Jizhou City had plenty. After each shopping trip, the supermarket would arrange a truck to deliver his items to Fengyan community, even kindly helping him carry them into his home. Neighbors from Building 24 and those within the community who recognized Su Yang watched in envy as delivery trucks continuously came and went. Especially those who had previously looked down upon him now cast glances filled with envy and jealousy. Many of them sneered. Now that the local bumpkin has money, doesn't he know how to spend it and just buys useless things. Wasting food. What good is buying so much? He can't possibly eat it all. It will all just go to waste. He might as well donate it to us, and we'd be grateful. People must tread steadily and take things one step at a time. Sudden strokes of luck can lead to folly. Su Yang paid no heed to these individuals that he intended for his neighbors to witness the vast quantities of survival supplies he was accumulating, planting a seed of hope in their minds, only to extinguish it with his own hands when the apocalypse arrived, that he intended not only to eliminate, but also to undermine their spirits. After the staff moved the supplies into the hall, he promptly stored them away in his space. After tallying up, he realized that the large supermarkets and farmers' markets in his area had nearly been emptied. He could not return today and would have to wait until tomorrow. Yet he stepped out of his home once more, not pausing even for a moment, to gather more supplies. That Su Yang's plan extended beyond merely eating well during the impending ice and snow apocalypse. He aimed to live comfortably and lavishly. Items that could enhance his quality of life could not be overlooked. Luxurious sofas, clothing, fitness equipment, gaming devices. He intended to acquire them all. Ordinary foodstuffs were merely necessities. Gourmet ingredients were his top priority, that he also ensured to stock up on various snacks to pass the time. Lobsters, abalone, an array of delicacies, red wine, and fine liquor. How could one endure the monotony of the apocalypse without the companionship of cigarettes? When the neighbors saw the high-end goods he brought back this time, their eyes turned red with envy. Bai Lu regarded him with a gaze that sparkled with an indescribable allure. After stowing these items away in his space, Su Yang proceeded to stockpile a considerable amount of fried chicken, yellow braised chicken, and soda, that he also gathered various famous snacks from Jizhou City. These items could no longer be stored in his home. Continuous purchases would surely raise suspicions among the residents. Questioning whether his 3-bedroom apartment could accommodate it all, he merely needed his neighbors to know that he had procured an ample amount of supplies. In the future, he would allow them to see him make substantial purchases every few weeks. Su Yang rented a large abandoned factory, paying 3 months' rent up front, and had the items stored there that he then discreetly returned home to stow them away in his space. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. He had forgotten to stockpile purified water. Clean water was an essential requirement at all times. Even in the ice and snow apocalypse, if the water supply ceased, one could still melt snow for drinking. However, he vividly recalled that snowmelt during the apocalypse was undrinkable. Despite appearing no different from ordinary snow, whether it fell upon one or was touched, it posed no immediate issue. Yet it was not safe to consume that he had witnessed numerous individuals who ingested water derived from melted snow suffering fatal poisoning. The horror of it all was palpable, and only then would people recognize the paramount importance of drinkable purified water. With this in mind, he hastily contacted a purified water supplier, arranging for several cases of bottled water to be delivered, but he also ordered dozens of large water storage devices, which could be utilized once the villa renovations were complete. He pondered whether his storage space could absorb water from Lake Baikal in the Bear Country. A bold plan suddenly struck Su Yong's mind. He would have to give it a try. After all, it housed the world's largest freshwater reserves. If successful, he would never need to worry about freshwater again, that if he could indeed collect water from Lake Baikal, then the 5 great freshwater lakes of the Eagle Sauce Nation would be within reach. He had ample funds and could not focus solely on domestic acquisitions. He must ensure a fair distribution. After refining his plan, Su Yong booked a 3-month stay in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel and indulged in a sumptuous feast. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to witness the ugly faces of his neighbors, but he intended to allow them to realize he had returned with supplies every few weeks, while generally avoiding unnecessary interactions. After dining and resting, he glanced at the time. It was only around 7 in the evening that Su Yong stepped out of the hotel, drove to a large gym, and resolved to work on his fitness. For maintaining a healthy body was paramount in the apocalypse. This was the true capital for enduring the trials ahead. "Hello, sir. Would you like to sign up for a membership or hire a personal trainer?" Upon entering, a gym salesperson approached him with a pitch. "Who is your best personal trainer, and what do they charge per session?" Sales pitches and membership sign-ups were standard practices at gyms, and Su Yong was no stranger to them. "Our most expensive trainer is Ning Kai-dai." The salesperson pointed to a female trainer in the brochure. Instructor Ning is a retired Special Forces soldier, and she became a trainer here after her service. "Her fees are quite steep, 500 per hour. All right, I'll take her." Su Yong, without a moment's hesitation, promptly paid for 3 hours of training. Ning Kai-dai was even more stunning than the photographs in the brochure. Owing to her background as a retired soldier, she exuded an air of gallant charisma. Tall and voluptuous, her physique was accentuated by the red crop top and yoga pants, rendering her figure utterly flawless. Although her beauty could not quite rival that of Su Yunxi and her sister, she would certainly earn a commendable score of 90, as Su Yong decided to enlist her as his personal trainer. Not merely for her aesthetic appeal, but also because he was somewhat acquainted with her. She resided in the same Feng Yun community, albeit in a different building. During the chaotic aftermath of the apocalypse, she remained one of the few who steadfastly upheld her principles, never resorting to violence against the weak. Her character was commendable. Additionally, being a retired Special Forces soldier, he hoped to learn some useful self-defense techniques from her. However, while Su Yong was aware of Ning Kai-dai, the reverse was not true. Chapter 12. The Profound Transformation of the Body and Combat Techniques. Mr. Su, have you ever engaged in systematic fitness training? Ning Kai-dai inquired after guiding Su Yong through a warm-up. "Not really," Su Yong shrugged. "Does going downstairs to buy groceries count?" Ning Kai-dai shook her head and asked again, "What specific areas do you wish to focus on for improvement?" "Strength, overall flexibility, and endurance." Su Yong pondered before adding, "It would be best if I could also learn some self-defense techniques." "Then let us begin with strength training." Ning Kai-dai led him to a row of dumbbells. "Start with the lightest. Lift 100 times with each hand, and once you adapt, we can increase the weight." Su Yong surveyed the row of dumbbells, picking up the lightest one at 5 kilograms, which he effortlessly raised above his head. "This is far too easy," he thought to himself. Despite standing at 182 centimeters and weighing 140 pounds, he recalled that lifting a 5-kilogram bucket of water in his previous life had felt significantly more challenging. This felt almost weightless. Something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, he then picked up a 15-kilogram dumbbell, which still felt light in his hand. Switching to a 20-kilogram weight, he found it no different from the previous ones. Thus, he continued this routine until he reached the last dumbbell, weighing 50 kilograms. Finally, grasping it allowed him to feel some resistance, yet it was still manageable as he completed 100 repetitions with ease. It appeared that after his rebirth, not only had he acquired a spatial capability within his body, but his physical attributes had also been remarkably enhanced. This revelation filled Su Yang with delight. Previously, he had not noticed this change, likely due to his preoccupation with stockpiling survival supplies. Observing Ning Kai-dai effortlessly lift a 100-pound dumbbell with one hand, he was astonished. Was this something an ordinary person, unaccustomed to systematic training, could achieve? Lifting 50 kilograms with one arm was a weight typically reserved for elite weightlifters. Rarely attempted by athletes. Mr. Su, you can't possibly be a weightlifter, can you? Ning Kai-dai asked as he set down the dumbbell. No, I just never realized my strength was so considerable. Su Yang shook his head. Let me conduct a proper assessment of your strength. Ning Kai-dai then retrieved a professional dynamometer that displayed instantaneous force output. Su Yang grasped one of the handles and pulled with all his might. The numbers surged rapidly, finally settling at 500. And my heavens, your dual-hand pull force just registered 500 pounds. Ning Kai-dai was taken aback. She then guided him to a heavy bag equipped with a force-measuring device that displayed the force of each strike. With your maximum strength, deliver a punch to this bag. Without hesitation, Su Yang summoned all his strength and struck the heavy bag. The device registered 500 pounds. This figure left both Ning Kai-dai and Su Yang momentarily stunned. The fact that he could unleash 500 pounds of force in an instant was astonishing. Mr. Datsu, would you be interested in pursuing a career as a professional boxer? Ning Kai-dai promptly asked that if you're inclined, I can introduce you to a top coach in the country. To generate 500 pounds of force in a single punch is no trivial feat. In his prime, Tyson's full-force punch reached only 930 pounds, or approximately 843 pounds, achieved through years of rigorous training, with his weight at a peak of 200 pounds. Su Yang, weighing only 140 pounds, could, with increased weight and prolonged practice, potentially become a world-class boxer. If not surpassing Tyson, at least standing among the elite. However, Su Yang had no desire to become a boxer and declined without hesitation. Miss Ning, I believe these dumbbells are of no use to me. Please teach me some self-defense techniques instead. Su Yang stated, it would be ideal to learn the combat skills you acquired in the special forces. Ning Kai-dai, sensing his refusal, felt a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, but quickly composed herself, preparing to teach him the military combat techniques she had learned. These techniques were incredibly powerful. Exclusive to the special forces, they were categorized into two types. One focused on grappling, swiftly subduing the enemy with no chance for resistance, while the other emphasized relentless attack, direct and unembellished, each move aimed squarely at the enemy's vital points. Perhaps due to the significant enhancement of his physical attributes post-rebirth, Su Yang grasped the techniques with remarkable speed. Merely observing each move once allowed him to remember it nearly perfectly. After practicing a few times, he began to execute them with considerable proficiency. Thus, Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai commenced their sparring sessions. Initially dominated by her, he soon began to mount occasional counterattacks. After 3 hours, while Su Yang remained invigorated, Ning Kai-dai was left breathless and fatigued. To her, Su Yang's learning ability, explosive strength, and astonishing endurance were nothing short of terrifying. From being completely outmatched, he was now nearly evenly matched with her. If they continued training like this, she surmised that within 5 days he would undoubtedly surpass her in skill. Well, our time for today has come to an end. Ning Kai-dai gasped, make sure to rest well. And mentally rehearse what I've taught you. We will continue our training tomorrow. Very well, thank you, Miss Ning. Su Yang replied as he turned to leave. It was now past 10 in the evening when Su Yang drove back to the hotel. He immediately sought out the duty manager and stated, in a few days, I will be hosting a banquet and need to reserve 1,000 tables of food at your hotel. Please ensure your chefs prepare it tomorrow and have it packed for delivery to the specified location. Sir, 1,000 tables of food will be quite costly. The duty manager remarked that I can afford to stay in your presidential suite for 3 months. Do you think I cannot cover the cost of these meals? Su Yang replied, slightly impatient. How much will it be? Just give me a figure. 5 million. The duty manager scratched his head, having momentarily overlooked who he was dealing with, a wealthy magnate who had booked the 5,000 per night presidential suite for 3 months. Su Yang promptly transferred 5 million to him, and the duty manager left with a broad smile. After his departure, Su Yang took a hot shower and began to plan his tasks for the coming days. He also reviewed his earlier efforts in stockpiling survival supplies to identify any oversights, jotting down any items he had forgotten. That it was indeed an unexpected joy to discover his enhanced physical condition. And the opportunity to learn combat techniques exclusive to the Special Forces was an immense gain that he resolved to continue practicing, striving for mastery to ensure lethal efficacy against any adversary. After meticulously planning for the following day, Su Yang finally drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 13. The potential of a sharpshooter, hitting every target. Awakening early, Su Yang commenced his stockpiling once more. Though large-scale purchases were unfeasible, the vastness of Jeju City allowed him to traverse various locales, accumulating a substantial amount over multiple trips. All supplies were delivered to the expansive warehouse he had previously rented. This time, his procurement list not only included mineral water, rice, flour, grains, oil, fruits, vegetables, alcoholic beverages, tobacco, essential living items, clothing, and assorted snacks. But he also added a critical category: pharmaceuticals. While medicines might not be frequently necessary, their absence could prove dire, particularly in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Who could guarantee they would remain unscathed in such harsh conditions? Moreover, the storage of pharmaceuticals is notoriously demanding, as extreme cold can easily render them ineffective. Thus, preemptive procurement was essential, encompassing disinfectants, antibacterial agents, antibiotics, cold remedies, anti-inflammatory medications, and treatments for cardiovascular ailments. Everything that could alleviate suffering was imperative to acquire. The morning swiftly elapsed as Su Yang organized the delivered supplies within his space that he then proceeded to contact a plethora of 4- and 5-star hotels, making over 20 calls in succession, all under the pretense of hosting banquets, booking 1,000 tables at each establishment. Despite the exorbitant costs amounting to several million per venue, such sums were trivial to Su Yang. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, it becomes increasingly challenging to exhaust it. Fortunately, it was merely the third day of his rebirth, with nearly 3 months remaining before the impending apocalypse, ensuring he could easily deplete his funds after lunch. Rather than continuing his procurement endeavors, he opted to visit a shooting range in Jeju City. Having resolved to amass firearms, it was imperative to practice beforehand, that he focused on enhancing his shooting accuracy to avoid last-minute scrambles. After paying, Su Yang received a briefing on the usage procedures from the instructor and immersed himself in practice. With both hands gripping the firearm, he inhaled deeply, concentrated intently, aimed and fired bang, 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 bang. After completing 10 shots, reloading, and aiming once more, he repeated this process 100 times, hitting the bullseye with all 100 bullets across 10 targets at a distance of 10 meters. Witnessing this, Su Yang smiled to himself. It seemed he had a natural talent for marksmanship. Having been reborn, it was akin to winning a lottery of talents, with various skills at their peak. Even the instructor, witnessing his performance, found himself at a loss for words. This was clearly a master at work, and he felt inadequate in his role. Quietly, the instructor exited the range, leaving Su Yang to continue his practice. With such a flawless shooting record, the instructor felt his guidance was unnecessary. That Su Yang, however, did not allow himself to become complacent due to this newfound talent. He committed himself once more to rigorous practice, expending several hundred rounds while maintaining his impeccable accuracy. That he then progressed to practicing with a rifle at 30 meters, followed by a 100-meter rifle shoot. Achieving the same flawless results, he practiced throughout the afternoon, and had it not been for the discomfort in his ears from the constant gunfire, he would have continued indefinitely. After retrieving the 1,000 banquet tables he had ordered the previous night into his space, he dined and then proceeded to the gym to begin his warm-up exercises. Following over an hour of training, he booked a 3-hour private lesson with Ning Ki as soon as they began. The two engaged in sparring. Though it was not a life-or-death struggle, both were utterly serious. Particularly Su Yang, he continuously reflected on his mistakes and sought improvement. By the end of 3 hours, he was able to hold his own against Ning Kai-dai. Mr. Su, are you certain you don't wish to become a boxer? Seeing Su Yang's talent surpass her expectations, she inquired once more. I have a friend who is a top-tier coach in the country. He can provide you with the best and most scientific training, along with a professional team. Should you achieve success, the financial rewards will be substantial. She was reluctant to see such brilliance squandered, especially given Su Yang's evident potential. The only drawback might be his age. 24, an age at which one could be considered a latecomer, having not trained from childhood. Yet his raw talent could surely compensate for this. Ning, do I appear to be someone in need of money? Su Yang countered, turning away as she momentarily paused in surprise. Following their sparring session, Su Yang discovered he possessed not only extraordinary strength, but also rapid learning abilities and remarkable endurance. Along with astonishing speed and control over his power, by the end of the day, he had unearthed several unexpected strengths. Was he, perhaps, inherently suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world? Su Yang shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic notion that if not for necessity, who would wish to endure life in an icebound apocalypse? Especially someone like him, a top-tier billionaire who could revel in the pleasures of life during such prosperous times, courting the most beautiful women, indulging in lavish extravagance without a care. However, the apocalypse's arrival was not something that could be reversed through mere human effort. What was destined to occur would unfold, and the challenges would have to be faced. As long as he prepared adequately and optimized his condition, he could certainly thrive better than the majority during the apocalypse. The fact that many would perish in this new world was of little concern to him. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yang returned to the hotel, indulging in a hot bath that instantly revitalized him, but he then reflected on the day's activities and planned for the following day. Perhaps the month he endured in the icy apocalypse had exposed him to the harsh realities of human nature, having suffered the greatest betrayals and learned the depths of treachery. Reborn, Su Yang adopted a cautious demeanor, harboring reservations and distrust toward everyone. Every action he took was meticulously considered. Any hint of vulnerability would be swiftly addressed. This disposition was neither inherently good nor bad, but it was undoubtedly the most advantageous for survival in a post-apocalyptic environment. Whether labeled as cautious or suspicious, such wariness was not a flaw, but rather a natural instinct for any rational being. Yet, indecision could become a fatal weakness. Having experienced betrayal, murder, and rebirth, Su Yang had transformed. Now he was decisive, powerful, cold, suspicious, and merciless. Just as Su Yang completed outlining his plans for the following day, his phone illuminated. Upon checking, he found over 100 missed calls, the majority from the opportunistic Bai Lu. The messaging app indicated 99 unread messages, predominantly from neighbors in the same building at Fengyan Community. Some were friendly greetings, others flattery, and some were outright sycophantic. One message from Old Wang mentioned his son's upcoming wedding and his request for a loan, while others expressed a desire to align themselves with him, seeking job placements. These messages were all disregarded. The sight of such avaricious and treacherous neighbors ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Should he simply eliminate them without spending a dime? This thought flitted through his mind before he quickly dismissed it. Homicide was a grave offense in the country, especially in such numbers. There was no such thing as a crime without consequences. Should any evidence surface, he would not escape unscathed. Better to bide his time until the arrival of the icy apocalypse, turn off the phone and fall into a deep slumber. How infuriating! What kind of enchantment have those wretched twins cast upon Su Yang, that he has become utterly entranced by that sycophant? Bai Lu glared at the messages and images sent by Su Yang, seething with rage. 3 of them are staying in a presidential suite, a place that should have rightfully been mine. Those shameless women, selling their bodies for money. What do they possess but a modicum of beauty? In what regard am I inferior to you? That night, Su Yang slept soundly, while the scheming Bai Lu spent the entire night in the lobby, her furious roars disturbing the neighbors. They shouted from outside her door, "Are you a she-tiger? Why are you howling in the middle of the night? If you can't sleep, let others rest." When Su Yang pursued you with such fervor, bearing his heart, you rejected him, yet now you consume his resources, toy with him. You're nothing but a green tea bitch. Now that Su Yang has acquired wealth, what makes you think someone of your ilk could still capture his attention? If I were him, I wouldn't want you either. Su Yang is such a wonderful person. You failed to cherish him, and now regret and anger are of no use. These individuals do not pity Su Yang. They merely revel in Bai Lu's humiliation. Most of the impoverished neighbors are like this, resenting the poor and fearing the affluent. Bai Lu had a golden opportunity to rise, yet she squandered it, so how could they refrain from mockery and kicking her while she is down? Moreover, their words were laced with malice, piercing Bai Lu's very core, leaving her seething with indignation, yet unable to retort. Upon awakening, a sunlit day dawned once more. Su Yang continued his routine as before, procuring supplies in the morning and receiving lavish banquets delivered from various five-star hotels into a space that in the afternoon. He practiced at the shooting range and, in the evening, trained at the gym, sparring with Ning Kai Dai. Thus passed a fortnight, leading to March 18th with less than 2.5 months remaining before the apocalypse descends. Noticing that the time was ripe, Su Yang decided to return to Fengyan community, procuring an array of items to be sent to his residence. Although the house was already listed for sale at a price below market value, likely due to the sluggish real estate market over the past 2 years, it hadn't sold yet. So he chose to make use of it for the time being. When the neighbors saw him return with such a bounty, they greeted him warmly, despite the fact that he hadn't answered their calls or messages in recent days. They were irate, murmuring behind his back. Now that he is wealthy, he has forgotten his old acquaintances. They say distant relatives are not as important as close neighbors. Yet Su Yang seems to have entirely disregarded our past camaraderie. What a scoundrel. He has made a bit of money and thinks himself above us, ignoring our calls and messages, and even neglecting to greet us when we see him. A heartless person like him will surely face retribution. I ought to curse him with a hex. Within 3 months, he will undoubtedly meet misfortune. Even as they maliciously gossiped behind his back, upon encountering Su Yang, they instinctively donned a facade of ingratiation. Upon seeing the delivery personnel, they rushed to offer assistance, only to be rebuffed by Su Yang. Their intentions were far from noble. Their help could easily turn into an opportunity to pilfer his purchases. This was their modus operandi, a greed ingrained in their very essence that could not be altered. Once the items were brought into his home and stored in his space, an unexpected visitor arrived. Su Lao Di, it's been over half a month since I last saw you. I've missed you dearly. Li Bin approached with exaggerated enthusiasm, acting as though they were long-lost friends. This smiling tiger, Su Yang scoffed internally. His visit at this time can hardly bode well, as a notorious gang leader with 100 underlings. Li Bin's dealings involved extortion, debt collection, and protection rackets. Far from honorable pursuits, with a history of wrongdoing, he had always looked down upon Su Yang, so his sudden cordiality was suspicious, confronted with the very person responsible for his past demise. Su Yang had no intention of extending him any courtesy, that a few punches would be the least he could deliver, that if you have something to say, just say it, that my time is precious. Su Yang's words caused a shift in Li Bin's demeanor. Though he maintained his facade of congeniality, I came today to propose a business deal with you. Su Lao Di, that I heard you're selling this property. I am interested in purchasing it at a premium. What do you think? What price are you offering? Su Yang asked bluntly. This amount, Li Bin raised a finger declaring 1 million. Ha, Su Yang scoffed, you think my house is worth just $1 million. It's valued at nearly 300. This was the price listed with the real estate agency, and even with the market's decline, this property still held its worth. Do you really believe I'm running a charity? Su Yang retorted. Such a low offer is akin to outright robbery. Chapter 15. Unappreciative and greedy Li Bin, incensed by Su Yang's blatant disregard for his offer, felt his temper flare. His gaze sharpened. That Su Lao Di. Let us not speak so harshly. Although your selling price is already below market value, the real estate market is currently in a slump. After being listed for half a month without a sale, why not lower the price and sell it to me? We're neighbors after all. It's advantageous for both of us. If you help me out, I'll owe you a favor. That if this escalates, it won't be beneficial for anyone. That I have many brothers. If they grow angry, I cannot guarantee your safety. Li Bin's words dripped with veiled threats, mistakenly assuming Su Yang was still the easy target he once was, believing a mere intimidation would suffice to bend him to his will. But he was gravely mistaken. Upon hearing Li Bin's ultimatum, Su Yang raised his head, his eyes icy as he met Li Bin's gaze. Are you threatening me? You could interpret it that way. Li Bin smirked. I have never failed to acquire what I desire. I have only been cordial due to our neighborly ties. That if you refuse to sell, you know the consequences. Li Bin intensified his tone. If you do not cooperate, I can ensure you will find it impossible to remain in Fengyan community. Not only will your house be unsellable, but even the villa you just purchased will become uncomfortable. I hope you do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Li Bin understood Su Yang's character too well. Perhaps he had stumbled upon some stroke of luck to amass his fortune. Such individuals lack foundation. With a little pressure, they can easily be subdued. Very well. I await your actions. Show me what you can do. Su Yang replied coldly, eager for the confrontation. If Li Bin dared to act against him in his own home, he would retaliate immediately. Even if he left Li Bin incapacitated, he would face no legal repercussions. Breaking into a residence and assaulting someone constitutes illegal entry, and depending on the severity, it could even be classified as causing a public disturbance. However, Su Yang's self-defense would be justified and lawful. Moreover, since his rebirth, his physique had been greatly enhanced, and he had trained in combat techniques akin to those used by special forces under Ning Kai Dai's guidance. After weeks of practice, he had become proficient. Not only could he handle Li Bin, but even a couple of armed thugs would not pose a challenge, that he was confident that he could incapacitate them with a single strike. This was also an opportunity to release the pent-up frustration from his past life, where Li Bin had shown him no mercy, that he had not forgotten the grievances he had endured, and he would settle the score eventually. "Young man, do not let your pride blind you," Li Bin warned, his eyes filled with menace. Yet refraining from striking, as someone who had long traversed the criminal underworld, he understood the ramifications of engaging in violence within someone else's home. To punish Su Yang, he did not need to personally get his hands dirty. As the saying goes, the king is easy to deal with, but the little ghost is troublesome. All he needed to do was continuously harass Su Yang, occasionally sending someone to teach him a lesson. Eventually, when Su Yang could no longer endure it, he would naturally bend the knee and apologize. At that point, not only could Li Bin settle scores, but he could also acquire Su Yang's property without cost. Though their actions might be deemed unsavory, most people would prefer to avoid confrontation and would rather pay to avoid disaster. Not being hot-headed is what makes one truly youthful, Su Yang suddenly remarked. "I understand your intentions perfectly. Others may fear you, but I do not. That if you truly push me to my limits, I possess 1,000 ways to end your life." His words ignited Li Bin's wrath, his gaze turning ferocious. "That you'll regret this. I will make you weep." With a cold snort, Li Bin turned and exited the house. "Throwing threats is easy. That's all you've got." Su Yang mocked. "What's wrong? You're not satisfied. Just don't show your discontent in front of me." With a resounding slam, the security doors shut. Li Bin's face darkened as he stepped into the corridor, silently taking the elevator to the 17th floor. Upon returning home, he immediately began making phone calls. "Wang Lu, gather a few reliable and tough brothers to my place." Now Li Bin bellowed into the phone. Time passed swiftly, and soon Wang Lu arrived at Li Bin's residence with 6 companions. Upon spotting these delinquents once again, Li Bin's wife felt an overwhelming urge to scold them, but was swiftly silenced by Li Bin's sharp reprimand. "Get back to your room," he said impatiently. "That you've never treated these brothers with any respect. Look at how you've spoiled her." Seeing her husband genuinely angry, his wife was taken aback, uttering not a word as she turned and retreated to the bedroom. "What has gotten into you, boss? Who has dared to provoke your wrath?" Wang Lu inquired cautiously. "Which fool has crossed the line? I'll take my brothers and teach him a lesson." "Indeed, boss," the other 6 echoed in agreement. "Who would dare to offend you? I'll deal with him myself. It's none other than that Su Yang," Li Bin declared with a grim expression, recounting the previous incident in detail to his underlings. Instructing from now on, keep a close watch on that Su Yang. Whatever he does, create chaos. Knock on his door at night and deny him sleep. If he dares to step outside, give him a good beating. And if his villa is finished, let us vandalize it. I want him to regret crossing me, begging on his knees for mercy." Upon hearing this, the 6 men initially thought their leader had called them for something significant. As this was routine for them, they could drive anyone mad in a matter of days. However, Wang Lu, upon realizing that the target was the very individual who had earned Li Bin's ire that day, could not help but smirk subtly. "Boss, why complicate matters? Since Su Yang has provoked you, why not just kidnap him?" Wang Lu suggested, his voice lowered and cautious. "That I've heard he has recently come into a fortune and foolishly offended you. We could easily abduct him, seize his wealth, and live like the affluent from then on." His words ignited a spark of greed in Li Bin's subordinates, several of whom resided in Fengyan community and had heard of Su Yang's recent windfall. Kidnapping and extortion are serious crimes, Li Bin pondered. "Even with my connections, I want to be able to escape if things go awry." "Boss, you worry too much," Wang Lu urged. "Once we have the money, we can go anywhere. With Su Yang's villa worth millions, the money he has is certainly astronomical. We'll split it, take him out, and then you can whisk us away abroad. Who would dare to pursue us then? Think about it, boss. Although we appear to live grandly, we're merely skirting the edges of legality, that we're always at risk of being caught, rather than living in constant fear with the brothers. Why not make a big score? Wang Lu coaxed. Once we secure the funds, we can vanish and live as kings abroad. Though Wang Lu typically only knew how to flatter, this time he struck a chord with Li Bin. After hearing him out, Li Bin felt a stirring of interest, increasingly aggrieved. Why should Su Yang, a mere nobody in his eyes, enjoy such a lavish life while he risked his life day in and day out, suffering countless injuries, earning far less than someone who merely stumbled into luck? At that moment, seeds of malice took root in Li Bin's heart, though his face betrayed none of this, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag. Wang Lu and the others, recognizing his silence, remained patient, knowing it signaled their leader was deep in thought. Once the cigarette was finished, a glint of determination shone in Li Bin's eyes. "All right, let us proceed. Splendid," one of the younger subordinates exclaimed, clapping his hands. "That I'll call a few more brothers. Why summon so many? Just the 8 of us will suffice. Too many will raise suspicion," Li Bin admonished. If they were to act, meticulous planning was essential to minimize risk. The more people involved, the more the spoils would need to be divided, and he wasn't too keen on sharing his gains. "For safety's sake, I'll fetch a gun," one of the other subordinates, Zhang San, proclaimed with a fierce look. He was Li Bin's prized enforcer, known for his ruthlessness. Those who crossed him often ended up injured or worse. Yet he had evaded legal consequences thus far due to the fear he instilled in others, and Li Bin cleaning up the mess. "What need have we for a gun against a man without bodyguards?" Li Bin replied discontentedly. "You all must heed my orders. No one is to act on their own. If anyone disobeys, I will not include them in this operation." His authority silenced Zhang San, who lowered his head like a chastised child. Li Bin inwardly cursed. What a bunch of incompetent allies. With that temper and a gun, he could easily end up shooting someone by mistake. He then turned to his subordinates, "Though we can't bring firearms, we must carry knives, remember? Until we have the money, no one is to harm Su Yang. Once we have the cash, we can kill him without hesitation." "Understood," they all replied eagerly, and Wang Lu pressed on. "Boss, when shall we strike?" "Tonight, under the cover of darkness. Wear masks and avoid the corridor cameras." Li Bin smiled, then turned to a shifty-looking individual and said, "Mouse, the lock-picking task is yours. Once you breach Su Yang's security door, we'll storm in and subdue him, bag him up, and make our escape." After assigning roles, Li Bin retrieved a box filled with an array of sharp tools, including machetes and cleavers, allowing each of the 7 to select their preferred weapon. He then instructed his wife to prepare dinner, intending to eat well before resting up for the night's venture. Meanwhile, Su Yang observed Li Bin's retreating figure with a barely perceptible smirk. He knew he had thoroughly enraged his adversary. Given Li Bin's temperament, retaliation was inevitable. Tonight would surely be turbulent, but he felt no fear if Li Bin dared to come for him. He had plans to ensure they would leave empty-handed. That afternoon, instead of practicing marksmanship at the shooting range or going to the gym for a sparring session with Ning Kai-dai, Su Yang spent the entire afternoon stockpiling survival supplies that he had no intention of wasting his time. By 8 o'clock that evening, after stashing all of his purchases, Su Yunqi messaged him. "I apologize, boss, that I left in a hurry and Haven T registered the 2 companies you instructed, that MY's sister, and I have gone abroad. After a month of busy work, I've completed my tasks, and Mr. Su's fixed assets have been sold. Muyu is still in the new country, waiting to return after selling Su Tian Group stocks. I returned earlier today. The company registrations have been submitted and will take effect tomorrow." Reading Su Yunqi's message, relief washed over him as the logistics and large-scale live streaming companies were officially registered. Once these companies were operational, he could commence his bulk purchasing. That he replied to Su Yunqi. "Well done. Even if all of Su Tian Group stocks are sold, there is no need for Muyu to return just yet. I have important arrangements to make. Rest well and await further instructions. I have significant tasks for you." After sending the message, Su Yang finished his dinner but did not return to the 5-star hotel he had booked. Instead, he reclined on the living room sofa, resting his eyes that he anticipated Li Bin would make a move against him, so he resolved to wait at home for their arrival, eager to see what tricks they might employ. He remained vigilant until midnight when he heard faint noises in the corridor. Sitting up, Su Yang opened his eyes. "Finally, they're here. Mouse, can you manage to unlock it?" Li Bin whispered, keeping his voice low to "Don't worry. Boss, that I may struggle with other locks, but I've never failed to open a security door like this. Mouse confidently replied, examining the structure of Su Yong's door as he retrieved his tools from his bag. Preparing to pick the lock. Once the door opens, we all charge in. Li Bin instructed the others, keep noise to a minimum and secure Su Yong immediately, though we can't let him scream. Understood. Since Su Yong had noticed enhancements to his physical condition, his hearing had also improved significantly. Even from the living room, he could clearly hear the conversation outside, that a sly smile crossed Su Yong's face as he stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole. Observing the armed figures outside, he thought, Li Bin, if you seek death, then let me collect some interest first and teach you the meaning of cruelty. At that moment, the mouse inserted the lock-picking tool into the lock, incessantly twisting it. With a sharp click, the mouse rejoiced. Get ready, the door is about to open. Chapter 17. 18 stabs, each avoiding the vital points that Li Bin and his companions believed that the mouse had skillfully unlocked the door. But in truth, it was Su Yong who had grasped the handle of the security door and opened it himself. As the door loosened, Su Yong forcefully pushed it outward. Bang! The heavy security door, propelled by immense force, collided with the mouse's head. The mouse, taken by surprise, found a dent forming on his forehead as blood began to flow, rendering him unconscious. The sudden turn of events startled Li Bin and his group. Before they could react, Su Yong dashed out at lightning speed, knocking over two individuals as he reached the stairwell of the emergency exit, shouting, "Help! Li Bin is killing people." He then fled down the stairs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Bin and his companions thought to themselves, "This is bad. They are prepared, and that brat has escaped. What should we do, boss?" Zhang San urgently inquired, "Since we've been exposed, if they call the police, we'll be in deep trouble." Li Bin coldly replied, "Let us not hesitate. We must subdue that brat first." After him, without casting a glance at the fallen mouse, Li Bin and the others hurriedly pursued through the emergency exit. As Su Yong ran, he continued to shout, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure the others could keep up, exclaiming, "Help! Li Bin is killing people." The commotion roused the residents of Building 2-4 that Su Yong's intention was to ensure the incident became widely known, striving to establish a narrative that depicted him as the victim. Thus, even if he severely injured the attackers, it would be deemed self-defense and not a violation of the law. That, of course, killing Li Bin and his companions was out of the question. Causing a death in the summer would undoubtedly lead to major repercussions. Even if Su Yong were ultimately ruled to have acted in self-defense, he would still face an extended investigation, lasting several months or even half a year. Until the case was resolved, he could very well be subjected to surveillance. Even with the assistance of Su Yunxi, a top-tier lawyer, securing bail would still leave Su Yong under scrutiny. Should he be confined, all would be lost. With only 2 months remaining until the impending apocalypse, Su Yong could not allow suddenly. Bai Lu had a revelation, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Those individuals had pursued Su Yong wielding knives. What if he were found to be acting in self-defense? The mere thought reignited a flicker of optimism within her. "Come, accompany me to the police station," Bai Lu asserted, pulling Lu Su along. Observing the puzzled expression on his face, she elaborated, "Are you foolish? If Su Yong is deemed to have acted in self-defense, he would be absolved of any wrongdoing. By showing my concern for him at this critical moment, he will undoubtedly be deeply moved, making it effortless for me to win him over later." Lu Su, after contemplating her words, found them to be quite reasonable, and thus hailed a cab, directing it towards the police station. "Captain Liu, what case warrants such a large contingent on duty at this late hour?" A man and a woman inquired as Su Yong remained unescorted from the vehicle. "It appears there has been a serious incident." Captain Liu gestured towards the vehicle. A certain Su Yong clashed with the group, injuring 7 and stabbing one person 18 times. Su Yong. Upon hearing the name, the male officer smirked slightly, pondering, could this be my high school classmate? When did he become so audacious? He then glanced at the female officer beside him, who bore a similar smirk. The two were indeed familiar to Su Yong. The man was named Wang Shiqi and the woman, Cui Yaqing. Neither was particularly attractive, with slightly dark skin and modest stature. During high school, Cui Yaqing had harbored affections for Su Yong, but he did not reciprocate, leaving her with a lingering bitterness. After graduation, despite a few encounters at class reunions, they had lost touch, unbeknownst to Su Yong. She and Wang Shiqi had become a couple, leveraging connections from his family to join the police force. One on the front lines, the other in an administrative role. Wang Shiqi, aware of Cui Yaqing's jealousy towards Su Yang, naturally harbored no fondness for him. Yet, all this remained unknown to Su Yang. At that moment, the police vehicle opened, and Su Yang was escorted out. "It really is you, Su Yang," Wang Shiqi exclaimed. "Who gave you the audacity to commit murder?" Recognizing his old acquaintances, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter them here. However, their cold smirks and gleeful expressions left him feeling perplexed. He shrugged it off. Their animosity towards him mattered little. After all, the apocalypse was merely 2 months away, and they wouldn't survive long enough for him to deal with them. As neither Wang Shiqi nor Cui Yaqing acknowledged him. Frustration mounted to Su Yang. "What else with your attitude? If you've committed a crime, you must take responsibility." Wang Shiqi barked that if you confess and show good behavior, you might secure a reduced sentence. Otherwise, you face a grim fate. "Are you implying you're using your authority to coerce a confession?" Su Yang retorted. His tone pointed that you're too arrogant. Cui Yaqing's expression darkened. "You must understand where you are." Perplexed by their intense hostility, Su Yang regarded them with icy disdain. "Enough. Everyone return. I shall commence the interrogation." Captain Liu interjected, leading Su Yang into an interrogation room. After going through the standard procedures, he inquired about Su Yang's name, origin, occupation, and the circumstances surrounding the conflict with Li Bin and his associates. Particularly why he had resorted to such extreme violence that in response to Captain Liu's piercing gaze, Su Yang recounted how Lu Su had attempted to purchase his property below market value, which had escalated into conflict. He then mentioned the commotion outside that night, disclosing the retaliation plot against him. After all, there are surveillance cameras in Fengyan community. A simple check will reveal the truth, he concluded. Captain Liu had the footage reviewed, which clearly showed Lu Su and his group, clad in masks, lurking outside at night, followed by Su Yang's escape through the emergency exit, and ultimately, his forced counterattack. That Su Yang's performance was so convincing that Captain Liu's brow furrowed. It seemed too coincidental, almost cinematic, that if this were not premeditated, they could not convict Su Yang. From the video alone, he appeared to be the victim who had acted out of desperation, and even if the individual stabbed 18 times were to perish, it would not constitute excessive self-defense. Shaking his head, Captain Liu called the hospital. "How are the 8 injured individuals faring?" "Severely injured," came the response. They truly underestimated him. Apart from one who was knocked unconscious by a security door and has yet to awaken, the others are all critically hurt, with broken bones. Particularly, one named Li Bin was stabbed 18 times. Had he not received timely medical attention, he would have succumbed to blood loss. After a moment's thought, the caller added, "Remarkably, every stab avoided vital areas." After concluding the call, Captain Liu returned to the interrogation room. Fixing his gaze on Su Yang, "Did I have good news? Li Bin is alive and has been stabilized." His intention was to gauge Su Yang's reaction to this information. However, Su Yang's acting was so proficient that Captain Liu discerned nothing amiss. "Phew," Su Yang exhaled, "as long as no one died, I did not commit murder." "That is a relief. Yet this does not absolve you of the suspicion of wielding a knife." Captain Liu's tone shifted, his eyes gleaming. Su Yang inwardly smirked. "You're trying to intimidate me." Yet he maintained a meek facade, replying, "I was merely defending myself. They were armed, and I could not just stand there and await my demise." "Then how do you explain that they targeted you with knives over a trivial dispute?" Captain Liu pressed further. "They were never upstanding individuals and have bullied the weak repeatedly." Su Yang explained. "Perhaps they heard rumors of my wealth and intended to kidnap me for ransom. The fact that I purchased a villa for 30 million is well known among the residents of Fengyan community. And you may investigate, as a seasoned officer." Captain Liu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him upon hearing Su Yang's responses, that he instinctively sensed something was amiss with the case, but lacked any solid evidence. All indications pointed to Su Yang being innocent. "Now, tell me, as an ordinary person, how did you manage to severely injure 7 armed men?" "Their bones were shattered." Captain Liu's voice rose as he questioned, particularly emphasizing Li Bin, who had been stabbed 18 times, each wound carefully avoiding vital areas. "Do you dare claim this was unintentional?" "Perhaps I am simply naturally strong," Su Yang replied candidly. "Recently, I have been learning self-defense techniques at the gym, and in a moment of crisis, I unleashed my latent strength, resulting in this outcome. Oh, and my instructor, Ning Kai-dai, also resides in Fengyan community. You may verify this. You had better be telling the truth. Captain Liu, feeling he had exhausted his line of questioning, decided to cease the interrogation. That moment, commotion erupted within the precinct as Bai Lu shouted, "My brother Su Yang is innocent. You cannot apprehend him." Bai Lu deliberately raised her voice, ensuring Su Yang could hear her. "Do you know this person?" Captain Liu inquired, as Su Yang shrugged, "that a neighbor from the same building. We're not very close. Perhaps he believes I am wrongfully accused." Before long, Su Yunxi arrived and Su Yang recounted the events. With a knowing smile, she replied, "Leave it to me. Within 24 hours, you shall be free." True to her word, 24 hours later, Su Yang was exonerated and released. "Captain Liu, you're just letting him go like this," Wang Shiqi observed as Su Yang prepared to exit the police station. "This is a serious case. He must be hiding something." Chui Yaching chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "He must have deliberately harmed them." Their words elicited a bemused smile from Su Yang. "What is the matter? Are you two old classmates unwilling to see me acquitted? Evidence must be presented. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation." He gestured towards Su Yunxi beside him. "Isn't it just a few filthy lucre? What is so exceptional about that?" Chui Yaching snorted derisively and turned away. Her eyes filled with animosity. Disregarding her, Su Yang assumed she had been driven mad by jealousy, and he exited with Su Yunxi that he could hardly fathom that if someone he once admired had not reciprocated his feelings, the subsequent years of prosperity would inevitably invoke jealousy. "Enough with the anger," Wang Shiqi remarked, watching Su Yang's retreating figure with a cold gaze, attempting to console Chui Yaching. "Give me a few days. I will discreetly follow him and surely uncover evidence of his crimes. Brother Su Yang, you're safe now." Bai Lu rushed over, proudly asserting, "I knew you were innocent when they questioned me about you. I spoke only highly of you. I waited for you here for a whole day and night, so worried that I couldn't even eat. Get lost." Su Yang spoke with evident irritation, not even casting a glance at the other party, and strode away with Su Yunxi. Bai Lu watched helplessly as Su Yang vanished from sight, pointing at Su Yunxi's retreating figure and cursing. "It must be that wretched woman again, sabotaging my plans and claiming all the credit for herself. And you, Su Yang, useless sycophant, had I known you would treat me this way, I would never have spoken well of you. You deserve to be slain by Li Bin, or even executed." Bai Lu and Lu Su stormed off in anger. "Boss, the two companies you requested have been registered. Is there anything else you would like me to do?" Su Yunxi inquired as she drove. "Help me contact a reliable foreign arms dealer, one with substantial scale," Su Yang remarked, observing Su Yunxi's silhouette. Upon hearing the mention of arms dealers, Su Yunxi's expression shifted, and she fell silent for a long while. This was the second time she had heard her boss utter such words. Initially, she had thought he was merely testing their loyalty, but it turned out he was genuinely intent on procuring arms. Noticing her silence, Su Yang refrained from speaking, quietly watching her, eager to see if she would acquiesce. After all, if this matter were to leak, they would all face dire consequences that he was not in a hurry, allowing her time to contemplate. After a prolonged silence, Su Yunxi finally made up her mind, stating, "All right, once we return, I will make the call." At that moment, a smile graced Su Yang's face as he advised, "Do not make the call domestically. It would be monitored. Contact them from abroad." "Understood." Su Yunxi was taken aback by her young boss's meticulousness. Realizing he had considered this aspect as well, that Su Yang's thoughts were not merely careful. They were astutely thorough in the current landscape. Every phone call and chat application was under surveillance. Discussing matters concerning national security or other serious issues could trigger immediate detection, resulting in a call from the nearest police station for investigation, or even arrest. Given the perilous nature of his undertaking, caution was imperative. Upon hearing Su Yunxi's agreement, both of them exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Yunxi glanced at Su Yang and asked, "Boss, what would you have done if I had refused? To prevent any leaks, I would have had to eliminate you." Su Yang replied without a hint of hesitation. As long as she did not agree, he would risk everything to ensure Su Yunxi was silenced. Rather than displaying the fear one might expect, Su Yunxi smiled gently and said, "Boss, I appreciate your candor. Rest assured, my sister and I will never betray you, that we will spare no effort in fulfilling any task you assign." Su Yang nodded in silence. "Boss, it's getting late. Where shall we head next?" Su Yunxi inquired once more. Chapter 20. Commencing large-scale stockpiling, Su Yang was taken away at midnight and returned at the same hour. The neighbors of Building 24 in Fengyan community had already retired for the night. Leaving him undisturbed, he did not allow Su Yunxi to stay over. Sitting on the sofa, a cold smirk played on his lips as he mused, "Cui Yaqing, Wang Shiqi, regardless of your animosity towards me. As long as you do not interfere with my plans in the next 2 months, I shall refrain from taking action. Should you dare to disrupt me, do not expect me to show any regard for our past friendship." The two had targeted him repeatedly, and even a fool could see their hostility. Yet, Su Yang was not foolish enough to confront 2 police officers that if 2 officers were killed, the entire Jizhou city would be engulfed in a storm of anti-crime operations. For now, he chose to let them be, provided they did not provoke him further, that if they proved to be ungrateful, that would be a different matter. That on March 20th, Su Yang rose early. When he appeared in the community, the neighbors of Building 24 were taken aback. They had not anticipated his swift release. Just as they were about to approach him for small talk, Su Yang's icy glare sent them retreating. They understood he was no longer the easy target he once was, the memory of that night when he faced 7 alone still vivid in their minds. These individuals were inherently cowards, easily intimidated. Su Yang scoffed, disregarding them as he turned to leave. The large-scale online streaming company had been registered and was now operational. Su Yang intended to stockpile resources extensively and had no time to waste on these people. Prior to deciding to stockpile on such a grand scale, he had devised a meticulous plan. Jizhou City was divided into 6 districts: East, South, West, North, High-Tech, and Central City, with a population of 15 million. That all daily necessities and supplies for the city were sourced from various agricultural markets, which in turn obtained their goods from 4 major wholesale markets. These 4 markets encompassed a vast array of products and were strategically located in the 4 cardinal directions of Jizhou City. The first market Su Yang contacted was the mining wholesale market, the closest to his district. "Hello, I am Wei Hongming, the head of the mining wholesale market. How may I assist you?" Su Yang wasted no time in revealing his intentions, that I am looking to establish a large-scale online streaming company and wish to procure a substantial amount of agricultural products, meat and fruits for live sales, that I would like to collaborate with you. How much are you looking to purchase? Wei Hongming promptly inquired. "I require you to supply fresh pork, lamb, beef, various seafood, vegetables, rice, flour, grains, and oil daily, with each category consisting of a minimum of 10,000 jin. While requesting 10,000 jin of each item may seem excessive, it was trivial compared to the daily consumption of an entire city. That Su Yang had previously calculated that, based on the city's population, approximately 22,000 pigs were consumed daily. With each pig averaging 200 jin, the city consumed around 4.4 million jin of pork each day, not accounting for countless fruits and vegetables, for a super large market. Requesting 10,000 jin of each item would hardly burden the city or raise suspicions from authorities. "Are you certain?" the manager asked, his excitement palpable that if what Su Yang claimed was true, he would reap substantial profits. After all, he was merely the head of the market, not its owner. With such a hefty profit at stake, he would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Given the current internet era, live stream selling was widely recognized. Many companies had approached him for similar collaborations, but none had placed orders of this magnitude. That I am not jesting. As long as you can guarantee freshness and quality, we can establish a long-term partnership. Su Yang stated plainly that I will provide a deposit of 20 million yuan. Once you deliver the goods to the designated location, I will pay the remaining balance. Upon receiving the confirmation, Su Yang promptly reached out to the other 3 wholesale market managers, articulating the same intent under the guise of his online streaming company, also offering a deposit. The 4 managers exhibited impressive efficiency, delivering all goods to the warehouse Su Yang had previously rented by noon. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate such a large quantity. After settling the remaining balance, the 4 managers left with beaming faces. They had never engaged in such a lucrative deal before, and Su Yang's prompt payment endeared him to them. "Boss, do you need more supplies tomorrow?" Wei Hongming asked with a smile. "Yes, the same specifications from all 4 of you," Su Yang affirmed, adding sternly, "However, remember to ensure that the goods you deliver are fresh and safe, or I will terminate our collaboration." "Understood, boss. We wouldn't dare to let you down, a benefactor like you." The 4 promised before departing that Su Yang, however, did not move the goods into storage just yet. Instead, he locked the warehouse door and turned to leave. Having sensed someone watching him, it was his former classmate, Wang Shiqi. That a cold smile crept across Su Yang's lips as he leisurely drove towards the upscale shopping district of Jizhou City. Wang Shiqi, puzzled, followed him, eager to uncover his intentions. What he saw made him envious beyond measure. His eyes gleamed with greed that Su Yang purchased everything luxurious: tomahawk steaks, wagyu beef, king crabs, lobsters, caviar, bluefin tuna, and golden caviar, all loaded onto a massive truck. These extravagant items were far beyond Wang Shiqi and Shui Yaqing's means. But Su Yang's shopping spree did not end there. He proceeded to the luxury goods section and bought everything in sight, leaving Wang Shiqi in a state of disbelief and frustration. Why bother monitoring him when he was simply indulging in a life of luxury? Wang Shiqi muttered a curse under his breath and turned away, not due to a lack of desire to monitor, but rather because the other party was exceedingly infuriating that he finally confirmed that Su Yang had indeed become wealthy, and exceedingly so. This realization filled him with an overwhelming sense of jealousy, particularly as his own wife had once favored Su Yang, and now he found himself outshone by him, inciting a deep-seated resentment within that he resolved to wait for an opportune moment to leverage his position to thoroughly deal with Su Yang. With a heavy heart, he departed. Upon noticing the departure, a faint smile graced Su Yang's lips as he understood the motive behind the other's surveillance: pure jealousy. Such individuals cannot bear to witness former acquaintances surpassing them, proving themselves incapable of greatness. That he instructed for supplies to be delivered to the factory, and, having stored the vast quantities of resources that arrived earlier, he made his way to the gym to practice combat techniques with Ning Kaidai. 2 days later, upon encountering Su Yang again, Ning Katie's eyes sparkled with recognition. Having been previously questioned by the police about him, she discovered that they resided in the same community, which fostered a sense of camaraderie. After 3 hours of practice, it became evident that Ning Kaidai was no longer a match for him. They exchanged contact information, and Su Yang returned to the 5-star hotel he had previously booked. After a night's rest, he resumed his relentless accumulation of supplies. Having reached agreements with the heads of the 4 major wholesale markets, he instructed them to deliver goods directly without requiring his presence at the factory. This arrangement afforded him more time to attend to other matters. With the impending apocalypse, temperatures would plummet drastically, falling to -50 or 60 degrees. Even indoor air conditioning would prove ineffective. The most reliable source of warmth would be a fireplace, which he ensured was included in the nuclear bomb-proof fortress constructed by the Jianlong Security Group. The optimal fuels for the fireplace would be smokeless coal and wood. Additionally, he anticipated power outages occurring approximately half a month into the apocalypse, lasting half an hour to an hour each day, which would be insufficient. His fortress would require a substantial power supply, necessitating the procurement of numerous large, silent generators or batteries. That Su Yang thus purchased a considerable number of generators and batteries for future contingencies. However, the procurement of gasoline posed a significant headache. Both coal and gasoline were national strategic resources, making large-scale domestic purchases virtually impossible, especially with gasoline, if one attempted to buy even a small container at a gas station without driving there. They would face rigorous scrutiny, needing to provide their name, ID number, and phone number, lest someone misuse the flammable material for nefarious purposes. Yet Su Yang was undeterred that he began by sourcing smokeless coal from manufacturers across Jizhou City, carefully regulating each purchase to avoid suspicion, albeit making frequent transactions. That he also procured wood from various timber markets. With the government imposed no restrictions as for gasoline, he leveraged his large logistics company to buy dozens of large delivery trucks under the guise of future freight transport. These trucks, typically used for long-distance shipping, boasted substantial fuel tanks, capable of holding 1,000 liters of gasoline. Su Yang hired dozens of individuals, instructing them to drive to various gas stations in Jizhou City each day, rotating stations to minimize the risk of drawing attention. Upon their return, he would siphon the gasoline from the tanks into his storage. Thus, for several consecutive days, he successfully stockpiled coal, wood, and gasoline, all while collaborating with the 4 major wholesalers who inundated him with survival supplies. His expenditure was staggering, with daily outflows exceeding 10 billion. Since the day Wang Shiqi was driven away by his ostentatious display of wealth, he had not reappeared, much to Su Yang's relief, as his absence spared him unnecessary complications. Su Yang was already aware that both Wang Shiqi and Shui Yaching harbored ill intentions towards him, and he had no time to deal with them at present. Once the ice and snow apocalypse descended, he planned to eliminate them both. Anyone who bore hostility towards him must be eradicated. After all, there was no reason to leave potential threats for future consideration. Time passed swiftly, and half a month slipped by. With 2 months remaining until the arrival of the ice apocalypse, Su Yang's account still held 100 billion that he halted his stockpiling of coal and gasoline, instructing the wholesale market heads to temporarily cease deliveries. He had an exceedingly important task ahead, a journey to Shu province that he recalled a news story he had seen on television regarding a national industrial assessment that uncovered a company in Shu province responsible for designing and manufacturing the renowned dual-tail Scorpion drone. Due to its exceptional performance, the government had appropriated it, transforming it into a drone bomber. Thus, Su Yang sought to test his fortune in acquiring some, understanding that while military-grade drones were out of reach, civilian models could be procured and potentially modified later. The existence of a nuclear bomb-proof fortress made the dual-tail Scorpion drone a crucial element for his survival during the apocalypse, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. It would position him favorably against any adversaries. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would simply deploy the drone bomber to obliterate them. With this in mind, he resolved to conduct an industrial assessment of his own and boarded a flight to Shu province without hesitation. Upon landing, he hurried to the company responsible for the drone's design and production. Mr. Su, may I inquire about your intended use for our drones? Asked the product manager, eyeing Su Yang with curiosity. Their dual-tail Scorpion drones had gained worldwide acclaim, and they were wary of them falling into the hands of those who might repurpose them for bombing missions. They were particularly cautious of those who could be deemed traitorous. Thus, the company only sold drones to clients with a clean domestic background. Leaving military procurement to the relevant authorities, I've registered a logistics company and plan to merge all logistics enterprises nationwide, creating the largest unmanned logistics company in the country. Su Yang replied with a smile. Naturally, I intend to purchase drones for delivery purposes. The product manager nodded, noting the absence of any deceitful signs on Su Yang's face. After all, they had already acquired his information, aware of his inheritance of 100 billion in assets and the establishment of a large logistics company. It appeared he genuinely aimed to expand in the logistics sector. Do you have any specific requirements for our dual-tail Scorpion drones? The product manager inquired, eager to discern any particular desires Su Yang might have. Service was paramount to them, as a satisfied client could potentially lead to multiple orders. Not too many requirements. Su Yang pondered before asking, is your drone stable in low-temperature conditions? Our company's logistics will primarily focus on delivering to every corner of the nation, competing with postal services, and we need it to be faster. We are particularly concerned about performance in winter, as temperatures in the north can be quite low. Su Yang spoke with the confidence of an ambitious entrepreneur. The product manager listened intently before replying with a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Su, our dual-tail Scorpion drones are certified by the state. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't procure from us. You need not worry about quality. They can operate normally even in temperatures as low as -80 or 90 degrees. Then I can rest easy, Su Yang nodded, his primary concern being the drone's functionality in frigid temperatures. It would be futile to invest heavily, only to find it rendered useless in the icy apocalypse. How far can this drone fly? Su Yang inquired next. Through continuous iterations and improvements, our triple-engine dual-tail Scorpion drone can fly up to 4,000 kilometers. The product manager responded proudly. Didn't I read that it could fly 8,000 kilometers? Su Yang frowned. That refers to military use. Missions are typically designed with the understanding that they may not return. The product manager clarified. The 4,000 kilometers I mentioned is for one-way travel. Returning would indeed total 8,000 kilometers. Oh, I see. Su Yang feigned understanding. It seems R.SUIS&T entirely familiar with our large drone. The product manager chuckled. Allow me to provide a detailed introduction. For instance, our latest triple-engine dual-tail Scorpion drone weighs 3.25 tons, with a payload capacity of 1.5 tons, allowing for a round-trip distance of 8,000 kilometers. It boasts a flight endurance of 40 hours and can reach altitudes of 10,000 meters. Its cruising speed exceeds 380 kilometers per hour and is equipped with a precise delivery system, enabling it to drop cargo at designated locations without needing to land. After the product manager concluded his introduction, he quietly gazed at Su Yang, exclaiming, "It can only carry 1.5 tons." Although Su Yang was undoubtedly astounded by such impressive capabilities, he feigned a hint of disappointment that Mr. Su, "We are aware of your relentless pursuit of perfection and your high standards regarding load capacity." The product manager quickly elaborated. "However, 1.5 tons is currently the maximum capacity available. Perhaps you are not fully aware of the significance of this weight. Let me illustrate it for you. Once our relevant departments procure and modify the drones, they will be capable of carrying 12 precision-guided missiles, which can strike targets up to 1,000 kilometers away. A 1.5-ton payload is no small feat. If you require the transportation of larger quantities, we can deploy 3, 5, or even 10 drones simultaneously. With so many taking off together, won't they collide?" Su Yang inquired, a note of concern in his voice. "Not at all. Our tri-engine, dual-tail Scorpion drones are designed for intelligent swarm control. Once you issue a command, they can form a squadron and reach your designated location." The product manager continued. "Should you find the load capacity still unsatisfactory, we can custom design larger drones for you, although it may take some time." "No need for that. I want this model." He did not have the luxury of waiting. "Mr. Su, how many do you intend to purchase?" The product manager inquired eagerly. "That if you buy in bulk, we currently have a promotional discount of 20. "Then I'll take 100. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "That should suffice for my company." The product manager was momentarily taken aback by the quantity, but soon could no longer contain his inner joy. Clearly, this was a significant client. "Mr. Su, our tri-engine dual-tail Scorpion drones are priced at 8 million each, totaling 800 million for 100 units. With the discount, it comes to 640 million. "Not a problem. Let us proceed with the payment." Su Yang agreed readily. Money was not a concern for him. If not for the fear of raising suspicions, he would have purchased even more. He envisioned buying 1,000 drones, but practicality dictated a more measured approach. After all, where would he store them? While they could be kept in a designated space, acquiring such a vast quantity would raise eyebrows. "Delivery will be made to your specified location in Jizhou City within 5 days. The product manager beamed upon seeing the payment confirmed, personally escorting him to the company entrance. "By the way, your drones won't be vulnerable to hacking, will they?" Su Yang suddenly recalled this pressing concern before departing. If they were compromised, there could be a risk of hijacking. Rest assured, the control systems are independent and impervious to such intrusions. The product manager assured him quickly that that's good to know. "That if they perform well, I shall consider further purchases from your company." Su Yang exhaled in relief. "Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration." They shook hands, and Su Yang departed. Having secured a major deal, he finally felt a sense of ease. He indulged in a lavish spree of local delicacies, fruits, hot pot, and snacks in Shu province before boarding a flight to Hui province. With the large drone secured, it was only fitting to acquire some corresponding accessories. He had learned that a company in Hui province had developed a type of paint initially intended for automotive use, which rendered vehicles invisible to speed detection radars. Later, during an industrial inspection, it was discovered by the authorities and repurposed as stealth coating for bombers, marking a significant leap in the stealth technology of the Great Xia's fighter jets. That Su Yang's visit was aimed at obtaining this paint, while also stockpiling local culinary delights and fruits. If he could acquire this paint to coat the newly purchased dual-tail Scorpion drones, they would evade detection by satellites and radars. Having survived a month in a post-apocalyptic world, he was acutely aware that, despite frequent power outages, network and communication signals persisted, likely due to numerous operational base stations and servers. That it was probable that satellites continued to function as well. That if satellites detected his possession of large, unmanned bombers, it would spell trouble. That he had no desire to face reckoning after the end of the cold ice apocalypse. Acquiring the paint turned out to be simpler than anticipated. The company had previously sold it in large quantities, but was later fined by the relevant authorities due to peer reports. Eventually, it was requisitioned by the state. That Su Yang had assumed it would be difficult to procure, but found it remarkably easy. He managed to obtain a modest quantity without effort. After a successful shopping spree in Hui province, he floated away, setting his sights on his next destination, Yu province, where a drone company ranked first in the world resided. Renowned globally, many countries procured their products for military modifications due to their exceptional quality, capturing 80% of the global drone market share. Although they only sold to civilians in the Great Xia, thus not appearing on military procurement lists, Su Yang remained untroubled on the surface. Even so, he employed his usual approach. I wish to establish a large-scale unmanned logistics company and utilize drones for courier services that I'm curious if your offerings align with my requirements. Chapter 23. Intelligent Drone Swarms and All-Terrain Intelligent Vehicles. Mr. Su, you've made the right choice in selecting us, Li Jing, the female manager of the drone company, declared. Our drones are world-renowned, and you need not worry about quality or control. Our company typically handles heavier deliveries. Are your load capacities adequate? Su Yang inquired, his unease apparent. You needn't fret about that. We have a model specifically designed for courier services. Li Jing replied with a smile. This drone can carry up to 100 kilograms. When fully charged, it can remain airborne for 40 hours and reach altitudes of 1,500 meters. Not only is it suitable for deliveries, but it's also capable of agricultural spraying. I plan to contract several thousand acres for crop cultivation and hypervents. Su Yang inquired further. Considering the prevalence of wild boars there, I'm curious if you have any effective methods for driving them away during winter. That's quite straightforward. We can equip you with an active phased array radar. Li Jing contemplated before responding. This radar can monitor all activities in the fields, identifying the presence of wild boars or humans. Once you set it up, the radar will issue alerts upon detection, prompting the drone to automatically take flight for herding. It's a highly intelligent system that requires no additional control once programmed. Not only can it identify wild boars, but it can also precisely recognize humans. With such frigid temperatures and hypervents, will the drone's equipment still function? Su Yang's face reflected concern. What if the system suffers from network intrusion? Our drones operate flawlessly in temperatures as low as -7 or 8 degrees. Network intrusion is out of the question. Our systems are entirely independent. Li Jing answered without hesitation. Very well, I shall place an order with your company. Su Yang feigned a magnanimous tone. And how many units do you intend to order? Mr. Tsu, Li Jing inquired, eyeing him keenly. Our drones come equipped with intelligent systems and can operate in swarms. 10 drones per group, 100 form a cluster, and 1,000 create a large-scale swarm. It's simple to operate. Just input your commands, and they will autonomously complete your tasks, making deliveries convenient and enabling various drone displays. Eager for a sale, she elaborated on the features and advantages of their drones. Wait a moment. Su Yang interrupted, then added, I have one last question. Did I read online that drones can carry autonomous intelligent electronic dogs? Can yours do that? I worry that relying solely on drones might not effectively drive away wild boars. It would be ideal to have electronic dogs as well. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was elated at the prospect of additional business, quickly responding, absolutely. We have successfully integrated drone and electronic dog capabilities. Upon receiving commands, the drones can not only complete their tasks but also airdrop electronic dogs to assist in executing missions. These electronic dogs are intelligent, capable of following directives independently or being manually controlled. Moreover, they are impervious to external hacking and manipulation. Excellent. I'll take 100,000 of each. Su Yang finally felt reassured, emphasizing they will complement each other perfectly. The price for each drone is 58,000, and we'll charge you 15,000 for each intelligent electronic dog as we collaborate with a company in Hangzhou. Li Jing swiftly calculated. 100,000 drones and 100,000 electronic dogs will total 7.3 billion. Su Yang, ever decisive in settling his bills, found that the funds in his card were nearly depleted. However, he remained unfazed, as ample resources were still available overseas. The stocks of Su Tian Group had been sold. And with the additional 20 billion USD from his second uncle, along with the 50 billion USD he had retained in his offshore accounts, he possessed a total of 214 billion USD, which converted to RMB amounted to a staggering 1,498 billion. Su Muyu was still overseas, ever ready to heed his commands. Should he find himself financially constrained, a mere phone call would suffice. And within 10 minutes, funds would be transferred. The drones and electronic dogs he procured were not overly large, and even with a substantial quantity, they could be discreetly stored without raising suspicion. After successfully completing his procurement in Guangdong province, Su Yang sought out a company specializing in laser equipment, acquiring a significant number of devices intended for installation on the drones and electronic dogs as weapons. Subsequently, he approached a domestic firm that produced unmanned boats, which had also achieved a level of cluster capability and were utilized by the military. Outfitted with missiles, they could charge ahead with formidable power, Su Yang contemplated that should he venture out to sea one day and encounter danger, these vessels might prove invaluable. While customizing the unmanned boats, he learned that these crafts could navigate not only in temperate waters but also on ice, making them ideally suited for his needs. Following this, he invested $40 billion in a luxurious yacht, modifying it to break through ice and withstand the impact of standard missiles. Upon completion of these endeavors, he had numerous shelters constructed in the factory to conceal 100 large dual-tailed Scorpion drones. He also secured the delivery of 100,000 drones and 100,000 electronic dogs within a hidden space, before setting off once more to his final destination, a domestic company manufacturing all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicles. Mr. Su, our all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicles not only feature autonomous driving, but can also be controlled manually. They can scale slopes of 70 degrees, traverse snowy mountains, and ascend plateaus, with the capability to turn in place. Aside from sheer cliffs, they can handle any terrain: jungles, shallow waters, deserts, snowy landscapes, and marshes with ease. The rear is equipped with propellers, allowing for swift navigation in water. Additionally, they can overcome obstacles up to 1 meter in height. With a top speed of 100 kilometers per hour and a full tank, enabling a range of approximately 400 kilometers, they boast an effective payload of 1,100 kilograms. Capable of carrying up to 6 individuals of 1 meter 80 in height, perfect for delivering packages, and even without cargo, they excel at transporting personnel. A staff member enthusiastically extolled the vehicle's virtues, even with all 4 tires punctured. It maintains full speed. Whether in sub-zero or scorching temperatures, its functionality remains unaffected. Moreover, it can be customized at will. Our nation has adapted these vehicles into various lightweight weapon launchers and unmanned control platforms, equipping them with 12.7mm machine guns, 35mm grenade launchers, 107mm rocket launchers, and 120mm howitzers, alongside small anti-aircraft missiles, multi-purpose missiles, and anti-tank missiles. The media had long reported on these modifications, leaving no secrets concealed. This was merely to showcase the excellence of their all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicles. Once the presentation concluded, Su Yang did not hesitate to spend $100 billion to acquire 1,000 units. Remarkably, these vehicles offered a better cost-performance ratio than the dual-tailed Scorpion drones, despite lacking flight capabilities. They were replete with functions. Su Yang could not help but marvel at how prosperous the Great Xia had become, with just the array of private enterprises capable of producing formidable weapons and advanced technological equipment. The items he had procured would serve as his foundation for survival in the impending icy apocalypse. Thus, after the passage of another half-month, Su Yang received a message from Su Yunxi, "Boss, your passport for overseas travel has been prepared." This was a coded message they had established for the sake of security, indicating that the arms dealer had been successfully contacted. Su Yang visited Su Yunxi's home for a meeting, where she informed him that the arms dealer operated on a grand scale in the Bear Nation, boasting substantial military connections. Previously, he had been pursued during an overseas venture and was saved by Su Tianchong, a debt he had not forgotten, thus making him relatively trustworthy. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang mused internally. Trustworthy or not, how many who engage in such business are genuinely reliable? It's all driven by profit. As long as the benefits offered are substantial enough, trustworthiness is assured. Let us hope there are no occurrences of treachery. After much contemplation, Su Yang resolved to take the plunge. The following morning, armed with the passport arranged by Su Yunxi, he departed, first boarding a flight to He Province. At present, He Province and the Bear Nation shared open borders, with many from the latter crossing over for shopping and dining. Su Yang crossed the border with minimal scrutiny and arrived in the Bear Nation, where Su Yunxi's contact awaited him. A sharp-eyed elder, in his 60s, accompanied by several formidable-looking men, approached Su Yang with warmth. "You must be Su Yang, grandson of old Master Su. I am Trilovsky. Your grandfather once saved my life." The translator conveyed the message, and Su Yang nodded with a smile, shaking hands, though he remained vigilant, noting the presence of weaponry among the imposing men. Climbing into the elder's vehicle, they journeyed towards a concealed base. Trilovsky was remarkably affable, engaging Su Yang in conversation along the way, while Su Yang maintained a watchful eye on the scenery outside, meticulously memorizing the route. Although it was nearly May, the proximity of the Bear Nation to the Arctic rendered the weather somewhat chilly. As they passed Lake Baikal, Su Yang became lost in thought, gazing at the expansive waters. After over 4 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the base. Upon entering, Su Yang felt as though he had stepped into a sea of firearms, with an array of weaponry on display. AK-47s, submachine guns, the flame-spewing Gatling guns, handguns, grenades, and landmines, all arranged in boxes, accompanied by an assortment of ammunition. An overwhelming sight. "What do you think, Mr. Su?" Trolovsky inquired proudly. "Are these items to your liking?" "Indeed, they are precisely what I seek," Su Yang affirmed, then added. "But these appear to be rather outdated, that I've heard that you sell these by the pile, and one could acquire a heap for a mere several $100,000. He gestured toward the stacks of firearms. "And ammunition is included, just as expected from the grandson of old Master Su. You possess a keen business acumen," Trolovsky commended, raising his thumb before shifting the topic. "That was in the past. Now the situation has changed. You are aware that since last year, we have encountered some conflicts, and these are the very supplies our frontline soldiers are using. Therefore, such equipment is now in high demand, and prices have skyrocketed. A pile now costs $1 million. Su Yang was well aware of the events transpiring between the two nations, having followed the news, and recognized Trolovsky's words as truthful. He had no intention of haggling, but instead looked at Trolovsky and stated, "I am not here simply for these items. I require superior quality." "Superior quality, indeed," Trolovsky replied with a slight smile, leading Su Yang further inside. Within a vast warehouse, exceptional weaponry was on display. Su Yang picked up a sniper rifle, captivated, inspecting it closely. This is the M200 sniper rifle, recognized as the most accurate sniper rifle in the world, measuring 1.18 meters in length and weighing 14 kilograms. Perhaps due to your lineage, Trolovsky remained by Su Yang's side, personally introducing the weapon. This rifle accommodates 10.36 millimeters ammunition, capable of striking targets as small as a coin from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Upon completion of the introduction, Su Yang felt an urge to test the weapon. Trolovsky gestured for someone to bring a magazine, then pointed toward a distant target that Su Yang aimed and fired 5 or 6 shots, all hitting the bullseye, the recoil hardly affecting him, which left Trolovsky utterly astonished. "How many do you have?" Su Yang inquired. "100. Came the response that I'll take them all," Su Yang declared, placing the M200 sniper rifle down. Just as the translation concluded, several individuals emerged to pack 100 M200 sniper rifles into boxes, alongside numerous crates of matching ammunition. At this moment, Su Yang picked up an even longer sniper rifle. Trolovsky continued his introduction. The Macmillan TAC, measuring 1.45 meters in length and weighing 11.8 kilograms, accommodates 12.7 millimeters ammunition with near supersonic projectile velocity. The longest confirmed kill was achieved at 3.5 kilometers on the battlefield. Due to wind speed and gravitational effects, the bullet took approximately 10 seconds to reach its target. "Same order, 100 units, Su Yang responded. Once again, someone commenced the process of packing. Su Yang grasped his most familiar Barrett sniper rifle anew. The Barrett sniper rifle, measuring 1.44 meters in length and weighing 14.8 kilograms, boasts a maximum effective range of 2.5 kilometers, characterized by its extensive reach, remarkable precision, and formidable power. It employs 12.7 millimeters caliber ammunition, capable of both single and automatic fire, universally acknowledged as the king of sniper rifles. The Croatian RT-2, a 20 millimeters caliber anti-material sniper rifle, is capable of targeting armored vehicles as well as helicopters. It can obliterate targets with protective capabilities from a distance of 2 kilometers. The recoil of this weapon is astounding. When fired, propellant gases are expelled backward. It is imperative that no walls, vehicles, or friendly forces are positioned behind the shooter. The shooter must lie on their left side to avoid accidental injury. After Trolovsky introduced yet another high-powered sniper rifle, he observed Su Yang picking up another and immediately remarked, "What you see now is an anti-material sniper rifle, measuring 1.8 meters in length and weighing 31 kilograms. Possessing formidable firepower, this rifle utilizes 20 millimeters caliber ammunition, loading not bullets, but 20 millimeters anti-aircraft shells. Its effective range is capable of eliminating targets with protective capabilities from 2.3 kilometers away, whether they be vehicles, aircraft, or fuel depots. None can withstand the force of this weapon." The final sniper rifle, named the Anxiao Monster, is also a 20mm caliber anti-material sniper rifle, extending 2 meters in length and weighing 31 kilograms, equipped with 14.7mm armor-piercing rounds. It can penetrate armored vehicles, tanks, and other fortified steel structures. Its maximum precision range reaches 4.5 kilometers. Su Yang gently caressed the rifle's body, its texture reminiscent of encountering a woman's cold yet smooth skin. These are treasures that captivate the hearts of men. How could one not be enamored? I want 100 of each. Su Yang's eyes sparkled. Today, I shall take them all. Chapter 25. Powerful high-tech combat equipment. Torlovsky instructed his subordinates to pack all the sniper rifles that caught Su Yang's eye. Each one would be accompanied by an abundant supply of ammunition. Once the packing was completed, Su Yang inquired, "How much?" $20 million. Torlovsky replied, extending 2 fingers. No negotiation. The combined price of the sniper rifles and ammunition hardly justifies such an expense. Yet it is not exorbitantly high. Take the Barrett, for instance. As manufactured in the United States, one typically retails for around $12,000 domestically. When Torlovsky procured them, the price was certainly higher, and selling to Su Yang would yield a profit. Even at a transaction price of $30,000 per rifle, 100 would amount to $3 million, not including the vast quantity of ammunition provided. Moreover, acquiring such a diverse array of sniper rifles in one location is rather impractical. This explains why many prefer to spend substantial sums on the black market for arms, as such items are often priceless. Thus, even though 20 million may seem steep for hundreds of such powerful sniper rifles and countless rounds of ammunition, it does not constitute extortion. Su Yang refrained from bargaining, addressing Torlovsky. "Provide me with an account. And may I borrow your phone?" For security reasons, he had no intention of using his own device. After receiving a phone from Torlovsky, Su Yang promptly dialed Su Muyu, who was in the New Nation. "Transfer $20 million to this account." Without hesitation, Su Muyu executed the transfer to the provided account. Su Yang's decision to pay up front subtly conveyed to Torlovsky that he was financially capable of acquiring what was prepared for him, while also serving as a reminder to refrain from any nefarious intentions. Otherwise, finding such an agreeable client in the future would prove challenging. Indeed, upon witnessing the funds deposited, Torlovsky became even more cordial. A buyer who does not haggle, purchases in bulk, and pays up front before taking possession is a rarity. He must seize this opportunity. With a smile on his face, Torlovsky said, "Mr. Su, I have even better items here. Would you care to take a look?" How could Su Yang decline such an invitation? His purpose for this visit was to procure weapons, particularly those with immense destructive capabilities, having yet to acquire any missiles. Leaving prematurely was out of the question. Shortly thereafter, Torlovsky guided Su Yang to another warehouse. This warehouse was not particularly large. Rather, it resembled a collection hall, housing items that Torlovsky cherished, including firearms from World War I, World War II machine guns, and battered helmets, alongside some medieval paintings and armor. Su Yang was puzzled as to why he was brought to this location. "Mr. Su, please take a look at this set of equipment." Just as he was about to speak, Torlovsky pointed to a set of sleek black combat gear. "This is a high-tech combat suit developed by our nation. It is crafted from nanomaterials, making it not only incredibly soft but also remarkably resilient. It can withstand knife slashes and fire without sustaining damage. Even bullets fired from an AK-47 at close range are deflected." Su Yang touched the combat suit, which felt as smooth and soft as ordinary clothing. Yet he harbored doubts. Is this not merely standard attire? Torlovsky, sensing his skepticism, smiled without offering an explanation. That he took an exceptionally sharp knife from one of his subordinates and struck the fabric repeatedly in the same spot. After a dozen strikes, the combat suit bore not a single mark. Subsequently, Torlovsky had his subordinate produce a flamethrower, subjecting the suit to several minutes of intense heat, yet it remained unchanged when he unleashed a barrage from an AK-47 upon it. The combat suit continued to appear as pristine as before, with not a single bullet mark left behind. "Mr. Su, this combat suit can withstand temperatures exceeding 300 degrees, and even an extreme cold of minus 120 degrees. The wearer remains unaffected. Moreover, it is lightweight, providing comfort akin to wearing ordinary clothing. This combat suit appears impressive, yet it must possess a critical flaw, does it not?" Su Yang pondered briefly before asking. "Even if it can endure both high and low temperatures and is bulletproof." Its thinness would render it unable to withstand blunt force trauma. If I were to strike a wearer of this suit with a hammer, they would likely sustain severe injuries, if not fatal ones. Even if I were to unleash a torrent of bullets from an AK-47 at someone clad in this suit, they would still suffer, even if the bullets do not penetrate, correct? Su Yang chuckled and added, nevertheless, its merits outweigh its shortcomings. Should our forces don this combat suit, it would significantly reduce casualties. Clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Torlovsky applauded appreciatively. Truly, you are the heir of M. R.S.U. Tianchong. Your insight is remarkably keen, Torlovsky commended. You have identified its one and only drawback. However, this is merely a close combat suit. He continued to explain. It was designed to ensure the safety of our soldiers during close-quarters combat. It can also be utilized for perilous battlefield tasks and assaults. In fact, there is an outer suit that complements this combat suit. Torlovsky gestured, and his subordinate produced a heavily armored combat suit, gleaming with metallic luster. This outer suit can endure blunt force impacts. As long as it is not struck by armor-piercing rounds, standard bullets will not penetrate. It significantly enhances the survival and combat capabilities of soldiers. Originally, our nation designed such combat suits to counter the United States strategy of elite warfare, equipping soldiers to the teeth to achieve a 1-to-10 or even 1-to-100 ratio. However, with your nation emerging rapidly and developing unmanned combat weapons, even the most elite individual equipment cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of drones. The United States has abandoned such a combat strategy, and we have followed suit. Furthermore, due to the exorbitant production costs of such combat suits, they cannot be mass-produced, rendering them a burden for a nation of our size. I believe this would still be beneficial to you, Mr. Su. Torlovsky smiled at Su Yang. How much for a set? Su Yang inquired. How many sets do you have? One complete set includes both the inner and outer suits. Torlovsky responded. Each set costs $5 million, and I only have 10 sets available. I'll take them all, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Su Yang decisively instructed Su Muyu to transfer the funds once more. Just as Torlovsky had mentioned, such combat suits would be advantageous for him. In critical moments, these high-tech combat suits could be life-saving. Even without Torlovsky mentioning the outer layer that could withstand blunt force impacts. Su Yang had already been tempted by the inner suit that it felt akin to wearing ordinary clothing, capable of deflecting conventional weapons and offering bulletproof protection while remaining resistant to extreme heat and the bitter cold of -120 degrees. Was this not a divine artifact for survival in a frozen apocalypse? Why not acquire an additional item for preserving life? After the 10 sets of high-tech combat suits were packed, Su Yang turned to Torlovsky and asked, Do you have missiles here? Chapter 26. The main attraction. Various missiles indeed. Torlovsky, having recognized Su Yang's financial prowess, replied readily. We have a wide variety available. The individual was led into a vast subterranean chamber, where an array of missiles and weaponry lay on display. Overwhelming his senses, that Su Yang found himself before a formidable artillery piece, reminiscent of a Gatling gun, but boasting a far larger caliber. Instantly captivated, he recognized it as a close-in weapon system. Torlovsky explained. This cannon is equipped with precise detection radar, integrating targeting and strike capabilities, allowing for rapid identification of incoming missiles. It automatically locks on and engages, capable of firing 15,000 rounds per minute until the target is neutralized. Typically deployed for near-Earth defense or on large naval vessels. How much? Su Yang inquired without hesitation. $0.1 million per unit, Torlovsky replied. Very well, I'll take 100, Su Yang declared, then proceeded to request various other missile types, including those with ranges of 2 to 300 kilometers and 5 to 600 kilometers, ordering substantial quantities of each. Torlovsky and his subordinates were left astonished, while they were aware of his wealth. They had not anticipated such extravagance, purchasing missiles as if they were mere cabbages. Ultimately, Torlovsky grew somewhat apprehensive about the volume of arms being acquired, cautioning, Mr. Su, I do not oppose your purchase of such a vast arsenal. But you must remember, you must never resell them to hostile entities. Should this be discovered, we would both face dire consequences. Torlovsky's gaze was cold and sharp, sweeping over Su Yang like a blade. He feared the sale of munitions, particularly powerful missiles, to adversarial forces, as that would spell trouble. No amount of intervention from higher authorities could safeguard him. Selling to others? I would be a fool to do that. Su Yang thought to himself with a smirk, reassuring Trilovsky, "Rest assured, while I may be audacious, I am not foolish enough to court danger." "Very well." Trilovsky sensed the sincerity and relaxed somewhat. "Are there any other, more formidable missiles available?" Su Yang then inquired. Indeed, the other party led him to a towering missile, proclaiming, "This is a bunker buster with a range of 1,500 kilometers. It features high-precision positioning technology capable of penetrating 40 meters of rock and 60 meters of defensive structures. Upon detonation, it generates temperatures reaching 4,500 degrees, sufficient to level buildings over 20 stories high. Here we have precision-guided missiles, capable of locking onto and tracking targets, hailed as the bane of warships and fighter jets. Their range is 2,000 kilometers. They're also the most powerful and sought-after missile on the arms market, produced by only two nations worldwide, our motherland and your Great Xia. However, our manufacturing lacks the precision you possess. This is the hypersonic missile, available here with a range of 2,000 kilometers, achieving speeds of 10 times the speed of sound, often dubbed the uninterceptable missile." After Trilovsky had detailed all the high-power, long-range missiles, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning to clear the entire inventory. Yet he was aware of the impracticality of such a desire. With such high-speed, powerful missiles, he felt unperturbed by any future adversaries. A mere 10 or 20 meters of inaccuracy was inconsequential when a single button could assure the enemy's demise. That he procured substantial quantities of various missile types: bunker busters, precision-guided missiles, hypersonic missiles, torpedoes, and an assortment of other high-impact munitions, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. With ample funds at his disposal, he thought it foolish not to purchase that as the impending apocalypse loomed. Any wealth saved would serve no purpose. With these weapons of mass destruction at his disposal, he might find them invaluable during the end times. While he could conceal his stockpiling from others, it would be harder to hide it from the heads of the four major wholesale markets where he procured his supplies. What if they divulged the information to others? His enemies would only multiply. Even with a nuclear bomb-proof fortress, he could not remain confined forever. Thus, he reasoned, it was better to take the offensive than to rely solely on defense. If those individuals left him undisturbed, all would be well, but if they dared provoke him, these armaments were intended for them. All terror stemmed from insufficient firepower. With these assets, Su Yang would harbor no fear. Alone in the apocalypse, he would constitute a formidable force. Even if he never utilized them, surely he could relish in their collection. With a quiet chuckle, Su Yang subsequently purchased a vast array of RPG launchers, various explosives, and an endless supply of ammunition, that he even acquired every firearm, grenade, and landmine priced at $100,000 each. All of it, he concluded his shopping spree with a dozen tanks. With his current arsenal, he could easily equip and overpower the armed forces of a medium-sized nation, particularly one of considerable standing. Mr. Su, the total for your arms amounts to $150 billion, Trilovsky's secretary reported after tallying the figures. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Given Su Yang's previous lavish expenditures, Trilovsky had anticipated a significant procurement, but never to this extent. The entirety of the motherland's annual military sales did not match this sum, marking a monumental windfall for him. Not only would he reap substantial profits, but he would also earn prestige among the upper echelons. That I will transfer 20 billion as a deposit. Ensure all missiles are delivered and securely hidden by Lake Baikal. After I conduct my inspection, I will settle the remaining balance. This time, Su Yang refrained from transferring the entire sum at once, wary of potential betrayal. Should he pay in full and receive nothing in return? Where could he seek redress? Mr. Su, let us clarify things up front. Trilovsky said earnestly that we are solely responsible for delivering and concealing the arms by Lake Baikal. How you transport them afterward is entirely your concern. Should you find yourself apprehended, we bear no responsibility. Rest assured, I will devise a method to transport them back, and not a single cent will be spared. Su Yang replied, his expression unwavering. You need only follow my instructions. Mr. Su, would you like nuclear warheads? Just say the word, and I can procure them for you. They are priced at $100 billion each, and within 6 months, they can be yours, Trilovsky eagerly proposed. His gaze fixed on Su Yang's impressive display of wealth. Su Yang paused. then jested, "Is the motherland so impoverished that it resorts to selling such devastating weapons for the sake of national revenue?" Of course, Trolovsky chuckled. However, he ultimately declined. The nuclear weapon, an exceedingly rare and universally feared armament, was not something he could afford to sell lightly. What kind of adversary warranted such a measure? The risks were far too great. Especially with the apocalypse looming just over a month away. He could not afford to wait 6 months. Chapter 27. Securing the entire Lake Baikal, after remitting the deposit, Su Yang departed with a considerable cache of weaponry. He took with him previously paid for sniper rifles, advanced combat gear, a plethora of firearms and ammunition, along with rocket artillery, landmines, grenades, and tanks. These items were loaded onto several hundred semi-trailer trucks, all covered with tarps. Though the logistics were conspicuous, Su Yang felt no trepidation. Trolovsky, being a well-connected arms dealer, had likely arranged for smooth passage through various checkpoints, ensuring no one would question them. Moreover, the sparsely populated Siberian region meant encounters with others would be few and far between. Upon arrival at Lake Baikal, he instructed Trolovsky's men to depart. Once he confirmed the area was clear, Su Yang transported the munitions and semi-trailer trucks into his spatial realm. Then, he approached the lakeshore and opened the portal to his space. A powerful suction emerged, forming a massive whirlpool on the surface of Lake Baikal, drawing boundless water into his realm. Remarkable! Su Yang gasped, swiftly closing the portal to halt the water intake. His initial experiment confirmed that his spatial capabilities could indeed absorb the lake's waters, instilling him with confidence. However, the timing was not yet right. Draining the lake completely would undoubtedly attract significant attention. What then would become of the missiles he purchased? It would be prudent to wait until they were delivered before emptying the lake. For safety reasons, Su Yang opted not to stay at the accommodations arranged by Trolovsky. Instead, he found a hotel near the Great Xiao border. For 3 days, he generally remained indoors, aware that while the Northern Bear citizens appeared welcoming to the Great Xiao people, some specifically targeted solitary travelers for robbery, particularly those who strayed from the main groups. Though he personally was not concerned about being robbed, given his capabilities, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. That it was not until 3 days later that he received the news. The goods had arrived. The message was sent to the mobile phone he had borrowed from Trolovsky, prompting him to check immediately. As Su Yang finally emerged from the hotel, he made his way towards the shores of Lake Baikal. At that moment, the vast expanse surrounding the lake was devoid of any human presence. After an extensive search, Su Yang eventually discovered a concealed location where various models of missiles had been delivered. Once he confirmed their integrity, he promptly stored them within his spatial dimension. That he then retrieved the mobile phone given to him by the other party and called Su Muyu to transfer the remaining funds. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Trolovsky, expressing pleasant cooperation. He then commenced the process of extracting water from Lake Baikal, which soon manifested as a colossal whirlpool, with water rushing frantically into his spatial realm. 5 hours later, the world's largest freshwater lake lay completely desiccated. Gazing down at the lakebed, Su Yang beheld a vast platform etched with intricate bagua symbols. Perhaps due to its prolonged submersion, the platform could no longer withstand the immense pressure, resulting in a network of cracks resembling a spider's web marring the bagua design. Su Yang felt as though he were hallucinating, sensing a chilling aura emanating from beneath the bagua pattern. Before he could further investigate, the platform slowly sank, disappearing from view. Shaking his head, Su Yang swiftly departed from the shores of Lake Baikal, perplexed by the presence of a bagua symbol in this locale. However, he restrained his curiosity from delving deeper. Upon reaching the border, he cleared all the information from the mobile phone and discarded it on the ground, but he then sailed back to Heisheng province, procured some local specialties, and returned to Jizhou City. Upon his return, he resumed stockpiling supplies and instructed Su Yunxi to travel abroad to contact the weapons research institution she had previously mentioned. This time, Su Yang focused on hoarding anthracite coal, timber, and gasoline, that he aimed to accumulate a substantial quantity of coal and gasoline as swiftly as possible. Unfortunately, the domestic regulation on these materials was exceedingly strict, and his needs were considerable. Traveling abroad not only wasted time, but also posed challenges for personal purchases that he could only devise ways to stockpile as much as possible before the impending apocalypse. If that proved unfeasible, he would resort to collecting from various gas stations once the apocalypse commenced. Merely 2 days after his return, news of Lake Baikal's desiccation skyrocketed to trending status, as the world's foremost freshwater reservoir. Its sudden evaporation was indeed a monumental event that Su Yang chuckled at several news reports, nearly amused by the absurdity of the situation. According to renowned domestic experts, the drying up of Lake Baikal was attributed to global warming. In the forthcoming months, the world would experience soaring temperatures, with widespread droughts potentially resulting in catastrophic crop failures. Some experts even proposed an opposing theory, suggesting that the lake's disappearance might be linked to extraterrestrial visitors. Numerous specialists flocked to the shores of Lake Baikal, where they claimed to have discovered a colossal footprint, hypothesizing a connection between the footprint and the lake's vanishing waters. Truly, the experts were impressive, spouting theories with remarkable ease. Within a couple of days, Su Yunxi returned, bringing with her promising news. She had located a weapons research institution in the Eagle Sauce Nation that was on the brink of bankruptcy. Staffed with over 20 experts proficient in weapon development, manufacturing, and modifications. However, they had been unable to secure funding and were nearing closure. Precisely aligning with his objectives, without hesitation, Su Yang arranged for a visa and prepared to journey to the Eagle Sauce Nation. However, he first made a detour to the Cherry Blossom Nation. As the impending apocalypse loomed, survival resources would be scarce. Having once been a passionate youth, he certainly did not wish to overlook the opportunity to undermine the Cherry Blossom Nation, with whom Great Xia had historical grievances. Upon arriving in the Cherry Blossom Nation, Su Yang commenced a vigorous campaign to acquire local food supplies that he was particularly cautious about purchasing other goods. Wary of potential nuclear contamination, as the nation had been discharging nuclear waste into the ocean, especially affecting marine life, most of which was likely tainted by radiation. Caution was imperative, while ostensibly acquiring supplies. Su Yang discreetly cleared out numerous large department stores using his spatial abilities that he felt no moral qualms about employing such tactics in the Cherry Blossom Nation. After all, the land was rife with malevolence, and there was no need to adhere to any sense of chivalry. Moreover, on New Year's Day, 2024, the Cherry Blossom Nation experienced a tremor exceeding a magnitude of 7 that not only did they refuse international aid, but even their own citizens were reluctant to assist, undoubtedly concealing something sinister, as the quake occurred near a nuclear power plant, likely leading to a leak they sought to discharge into the ocean. In light of such an amoral populace, Su Yang regarded them as little more than livestock, seizing their survival resources as the apocalypse approached, leaving them to face starvation. Ideally, to perish entirely. After plundering the Cherry Blossom Nation, Su Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he boarded a flight to the Eagle Sauce Nation. Upon landing in the Eagle Sauce Nation, Su Yang did not immediately seek out the weapons research institution Su Yunxi had connected him with. Instead, he first ventured to the various supermarkets and the 5 great freshwater lakes. The people of the Eagle Sauce Nation had a tradition of $0 shopping. Since he was there, he intended to embrace local customs. The supermarkets in the Eagle Sauce Nation differed from those in Great Xia. Each locality typically housed only one supermarket serving the surrounding community. These establishments were vast and well-stocked, generally comprising large chain supermarkets. Upon his arrival, Su Yang was greeted by throngs of individuals engaged in $0 shopping. Taking advantage of the late-night hours, he utilized his spatial abilities to empty several supermarkets in quick succession. Over the course of several days, he cleared out hundreds of large chain supermarkets, rendering them unrecognizable, and even the police were baffled as to who had committed such an act. Sensing it was time to proceed, he made his way to the 5 Great Lakes. Before extracting water from the lakes, he tested the water quality at a nearby riverbank and erupted in expletives. Damn it, heavy metals are off the charts. They constantly preach about environmental protection, yet exhibit such blatant double standards. Fortunately, the water quality of the 5 Great Lakes remained pristine, allowing him to effortlessly extract it. With that accomplished, Su Yang finally approached the Weapons Research Institution. He addressed the head of the organization directly. "I can assist you in overcoming your difficulties, but I require your cooperation in returning to Great Xia to complete a specific task." The head, taken aback, inquired, "How can you help us, considering weapon research is notoriously costly?" "Your institution comprises 20 experts in weaponry, including yourself, that I will initially provide each of you with $3 million. Upon successfully completing my request, you will each receive an additional $7 million. This funding is directly yours to utilize as you see fit, whether for personal expenses or further weapon development. I will not interfere. The head's eyes lit up at the prospect, and he promptly agreed. Very well. I have arranged for your visas for a month-long trip to Great Xia. Suyang proceeded unambiguously. Upon your arrival in Great Xia. For security reasons, I will confiscate any communication devices you possess, as long as the funds are secured. These matters are not problematic. The head nodded, understanding that such a substantial sum of money would undoubtedly entail confidential dealings. Once the agreement was reached, Su Yang instructed the head to summon all the institution's weapon experts that he then called Su Yunxi and transferred $3 million to each expert on the spot. Following that, he produced monitoring equipment to thoroughly inspect each individual, and after confirming there were no issues, he addressed them. Let us go. The plane tickets have already been purchased. Let's set off at this juncture. There remains precisely 1 month until the impending apocalypse. The items procured during his industrial reconnaissance have yet to be modified, nor have any weapons been installed. Time is of the essence. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, he hastens, accompanied by over 20 individuals, to the expansive warehouse he has rented. He instructs them to prioritize the modification of the dual-tailed Scorpion large unmanned aerial vehicles, equipping them with armaments. After all, leaving such formidable machines unattended is hardly prudent. Although these large drones occupy considerable space, their numbers are limited. Once the modifications are completed, Suyang plans to discreetly store them within his spatial realm while the workers are otherwise occupied, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief that he then directs the team to convert all-terrain unmanned vehicles and unmanned boats. After these substantial items are transformed, he finally allocates the workers to equip the drones and intelligent robotic dogs with weaponry. The relentless pace of their work nearly incites discontent among them. Fortunately, Su Yang detects the rising tension in time and resolves it with a financial incentive. He has Su Muyu distribute an additional $7 million to each of them, which successfully placates their grievances. With renewed vigor, they return to their industrious tasks. During this period, Su Yang remains equally occupied, summoning Su Muyu back to the country to assist in stockpiling supplies alongside Su Yunxi. He also instructs them to locate a premier domestic company specializing in the manufacture of blades, investing $10 million to commission 10 Tang swords. Despite amassing an overwhelming arsenal of weaponry, primarily for long-range engagements, he deems it prudent to also prepare for close combat contingencies. That Su Yang also takes the opportunity to inspect the nuclear-grade war fortress constructed by the Jianlong Security Group, finalizing the remaining payment after setting the entry protocols to permit only his access. Much to Wang Jianmin's delight, that in the midst of his fervent endeavors, as the installation of the drones and robotic dogs nears completion, Su Yang discreetly visits the company responsible for customizing a luxurious large cruise ship. Swiftly incorporating the modified vessel into his spatial realm, that he becomes more adept at utilizing his spatial abilities. He realizes a significant limitation. Although he can store large objects, the spatial portal must be opened within 5 meters of his person. While he can exert a pulling force through the portal, it cannot draw in moving objects unless they collide with it. Despite this drawback, it poses little concern. The essential tasks have been accomplished, and he only needs to daily retrieve the modified drones, robotic dogs, and stockpiled supplies. With 2 weeks remaining before the apocalypse, Su Yang returns once more to the Fengyan community that he embarks on another procurement spree, acquiring an array of expensive items that incite jealousy and envy among his neighbors. Notably, Bai Lu, who has been incessantly messaging him over the past 2.5 months, brightens at the sight of him, rushing over, only to be met with Su Yang's cold shoulder. The heavy security door slams shut with a resounding thud. Bai Lu inwardly curses. Why didn't you let Li Bin take me down last time? Sooner or later, I will have you in my grasp. Casting a final glance at the home left to him by his adoptive parents, Su Yang understands he will never return. The property has been sold, and tomorrow it will belong to another. Just as he prepares to store his belongings within his spatial realm, an unexpected visitor arrives. Li Bin's wife, Duan Xian. Standing at 165 centimeters, she possesses an alluring figure and an appearance that, while modestly rated at 85, exudes a mature and captivating charm that far surpasses that of Na'vi young maidens. As Su Yang observes her pleading gaze, he internally chastises. Li Bin may lack character, but his taste is commendable. Despite his scorn, he realizes her presence is undoubtedly tied to Li Bin's predicament. That Mr. Su, May I beseech you for a favor? Duan Xin implores. Could you possibly reconcile with Li Bin? As he suspected, since the incident where he inflicted 18 stabs on Li Bin, leaving him grievously injured, Su Yang was acquitted on grounds of self-defense, while Li Bin now faces dire consequences. Not only has he been bedridden in the hospital for 2 months, but he also risks incarceration. Though the 8 of them adamantly claimed to the police that they only intended to intimidate Su Yang, the possession of prohibited weapons and instigating public disorder could still lead to several years of imprisonment. Their only recourse is to seek a reconciliation with Su Yang. Should he agree to sign a letter of understanding, they would avoid jail time, incurring only a fine. Chapter 29. You wish for your husband to be imprisoned. Do you? Why should I grant you forgiveness? Su Yang snorts dismissively to Mr. Su. I recognize this request as excessive. Duan Xian, sensing his firm stance, pleads, could you not overlook Li Bin's transgressions this once? I assure you, he will not trouble you again, nor seek revenge. Seeing that he remains unyielding, she continues, Mr. Su, if you are willing to sign the letter of understanding, we shall compensate you $1 million. What say you? Do I strike you as a man in need of money? Su Yang scrutinizes her closely, his smile thinly veiling derision. T.O. think you could purchase Li Bin's freedom from incarceration with a mere $1 million. How naive Duan Xian, feeling the weight of his piercing gaze. Becomes increasingly uncomfortable, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, driven by concern for Li Bin, she refrains from retorting. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, she implores, Mr. Su, I know you lack for nothing, but as neighbors, might you show some leniency? If you grant Li Bin this reprieve, you shall forever be our benefactor. I will do anything you require. Her mature grace, combined with her poignant vulnerability and captivating eyes, indeed renders her irresistibly alluring. Su Yang regards her, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he inquires, you would truly do anything? Duan Xian, momentarily taken aback by his insinuation, misinterprets his words as a sign of acquiescence. Eagerly affirming, of course, I keep my word, with a hint of mischief, Su Yang replies, then I shall require your company, just once. Duan Xian's expression shifts dramatically. Mr. Su, that request is rather excessive. Though I am married to Li Bin, I am not a woman of the night. I cannot be shared among men. Very well. Then, let Li Bin prepare for his imprisonment, Su Yang states, shaking his head as he prepares to dismiss her. Mr. Su, please wait, Duan Xian interjects urgently. Could you not propose an alternative condition? I will agree to anything else. This is the only condition. Su Yang slowly lifts an apple, leisurely peeling it as he maintains control of the situation. This stipulation arose the moment he laid eyes on Duan Xian, that he harbors no intention of allowing Li Bin to languish in jail. Even if she refused his demand, he would still sign the letter of understanding. In a previous life, Li Bin had wronged him, and he has yet to exact his revenge. It is imperative that Li Bin meets his end at Su Yang's hand. Yet upon seeing Duan Xian, his plans shifted. With her striking beauty and her connection to Li Bin, there is no reason not to indulge. I in a past life. You took my life. This time, I shall first enjoy your wife. Then bring you to ruin, a double delight. Moreover, Su Yang, reborn and no longer indifferent to women, had merely suppressed his desires while amassing supplies. Had he not been preoccupied, both Su Yunxi and Su Muyu would have been under his spell. Now that he has completed his preparations for survival in the apocalypse, the wife of his adversary appears before him, and such a beautiful one at that. How could he not entertain ulterior motives? Not only does he harbor thoughts, but he feels no guilt. Duan Xian, rendered silent, sits in contemplation, her mind racing. After finishing the apple, Su Yang notices her cheeks flush deeper. He realizes she is wavering, though still clinging to her modesty. At this juncture, he simply needs to stoke the flames further to lead her to complete surrender. Ta-da! Su Yang sighs, speaking slowly. These years, Li Bin has certainly made his fair share of enemies, many of whom are quite vengeful. If he were to be imprisoned, those foes would turn their ire upon you. As a defenseless woman, how would you manage in the aftermath? His words pierce Duan Xian's heart like a steel needle, causing her to shiver in fear that he speaks the truth. Li Bin indeed has many enemies. Should they seek revenge, she would be utterly powerless to know. Li Bin cannot be incarcerated. Duan Xian resolves within herself. If he goes to prison, I will surely suffer when his enemies come for me. Is it not simply a matter of sharing a bed? Merely a fleeting encounter. With this determination, she declares, Mr. Su, I accept your terms, but afterward, you must sign the letter of understanding. Otherwise, I shall resort to drastic measures. Su Yang. A promise made is a promise kept. I speak with sincerity. Come now. Duan Xian, her face ablaze, closes her eyes. After a considerable time, she feels no indication that he intends to make a move. Her expression one of confusion as she questions, You are not having second thoughts, are you? Su Yang smiled, lifting his hand to signal her to undress. How could he take the initiative? What if the other party seized the opportunity to accuse him of misconduct? Duan Xian slowly removed all her clothing, her alluring figure completely exposed to the air, her entire body tinged with a rosy hue. Su Yang picked up the garments, examining them intently, discovering no recording device, and simultaneously switched off her phone. Ultimately, he indulged in the splendid view before him and couldn't help but inquire, How old are you? Duan Xian replied with a hint of irritation that Su Yang clarified. I'm at your age. Where did your thoughts wander? Duan Xian awkwardly smiled. 27. Su Yang sighed. Indeed, there are merits to maturity and drawbacks to youth. He lamented, Even after marriage, your figure remains so enticing. With this remark, the awkward atmosphere between them dissipated entirely. The rest of the time was dedicated to Su Yang's performance, reminiscent of a line from a song. He had traversed mountains and seas, briefly possessing everything, only for it to dissipate like smoke 2 hours later. During this period, Su Yang didn't forget to take photographs and record videos. Upon witnessing this, Duan Xian sternly demanded, Mr. Su, how can you do this? Quickly delete those videos and photos. If these things get out, my reputation will be ruined. It's merely for keepsake. Rest assured, I want to disseminate them. Su Yang chuckled, putting away his phone, that he needed to retain evidence. Even if Li Bin refused to wear the green hat, he would have to. Moreover, Su Yang feared that Duan Xian might retaliate, using her body as leverage to accuse him of coercion that lead to a situation where he gained nothing but trouble. After all, she was Li Bin's woman. How could she lack cunning? He had to be thoroughly prepared that as long as Su Yang held on to these photos and videos, she would think twice about destroying his reputation. Duan Xian had no choice but to resign herself to her fate. Only after Su Yang signed the non-disclosure agreement did she limp away, repeatedly pleading with him not to let those videos and photos circulate, especially not to send them to Li Bin. As Su Yang nodded in agreement. Watching her retreating figure, he silently relished the moment that he then collected all the items in the room into his space and returned to the factory. Chapter 30. Decisive action. Thus, half a month slipped by amidst the ceaseless busyness of Su Yang, Su Yunxi, and Su Muyu. His vast fortune had nearly been exhausted, leaving only a few thousand remaining. If the apocalyptic winter did not arrive because of his rebirth, he would have some reserves. The date had now reached May 31, 2024, in the afternoon. Just one more night, and come the morning of June 1st. Children's Day, a heavy snow would fall, the temperature would plummet, heralding the arrival of the end times. Boss, we've completed everything that is there anything else you need us to do? Both Su Yunxi and Su Muyu inquired simultaneously. If not, we'll head back to rest. Go home and rest well, Su Yang said, gazing at the two women who had grown somewhat haggard from their relentless toil over the past few weeks. Feeling a pang of pity, through these 3 months of interaction, Su Yang recognized that these twin sisters were undoubtedly loyal to him. Their dedication did not go unnoticed. He initially contemplated inviting Su Yunxi and Su Muyu to move into his stronghold, but upon reflection, decided against it. There was no rush. He could bring them back when the time was right. After all, both of them were quite capable when the apocalypse descended and chaos truly ensued. Those who wished them harm might not necessarily stand a chance against them. Su Yang resolved to let them experience the harsh realities of life during the apocalypse. Once they witnessed the true ugliness of human nature, their loyalty to him would be all the more significant upon their return. It wasn't that Su Yang was overly skeptical. Despite their unwavering loyalty, he harbored a twinge of distrust. This stemmed from the profound wounds inflicted upon him during his previous life in the icy apocalypse, where he had devoted himself to Bai Lu, only to be betrayed. He had shared his survival supplies with neighbors, only to have them seize his food and ultimately kill him, with his body dismembered for rations. He had seen the deepest darkness of humanity and the coldest hearts. Betrayal had struck the hardest, the relentless cold and chaos of the frozen apocalypse. Everyone was capable of change. Thus, Su Yang remained extremely cautious. Nevertheless, he still reminded Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, "Stay at home tomorrow, don't venture outside. Bring back several loads of water and food for reserves." "Understood," they replied playfully. "But we don't need those. While procuring supplies for you, we've already taken back quite a bit through our positions. Our home is overflowing." "Very well, then go home and rest early," Su Yang reiterated. "Remember, absolutely do not go outside." "Got it." They teased, "Boss, you're starting to sound like an old man." And then they skipped away cheerfully, unaware of the monumental blizzard that would soon claim countless lives. The earth would be encased in ice, ushering in a new era. After bidding farewell to the twin sisters, Su Yang stored the supplies in a space and opened the door to a large workshop. The 20 weapon experts he had invited from the United States had tirelessly worked day and night, equipping all drones and robotic dogs with weaponry. Su Yang handed them their return tickets to the U.S. "All right, your mission is complete. I'll take you to the airport. You can go home now." "Mr. Su, do you think a single plane ticket will suffice to dismiss us?" The head of the group sneered, while the others glared at him ominously. "What is the problem? I've already compensated you." "We re-even," Su Yang replied with a cold smile, easily discerning their intent to extort him. "Mr. Su, the Daxia government maintains strict control over firearms and weapons of mass destruction," the leader replied bluntly. "And yet, you have blatantly violated Daxia's prohibitions by privately acquiring and storing arms and large-scale destructive weapons that if this matter were to leak, it would surely tarnish your reputation." The leader wore a smug expression. "What do you want?" Su Yang asked coldly. "As long as SU provides us each with an additional $20 million, we will naturally keep this a secret," the leader threatened. Upon hearing this, Su Yang calmly responded. "In Daxia, we have an old saying, greed can lead to one's downfall. Have you heard of it?" The leader smirked. "Daxia also has another saying, fortune favors the bold." Seeing their obstinacy, Su Yang's eyes ignited with an unquenchable murderous intent. He had initially planned to let them off, provided they caused no trouble and returned to the U.S. quickly. By then, the icy apocalypse would have already arrived, and their time would be limited. Even if they revealed his possession of vast armaments, it would be too late. However, their insatiable greed left him with no choice but to eliminate them. "Our SU intends to kill us to silence us." The leader met Su Yang's gaze without flinching. "There's only you here, while we are 20. "No." Su Yang shook his head. "I intend to give you cash." He discreetly opened a portal in front of him, upon hearing that cash was on offer. The 20 men dismissed any doubts and rushed forward. The first 10 entered the space and instantly vanished without a trace. The remaining 10 realized something was amiss, their faces turning pale, before they could react. Su Yang brandished a tang knife, its blade glimmering coldly in a swift motion. He lunged forward, slashing through 3 men's necks in mere moments. The remaining individuals were dispatched with the same ruthless efficiency. All fell to the ground, their throats severed, their carotid arteries cut. Not a single one of them managed to utter a sound in their final moments, gazing at Su Yang as though he were a demon, their eyes closing in resignation. The act of slaughtering these 10 men, while it appeared to take time, actually lasted less than 3 seconds. The combat techniques he learned from Ning Kai Dai offered this advantage. Killing was never sluggish. Each move aimed directly at the enemy's vital points, ensuring a swift demise. This was the hallmark of Special Forces combat skills. Capable of claiming lives, whether unarmed or armed, I offered you a chance to live. Yet you sought your own demise. Why bother? Su Yang gazed at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. He was not a saintly figure. These individuals had threatened him, and thus their demise was inevitable. However, this marked his first act of taking a life in both his past and present existence, evoking a sense of bittersweet reflection. Fortunately, the final day before the apocalypse had afforded him a prelude to the experience and emotions tied to killing. Once the end times descended, he would be better prepared to confront the treacherous neighbors he had known. He stored the 10 corpses within his spatial realm and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. Next, he excavated a large pit in a secluded area of the factory, burying the bodies along with a heap of mangled flesh. By the time he completed this grim task, it was already 8 in the evening. Su Yang drove back to Villa 001 in the Fengyan community, purposefully laden with bags of various goods. Those familiar with him, including former neighbors, cast envious yet spiteful glances upon seeing his recent acquisitions. Chapter 31. June Snow. The arrival of the apocalypse. After 3 months of relentless toil, Su-yong found himself enjoying a rare and blissful sleep that night. He was roused from slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. Checking the time, he noted it was 8:30 a.m. on June 1, 2024, that just half an hour remained until the onset of the ice and snow apocalypse. Rising from bed, he washed up and retrieved breakfast from his spatial realm. Beginning to eat. Once he finished his meal, he ascended to the 4th floor, employing his spatial abilities to install the missiles and other weaponry he had procured from the Bear Country onto their launchers. Thanks to the assistance of his spatial capabilities, this installation process consumed little of his time. The villa he had purchased was already quite expansive, comprising 3 subterranean levels and 4 above-ground floors. Although he had transformed the villa into a nuclear-resistant fortress with the help of the Jianlong security group, the basic structure remained unchanged. The 3 underground levels were designated for various functions, including a gym, billiard room, game hall, multimedia room, sauna, massage room, and an array of entertainment spaces. The first floor above ground featured a grand living room and kitchen, along with 2 bedrooms. The second floor boasted 4 additional bedrooms, each equipped with private bathrooms. The 3rd floor was reserved for a luxurious master bedroom, while the 4th floor had been entirely converted into weapon launch stations, outfitted with an assortment of heavy artillery. The fortress was designed for offense, not only from the 4th floor. Every level had its designated attack points that Su-yong ensured that no detail was overlooked, equipping each point with weaponry. The AN elevator connected the 3 underground levels to the 4 above-ground floors, solely under his control. Additionally, he installed barricades near the stairwells, allowing him to isolate each level at a moment's notice, should he choose to do so. The villa's vast courtyard, measuring 1,000 square meters, was enveloped in the most resilient glass, seamlessly integrated with the villa itself, impervious even to missiles. The courtyard was adorned with various flowers and plants, and a water feature housed 30 koi fish. A swimming pool had also been excavated, rendering the space not only stunning but extraordinarily luxurious. Passers-by could not help but glance enviously at his villa, their expressions betraying a mix of admiration and jealousy. After completing the installation of all the weaponry, Su-yong made his way to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Dressed in his pajamas, he awaited the arrival of the apocalypse in quiet anticipation. Before long, a brilliant blue light flickered across the sky, followed by a sudden snowfall of enormous proportions. Snow began to fall. Many people gasped in astonishment that June's weather had already turned exceedingly warm, making this phenomenon all the more astonishing. As the snowfall intensified, temperatures plummeted rapidly. That it's freezing. This weather is truly bizarre. Many lamented as they hurried home. Observing the frantic rush of people returning to their abodes, Su-yong shook his head. Little did they know, this was not merely an unusual weather pattern, but the impending arrival of a genuine ice and snow apocalypse. The world was on the brink of entering an era of eternal frost, where flora and fauna would perish under the frigid conditions. Agriculture would become untenable, leading to countless deaths from freezing and starvation. Human society would descend into utter chaos, with governmental structures collapsing and even the military vanishing without a trace. Disorder and slaughter would define this new epoch. An hour into the snowfall, Su-yong checked the temperature gauge within his villa. The display indicated an outdoor temperature of -30 degrees, despite the villa's exceptional insulation. The interior had also dropped to 5 degrees. He retrieved the timber he had purchased from his spatial realm and ignited a fire in the fireplace, maintaining the indoor temperature at a comfortable 23 degrees. Feeling the warmth envelop him, Su-yong descended the elevator to the courtyard. Since the courtyard was seamlessly integrated with the villa, its heating system was interconnected, featuring underfloor heating that matched the indoor temperature. Holding a bottle of red wine, Su-yong reclined on a lounge chair, gazing through the glass at the swirling snowflakes. As the snowflakes melted upon contact with the glass, they transformed into droplets that trickled down, ultimately forming a thick layer of ice outside. The ice and snow apocalypse had indeed arrived. Su-yong murmured to himself, reflecting on the neighbors from his past life who had caused him so much harm. In this life devoid of his assistance, what madness would they unleash upon the world? In that moment, he felt like a detached observer, watching the clouds roll by outside. Yet, he understood that this tranquility would not last long. As the bitter cold intensified, and with the scarcity of food and delayed rescue, many would inevitably set their sights on him. Not only the previous 24 neighbors, but a significant portion of the community would likely turn their attention toward him. Would he feel fear? Su-Yang shook his head that I end this protracted apocalypse. Amidst the endless snow and the long, monotonous days, he would need to find ways to occupy his time. Perhaps he would indulge in a little amusement at their expense. A smile crept across his face. However, he had no intention of seeking immediate vengeance against those who had wronged him in his past life. The time was not yet ripe. The apocalypse had only just begun, and it would be unwise to grant them a swift release that he must allow them to experience the despair he had once faced, letting them perish in endless suffering to satiate his own resentment. As for others, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not harm the innocent. After all, he was not a monster, unwilling to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, should anyone dare to cross him. However, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of cruelty. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, with no sign of the snow abating. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees. Under such extreme conditions, many could no longer endure it. Even with their air conditioning running, it proved ineffective, compelling them to don their winter coats once more and wrap themselves in thick blankets, desperately seeking warmth. Why is this weather so unusual? Numerous residents lamented in the community group that in previous years, the coldest temperatures in Jizhou City only reached the low teens below zero. Temperatures dipping below -20 degrees were a rarity from 2 or 3 decades ago. Who has witnessed such heavy snowfall in June, coupled with such frigid temperatures? During winter, we had heating. Now, we can only rely on air conditioning, which fails to raise the indoor temperature. I have 3 layers of insulation beneath my down jacket, and it's still insufficient. This cursed weather, if it continues for days, will surely freeze us all to death. Su-Yang observed the complaints flooding the community group, remaining silent. The neighborhood committee members continuously reassured residents. Dear homeowners, please remain calm and do not panic. This unusual weather will not persist for long. Stay indoors to avoid frostbite. Snow may be merciless, but humanity is compassionate that if we unite, we shall weather this storm together. With the committee's comforting words, the complaints in the group began to dwindle. They recognized that mere complaints would yield no results. After all, it was June. Even the most bizarre weather could not last indefinitely. Rather than waste time grumbling, it would be more prudent to devise strategies to keep warm. Afternoon, Su-Yang's phone rang, and upon answering, he found it was a video call from Su Muyu. Chapter 32. The Fortunate Mr. Wang. Boss, did you foresee this weather phenomenon long ago? Su Muyu asked candidly. Indeed, I had such a premonition, Su-Yang replied with a smile, revealing nothing, observing the 2 sisters clad in sleepwear. Their alluring figures unmistakably on display. He noted that they bore no signs of distress over the heavy snowfall and the bone-chilling temperatures. Su-Yang recognized that these 2 exceptional sisters were enjoying a life of comfort. Given their financial standing, residing in a high-end community in Jizhou City, it was no surprise they had installed a fireplace at home. Otherwise, they would not be so cozy. Boss, with the snow falling so heavily, do you think the Earth is truly returning to the Ice Age? Su-Yun, she inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Until the end, anything is possible. Su-Yang replied, at present, it seems the snowfall will not cease anytime soon, and temperatures will only continue to drop. Regarding the survival issues faced by the 2 sisters, Su-Yang was not overly concerned. They had acquired a substantial amount of survival supplies from him. As long as they did not exhibit the same excessive benevolence he had in his previous life by offering aid to others, it would be no trouble for them to comfortably endure the next 3 months. Before ending the video call, Su-Yang reminded them to never open the door to strangers and to protect themselves. Should any crisis arise that they could not handle, they were to inform him immediately, and he would devise a means to bring them to safety. Rest assured, boss. Su Muyu chuckled. When you instructed my sister to contact the arms dealer from Maoxiong country, we anticipated that something significant was about to unfold and preemptively fortified our home. As long as we do not open the front door, it is quite challenging for anyone to gain entry. Truly commendable, given that you are both elites in your respective fields, Su-Yang exclaimed. Impressed, knowing that these twin sisters would be safe, he felt utterly at ease that he retrieved a lobster, a piece of tomahawk steak, and some vegetables from his storage, preparing an extravagant feast and pouring himself a glass of Lafite. Sitting in the warmth of the villa, he began to indulge. Since discovering his enhanced physique, his appetite had also significantly increased. Although this meal was quite lavish, not a morsel went to waste. Everything was consumed. Su Yang let out a contented burp and reclined on the sofa in the living room to rest. As time swiftly progressed to 6 in the evening, the temperature outside plummeted to minus 60 degrees. Su Yang rose and made his way to the underground gym to work out, simultaneously practicing the combat techniques he had learned from Ning Kai Dai. After 2 hours of vigorous exercise, he was drenched in sweat and decided to swim in the pool for a while. After drying off, he lay back on a lounge chair in the yard, admiring the snowflakes dancing through the air. The sight of Su Yang, comfortably draped in a bathrobe on the lounge chair, did not go unnoticed by residents of the high-rise buildings in the community. When the photo was shared in the group chat, it caused quite a stir. Even though the picture was not particularly clear, the villa was unmistakable, and the entire yard was enveloped in glass like a sunroom. Those familiar with Su Yang immediately recognized him. "How is it that your home is so warm, Su Yang, when the temperature outside is so low? Donning a bathrobe, you don't even feel cold." Someone tagged him, to which another responded, "Isn't that obvious? He is a wealthy tycoon living in a villa." Envy-driven replies soon followed. "Surely, Su Yang's house is equipped with central air conditioning, keeping it comfortably warm. How can we, the less fortunate, compare? While we are freezing, he is luxuriating in a swimming pool." Upon seeing such ill-intentioned remarks aimed at him, Su Yang was unyielding and retorted in the group chat, "What I choose to wear or where I live is of no concern to you. If you have the capability, go swim too. I doubt you'll survive the cold. Why are you complaining in the chat at this hour? Instead, you should be pondering how to keep warm. Barking like a dog, are you? What do you mean by that?" Su Yang? Song Fei's expression changed upon seeing the impolite response directed at him. How dare he insult him in front of so many people in the community group? If he did not retaliate, it would be a blow to his pride, and he would be mocked in the future. Without hesitation, he typed in the group, "What do you mean, Su Yang? I merely commented on your situation. Must you react this way? We all live in the same community and see each other regularly. Now that everyone is suffering from the cold, your home is a veritable oasis. With your wealth, shouldn't you help out? You can't just be rich and indifferent. At the very least, let some elderly folks stay at your place until the snow stops and the temperatures rise." Aware of Song Fei's ulterior motives, Su Yang was not fooled. It was evident he was attempting to incite conflict while attempting to morally bind him. As expected, it wasn't long before numerous individuals began tagging him in the group, particularly neighbors from Building 2-4. Su Yang, our elderly parents cannot withstand the cold for long. Their health is at risk. Could you kindly let us stay at your place for one night? Your home is spacious. After all, Old Man Wang chimed in, "Rest assured, we won't be a burden. I will gladly vacate the villa for you all." Su Yang replied curtly. Old Man Wang, oblivious to the underlying meaning, cheerfully responded, "Oh, how can we impose? Let me call my wife and son, along with his wife, to come over." To the greedy Old Man Wang, Su Yang scoffed, "What an absurd notion. You think you can bring your entire family to stay at my home? How brazen of you, you little brat." Old Man Wang retorted, his face flushed with anger as he exclaimed in the group, "How can you lack respect for the elderly? Your house is so large. What harm is there in us staying for a night? Are you a dog, always looking to squat where you please?" Su Yang shot back without hesitation, "You want to take advantage of me? Yet you can't even afford a wedding home for your son. And now you shamelessly ask me for money. You've even dragged your daughter-in-law into this. Haven to you? Old fool, you're pushing your luck. As the saying goes, do not strike a person's face, nor expose their shortcomings that I in front of thousands in the group." Su Yang lambasted the man and revealed his sordid affairs. Old Man Wang's face turned pale with rage, nearly causing him to faint. "Old man, are you all right? You mustn't scare me," his wife cried out. His son, Wang Ping, hurried over upon hearing the commotion, first dialing for an ambulance. Then he tagged Su Yang in the group. "You scoundrel! If my father suffers any serious consequences because of you, I will make you pay dearly. Is he merely fainted? What is the big deal?" Su Yang replied in the group chat that if he had a clear conscience, he wouldn't have collapsed. "I must have struck a nerve. Your wife is indeed a con. Upon hearing that the old man had fainted, Su-yong thought to himself, this old fool has such a weak constitution. I barely put in any effort, and he is already down. Wang Ping glanced at his girlfriend, feeling a twinge of guilt before venting his frustrations in the group. Su-yong, what nonsense are you spouting? My father has fainted because of you. What do you intend to do about it? Chapter 33. Gathering all the little brothers chill out. Su-yong retorted bluntly, he merely fainted. He is not dead. An old fool who refuses to die only wastes food. If that old man were to pass, you might even thank me. Wang Ping, Su-yong, how can you speak like this? Just wait and see. Tomorrow, I will teach you a lesson. Wang Ping, frustrated by the ambulance's delay and concern for his father, threw out a threat before disappearing. Nevertheless, Su-yong was not about to let him off the hook. Continuing to berate him in the group, is your entire family a bunch of dogs? The old dog barks, and the pups follow suit. What will you do? I'll be at home waiting for you. You can't possibly bite me. In his previous life, this family had drained him dry, and Su-yong would not extend them any leniency. The community members, particularly those neighbors who had initially considered using this opportunity to have the elderly stay at his place, fell silent, not wishing to provoke him further. However, their resentment towards Su-yong deepened. Seeing the group go quiet, Su-yong tagged Song Fei, don't think that after berating others, you're off the hook. In the future, don't you dare provoke me. My affairs are none of your concern, that if you're feeling uneasy, find a place to crash. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll break your legs. After unleashing his frustrations on these people, Wang Ping said nothing, merely replying with an okay gesture in the group chat, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at his father. Hoping that nothing untoward would occur. Helplessly, he had dialed emergency services several times, yet the ambulance had yet to arrive. Little did he know that with the temperatures so frigid, the hospital staff were shaking from the cold, and the heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground, rendering vehicles immobile. As the minutes stretched on without the ambulance's arrival, panic began to set in for Wang Ping's family. Just then, Uncle Wang took a deep breath and regained consciousness, prompting Wang Ping to finally exhale in relief. His eyes, however, were filled with malice as he cast a glare towards Su Yang's villa, picking up his phone to add Song Fei as a friend to discuss how to deal with the other party the following morning. Meanwhile, Li Bin, wrapped in a blanket, stared at the image of Su-yong lounging comfortably in a bathrobe in the group chat, a barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. 2 months prior, he had attempted to kidnap the man, only to be outsmarted, resulting in 18 stab wounds and a 2-month hospital stay, nearly leading to legal troubles. With his vindictive nature, he had long sought revenge but had yet to find the right opportunity. As he glanced out the window at the relentless snowfall, an idea sparked in his mind, and he immediately made a call. Gather all the brothers at Fengyan Community. Boss, now, came the reluctant reply from the younger associate on the line. It's snowing heavily and the temperature is freezing. We could die out there. Stop wasting my time. Li Bin barked. You do as I say, and let me make myself clear. If anyone dares to defy me, once the snow stops, they'll face my wrath. The younger man shuddered at his words and reluctantly agreed. Just as he was about to hang up, Li Bin's voice came through again. Bring supplies from your home. Though puzzled, the younger man complied, calling others one by one, that over 100 local associates braved the blizzard and frigid temperatures to rush to Fengyan Community in the dead of night. That Li Bin, having risen to the position of leader in such a notorious gang, was no fool. Observing the snow show no signs of abating, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. This storm might not cease any time soon, and the prolonged cold could lead to chaos that he needed to gather his men swiftly in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Despite the late hour and temperatures plunging to over -60 degrees. With thick snow blanketing the ground, he felt compelled to act that if the snow persisted for another day or two, he would struggle to assemble such a considerable number of associates again that Li Bin was consumed with thoughts of avenging Su-yong and reclaiming his territory. Yet he knew he needed manpower, as his few associates in Fengyan Community were insufficient. What are you plotting against Su-yong now? I must warn you, he's not someone to be trifled with. Duan Qian surmised Li Bin's intentions and quickly cautioned him. We cannot afford to provoke him. It's best to let this go. Her face bore a look of worry, primarily concerned that her husband might anger Su-yong, risking the exposure of incriminating photos and videos that I might have let him off the hook after he stabbed me 18 times. Li Bin retorted angrily that I've always been the one to stab others. I've never been on the receiving end. This time, I intended to. A solitary figure returned to his room, visibly agitated by the chill of the season, that as he prepared for slumber. He cocooned himself beneath 4 or 5 layers of blankets, yet still felt a lingering cold. In the dead of night, a sudden commotion at the door of Li Bin's residence interrupted the silence. Upon opening the door, he was met by the sight of over 40 individuals, his loyal subordinates, who stood shivering, nearly frozen, their clothing blanketed in snow and their hair glistening with icy shards. With a scowl, Li Bin inquired, "Why are only you lot here? Where are the others?" We don't know," one of the subordinates stammered, his teeth chattering from the cold. "As soon as we received the notification, we rushed over." "Come in," Li Bin said, ushering them inside. "That I'll deal with the others later." Unbeknownst to him, it was no small feat that over 40 of his 100-plus subordinates had made it to his home. The rest had succumbed to the treacherous night and the relentless snow, lost and frozen in its grip. Observing the dire state of his subordinates, he decided against sending them to the homes of the other members of the group, instead allowing them to stay in his own residence. Due to the sheer number of individuals, they could only lay makeshift beds in the living room and 2 other bedrooms that as the night faded. Su Yang awoke feeling refreshed. Checking his phone, he noted the date, June 2, 2024, marking the second day since the advent of the icy apocalypse. After freshening up, he retrieved a steaming basket of dumplings, a bowl of spicy soup, and 2 tea eggs from his supplies and began to feast. Once satiated, he ventured into the yard to feed the fish and tend to his plants that in such a harsh winter landscape. Few possessed the leisurely spirit he displayed. Residents of Fengyan community gradually began to stir, initially hoping that the night's snow would cease and the temperature would stabilize. However, upon witnessing the unrelenting snow, worry crept onto many faces. While Su Yang playfully engaged with the Koi, his adversaries, Wang Ping and Song Fei gathered their forces, determined to teach him a lesson. "Dad, Mom, why are you coming along to confront Su Yang?" Wang Ping asked, uneasy upon seeing his father, old Wang, and mother following closely behind. "Your mother and I are here to back you up." Old Wang huffed, his face twisted with animosity. "That little brat Su Yang nearly drove me mad yesterday. This grudge must be avenged. We'll see what fate awaits him. But your health?" Wang Ping expressed concern. "That I'm perfectly fine," old Wang asserted with resolve. "Your mother and I will lead the charge. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on us elders. If he dares to harm me, I'll make sure he pays dearly. While we hold him off, you will seize the opportunity to subdue him and give him a thorough beating." Chapter 35. Breaking your legs the previous night. Su Yang had humiliated them in front of the entire community. Anger simmered within old Wang and his wife, leading to a sleepless night filled with vengeful thoughts. Today, they were determined to show Su Yang the consequences of his actions, perhaps even extorting a sum that could assist in purchasing a wedding home for their son. Song Fei and his companions initially hesitated to allow the older couple to join, but upon hearing old Wang's declaration, they exchanged subtle smiles. "Let the old folks tag along. Su Yang won't dare make a move." Thus, the group of 8, Wang Ping's family and Song Fei's friends, set off towards Su Yang's villa. The snow had accumulated to waist height, making their progress arduous. Although they could have taken the underground garage, they opted for the community path since they were unable to open the villa's door from below. The journey was challenging, but once they reached the villa, they could shatter the glass in the yard and storm inside. Each of the 6, apart from old Wang and his wife, wielded steel pipes for support as they trudged through the snow. Fatigue set in quickly, compounded by the biting cold and heavy snowfall, leaving them all resembling snowmen. Yet, through sheer determination, they approached Su Yang's villa. Upon spotting Su Yang leisurely feeding fish in his sunroom, Wang Ping and Song Fei's anger ignited. They hastened their steps, but as they neared the villa, Su Yang's vigilant security system detected their presence, triggering an alert. The screen displayed their figures clearly, anticipating their arrival. Su Yang retreated to the living room, donning a high-tech combat suit purchased from a foreign country, and seizing a baseball bat, that he also grabbed a watering hose, preparing for the impending confrontation. About half an hour later, the group finally arrived at his doorstep. Su Yang, come out, old Wang bellowed, charging towards the yard with his wife at his side. However, the area closest to Su Yang's yard was coated in ice. As soon as they stepped onto it, they slipped and fell onto the frozen surface. Had they not been bundled in thick clothing, the fall would have been far more damaging. Due to the elevated position of Su Yang's villa, the ice formed a slope, causing the couple to slide down like turtles on their backs. returning from whence they came. Wang Ping rushed over to help his parents up, relieved to see they were unharmed. "Stay here. We'll handle this." Seeing that the elderly couple was in front, Song Fei quickly led his 4 friends to follow Wang Ping. The 6 of them, using the steel pipes for balance, managed to navigate their way to the glass door. Just then, Su Yang regarded them with the same amusement one might reserve for a jester. "You lot truly are pathetic. You struggle just to traverse this short distance and still think you can contend with me? You aren't even worthy to be my opponents. Shut up!" Song Fei shouted angrily. "Once we break in, we'll see if you're still laughing." He exchanged glances with Wang Ping, who nodded and raised his steel pipe, aiming to shatter the glass. With a resounding crash, the glass remained unscathed, not even a scratch to be seen. Wang Ping's hands went numb from the impact, and the pipe slipped, striking him on the head. Blood immediately oozed from the gash. Freezing in the frigid air, dazed, Wang Ping collapsed, sliding down the slope. Old Wang and his wife rushed over, distraught, shaking him awake. Observing the scene, Su Yang couldn't help but smirk. With such a lack of intelligence, it was a wonder how he had ever been duped by them in the past. The glass before them was impervious. Not even a missile could breach it. Truly, they were inept. Can't even break a glass. Song Fei cursed. Though he was wary of sharing Wang Ping's fate, that he refrained from hastily striking the glass, instead fixing a cold glare at Su Yang. "Is this all you're capable of? Hiding away while we stand outside? If you're brave enough, come out and face me one-on-one." Su Yang chuckled derisively that "I'll come out, but you'll regret it." Fed up with the nonsensical banter, Su Yang decided he wouldn't waste another minute with such dim-witted opponents, that a mere minute of confrontation felt like an insult to his intellect. With a gentle push against the glass, a door in the sunroom opened, seamlessly blending with the surrounding glass when closed, accessible solely by him. Stepping out in his advanced combat suit, Su Yang felt no chill, gripping the baseball bat in one hand and the watering hose in the other. He aimed the hose at the 5 intruders, unleashing a torrent of icy water upon them. The frigid deluge soaked them instantly, their clothes becoming drenched and freezing solid. They lost their balance and fell, slipping helplessly in the snow. Su Yang had prepared well, wearing anti-slip shoes, and he quickly pursued them. Once more, he directed the hose at the group, ensuring that not even Wang Ping's family escaped the icy onslaught, leaving them all resembling drowned rats, tormented by the unyielding cold as the icy water splashed over him. Wang Ping regained some clarity, but the relentless chill left him shivering uncontrollably. Old Wang and his wife, however, were so frozen that they could barely stand. In a swift motion, Su Yang lunged forward, swinging the bat at Song Fei and his companions. The force of the blow left them wailing in pain, sprawled on the ground, utterly defenseless. With a sharp crack, the bat connected with Song Fei, who cried out as his leg was shattered. He had claimed he would break Su Yang's legs, and Su Yang intended to keep that promise. "Su Yang, since you dared to break my leg, I'll report you to the authorities. I will sue you." Song Fei lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, screaming in agony. "Go ahead," Su Yang replied with an air of confidence, striking once more at the broken leg of his adversary. "Da-da!" Song Fei cried out, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face as he nearly lost consciousness, howling in pain while clutching his shattered limb in the snow. The 4 companions he had brought with him looked on in sheer terror, pleading, "Please, don't come any closer. This has nothing to do with us. We were merely here to watch," Su Yang scoffed. "So, watching comes without a fee?" He kicked one of them to the ground and swung his baseball bat with ferocity, landing another blow on the man's right leg. With a sickening crack, the bone shattered. Before his victim could utter a sound, Su Yang delivered another strike, breaking the second leg. Chapter 36. Venting a grievance, the remaining 3 were not spared either. He shattered both of their legs as well. These individuals were even more despicable than Song Fei, warranting no mercy. Although this affair did not concern them, they had chosen to meddle and become accomplices. Had Su Yang fallen into their hands, his fate would have been no better. Thus, their punishment was harsher than that of Song Fei, the mastermind, who had only 1 leg broken, while his 4 henchmen had 2 legs shattered each. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang had sown a seed of hatred in their hearts, merely awaiting the right moment to bear fruit. The air was filled with the wails of despair, creating a chilling atmosphere throughout the community. Once he had dealt with Song Fei and his accomplices, Su Yang approached the Wang family of three today as main event centered around them. The five from earlier were merely an appetizer. Gazing upon Old Man Wang, his wife, and Wang Ping, Su Yang's heart brimmed with hatred that in his previous life, he had expended every effort to assist them, providing them with money and resources, only to meet a gruesome end at their hands. How could he not harbor resentment? Had he not wished to spare them a swift demise, he would have deployed a drone to eliminate them on the very first day of the apocalypse. He needed them to endure endless suffering before ultimately extinguishing their lives. "What do you want?" Old Man Wang stammered. Trembling, he added, "Hitting people is against the law. You cannot bear the consequences. If anything happens to my family, I will ensure you rot in prison." "I'm so afraid," Su Yang said derisively, then raised the baseball bat and swung it at him. The cowardly old man hadn't anticipated his own downfall. The bat rained down upon him like a storm, eliciting grimaces of pain as Old Man Wang found himself utterly powerless to resist. As he cried out, "Stop! I realize my mistakes now," Su Yang coldly retorted. "Realizing your mistakes now is too late." He struck again, showing no mercy even to his wife, who was hurling insults from the sidelines. This old woman was a true leech, devoid of reason. During the assault led by Li Bin on their home, she had been the most eager to seize resources. After delivering dozens of blows, both Old Man Wang and his wife lay prostrate on the ground, howling in agony. Finally, Su Yang turned his attention to Wang Ping, delivering a blow that rendered one of his legs useless. Just as he had begun to regain clarity, the excruciating pain jolted him awake, causing him to writhe helplessly on the ground. With his vengeance against the Wang family fulfilled, Su Yang felt a sense of calm wash over him. He admonished the 8 individuals writhing on the ground, "Scram! Do not wail in front of my house." Terrified, they cast a fearful glance at Su Yang and, despite their injuries, began to crawl away slowly through the snow. They were genuinely afraid of further beatings and death, desperate to escape this tormenting place. That Su Yang watched them with a cold smile before returning to his villa and shutting the glass door. His reluctance to kill these individuals stemmed not from fear of police retribution. In this heavy snow, law enforcement would be unable to respond, preoccupied with their own safety. Nor was he acting out of compassion. Rather than grant them a merciful death, he preferred to let them suffer in life, in the apocalypse. Death was merely a release, while survival was akin to a hell on earth. Take Song Fei and his companions. For instance, in temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees, drenched in icy water and with shattered legs, they would not receive timely medical attention, leading to severe illness and the deterioration of their injuries. Su Yang could envision their impending torment. They would not last long without his intervention. Even if Song Fei, with one leg broken, managed to survive, the families of the other 4 would not let him off the hook. After all, they had gone to assist him, yet he bore the lightest injuries. Such a situation could not be justified. As for the Wang family, their plight was even more dire. Wang Ping had suffered a skull fracture and a broken leg, rendering him unable to care for himself. The elderly couple, already frail, had endured Su Yang's relentless assault and were drenched in icy water. Even if they managed to return home, they would likely fall gravely ill, facing death from starvation or exposure. After finishing with them, Su Yang paid them no further mind and instead changed into his swimwear before diving into the pool for some exercise. In the midst of the apocalypse, maintaining good health was of utmost importance. Regular aerobic activity was essential. The 8 individuals, gripped by pain, struggled to crawl back home, fully aware that stopping meant certain death. As they noticed Su Yang had not pursued them, their courage gradually returned. They shouted into the snow, "Su Yang, how dare you commit such violence? I will report you and see you arrested." "Just wait, this is far from over. Once the snow stops, I will ruin your reputation." They hurled insults. "You, Su Yang, are a lowlife. I will ensure you lose everything." In truth, as soon as their legs were broken, some had attempted to call the police, but their calls went unanswered. Hearing their taunts, Su Yang emerged from the pool and, using the villa's loudspeaker, shouted, "Was I too lenient with you earlier? If you wish to avoid further punishment, shut your mouths and get out of here." His voice terrified Wang Ping and the others, silencing them instantly. With hatred radiating from their eyes, they transformed their animosity into motivation, hastily crawling towards their respective homes. What normally took a few minutes now took them 3 arduous hours. due to their severe injuries and being drenched in icy water. By the time they reached home, they were frostbitten and feverish. Wang Ping's girlfriend looked at the three of them with disgust, inwardly lamenting, "How could I have been so weak-hearted to come to his house in such cold weather? We have nothing to eat or drink to keep warm. I've truly hit rock bottom. Now, I can't even take care of myself, let alone deal with the aftermath of our troubles," as she listened to their cries. Her irritation mounted. News of Su Yang's brutal treatment of Wang Ping and Song Fei quickly spread through Building 40 of Fengyan community. Upon hearing of his mercilessness, many residents inhaled sharply, mentally noting that this Su Yang was not to be trifled with and vowing to avoid provoking him in the future. Meanwhile, the families of Song Fei and the four others, having called for police assistance, found no help arriving. They resorted to tagging community committee members in their messages, seeking support that Su Yang openly assaulted my husband and left him severely injured. Is the community committee not going to intervene? They pleaded. Yes, how can such a villain brazenly commit crimes in our neighborhood without consequence? Initially reluctant to get involved, the community committee members preferred to avoid trouble, as they were not law enforcement. However, with the police unable to respond and the number of injured rising, along with the severity of the situation, the committee's leader decided they must take action to contain Su Yang for the time being. Once the snow ceased, they would hand him over to the appropriate authorities. Chapter 37. The community committee seeks trouble. Kai Yihong, the leader of the community committee, intended to initially restrain Su Yang to establish authority within the neighborhood. However, he was not foolish enough to confront him in such frigid weather and heavy snow, especially after Su Yang had just inflicted serious harm on residents and was likely still enraged. He reassured the families of the injured in the group chat, "Please, do not panic. Take care of the injured. The community committee will provide you with a resolution and ensure that no wrongdoer escapes justice. Nor will we allow any elements of instability to persist." Upon reading this, the families of Song Fei felt their anger subside slightly and began expressing gratitude towards Kai Ying as ordinary citizens. They placed their trust in the community committee, flattered by their gratitude. A sense of pride surged within him, further solidifying his resolve to deal with Su Yang. An idea sparked in Kai Yihong's mind, and he tagged Su Yang in the group chat. "Su Yang, you have deliberately harmed others today, which is a criminal offense. Due to the heavy snow, the relevant authorities cannot come, so we will temporarily place you under the management of our community committee. Please report to the community committee office in Building 1, Room 101, for an investigation. Rest assured, we shall not wrong any virtuous individual. If you harbor no intention to harm, we shall not take action against you. The moment the adversary arrives, ensure that Su Yang is restrained. Control the situation first before proceeding. It is an undeniable fact that the opponent's intention to inflict harm is evident, and the severity of their actions is grave. Once the heavy snowfall ceases, we will deliver him to the police station, achieving a significant accomplishment. This will not only establish our authority within the community, but also elevate the standing of the neighborhood committee in the eyes of the residents, garnering praise from higher authorities. A trifecta of benefits. What's not to gain? This news, once disseminated, resonated with numerous community residents, who proclaimed that it is Director Kai who truly attends to the needs of the common folk. After all, the neighborhood committee is the overseer of the community, capable of stepping forward in critical times. Given the unusual weather and the prevailing sense of unease among the populace, it is imperative that the community remain stable. We require leaders like Director Kai to uphold justice. Kai Yihong, witnessing the flattering remarks in the group chat, felt a surge of joy. Bai Lu, however, noticed several individuals in the group subtly mocking Su Yang, which infuriated her. If this turmoil continued, when would she ever be able to reside in the other's villa? Just as she contemplated countering these remarks in the group, she hesitated and deleted her prepared response. Given her character, she ought to have made an effort to impress Su Yang at this moment, striving to evoke his emotions and capture his heart, thus securing her place in the villa. Yet, she found herself wavering. The situation stirred by Su Yang was considerable. The previous incident involving the injuries of Li Bin and others could be viewed as an act of self-defense, but this time was different. If she rashly intervened on his behalf, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Even if she managed to move into the villa, she would not enjoy it for long, especially with the police potentially becoming involved. It would be wiser to remain observant for the time being. Nevertheless, she did not remain idle. Instead, she discreetly sent a message to Su Yang. "Brother Su Yang, I believe in your innocence. You must have acted out of necessity." Meanwhile, Li Bin was also closely monitoring the community group chat. Upon seeing the message Kai Yihang sent to Su Yang, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. What a pathetic neighborhood committee director. I only call you director out of respect. Without that, you are nothing. With your trivial schemes, you think you can assert dominance over Su Yang. How delusional. While others may fear the committee, he did not. He understood that the trouble they brought upon Su Yang would inevitably backfire. After all, they were not to be trifled with, or else he would not have suffered at Su Yang's hands previously. However, he refrained from giving any warnings, as it did not concern him that he was still waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge on Su Yang. The reason he had not yet acted was to observe the situation and see if the police would make an appearance. If someone sought trouble with Su Yang prematurely, he would only be pleased that if the neighborhood committee truly could not handle the situation and the police failed to arrive, he could seize the opportunity with his subordinates to capture Su Yang and clean up the mess. With thousands of residents in Fengyan community, they would all have to bow to him. Not only would he gain access to Su Yang's warm villa, but he would also reign supreme in Fengyan community. This was something he had never dared to imagine. Just wait, Su Yang. In a few days, I shall settle scores with you. Li Bin murmured, when you fall into my hands, I will make you wish for death. And everything you possess will belong to me. Fresh from his workout, Su Yang noticed several messages from Kai Yihang directed at him in the community group chat that he promptly retaliated. Kai Yihang, are you blind? Yesterday, Wang Ping and Song Fei instigated trouble in the group. They conspired against me. The consequences they face today are entirely of their own making, if I am to be investigated. Why not direct your inquiries toward them? Kai Yihang had waited long for Su Yang's reply, and upon reading the messages in the group, his expression darkened. The audacity of Su Yang to publicly question him was a blow to his pride. Since he had not been accorded the respect due to a neighborhood committee director, he would show him how he would handle him. He sent another message to Su Yang. Yesterday, everyone was merely caught up in emotion. We are all members of the same community, so why take it so seriously? You cannot treat them that way, or someone might get hurt. Even if you had cause, you cannot employ such excessive force. They are the victims, and if not you, who else should be investigated? The police have already entrusted this case to our neighborhood committee, and if you refuse to cooperate, you will be committing a serious offense. When the police arrive, we cannot protect you. He was attempting to intimidate Su Yang by leveraging his authority as a committee director and the police's involvement, though he had heard that Su Yang had acquired wealth. So what? He was still an ordinary citizen. With a little maneuvering, he could frighten Su Yang into compliance. Observing Su Yang's mixed threats and deception, a cold smile crept onto Su Yang's face. How could he not discern the intentions of these committee members? Each one fancied themselves a leader, eager to flaunt their authority. Tio put it nicely, they were officials. To put it bluntly, they were less than temporary workers. Yet many still scrambled to join, merely wishing to display their power over ordinary people. Reveling in a taste of authority that in truth, they were of no consequence. They were akin to those grandmothers who donned red armbands emblazoned with neighborhood committee, parading around the community each morning under the guise of patrolling, merely to showcase their positions and satisfy their vanity. While others might bow and scrape before the committee members, Su Yang had no intention of indulging them, that he immediately shot back. Do not presume to wield authority with mere feathers. Does your neighborhood committee possess any enforcement power? Why should I cooperate with you? You have chosen the wrong person if you wish to assert dominance over me. Chapter 38. A self-inflicted humiliation. Su Yang was most vexed by those who sought attention without cause. Even before the thousands in the community group, he spared no regard for the committee members. Upon seeing Su Yang's defiant remarks in the group, Kai Yihang was infuriated that he asked the director of the neighborhood committee. He considered himself an official of some stature. When had he ever been so openly challenged? If this trend continued, managing the community would become increasingly difficult, and residents would no longer regard him with the respect he believed he deserved. Su Yang, you are far too arrogant. Kai Yihang retorted with a scowl in the group. I am notifying you, not negotiating. Your actions have resulted in 8 severe injuries, undermining the peace of the community. This is already a criminal offense. If you continue to deny your wrongdoing and refuse to cooperate, your punishment will be even more severe. Feeling unsatisfied, he continued typing. The relevant authorities are already aware of your actions and have entrusted our neighborhood committee with handling this matter. If you do not come forward, prepare to face the full force of the law. Law. In this apocalyptic world, what law remains? Su Yang regarded the threats with a cold smile, countering, "Do not overstep your bounds. What I do is none of your committee's concern, and you have no right to interfere. You think you can intimidate me with legalities and police threats? Others may fall for this, but I certainly will not. With the heavy snowfall persisting, your committee should be serving the thousands within the community. Focus on ensuring their warmth. Are you not always proclaiming your dedication to public service? Where are your actions? You do nothing of substance, merely flexing your authority before me. What purpose does that serve?" Su Yang's words slapped Kai Yihong across the face, leaving him utterly speechless. Kai Yihong's right hand clenched tightly around his phone. His teeth grinding, his face flushed with rage, as Su Yang's remarks struck him to the core, that if this matter was not resolved promptly, it would undoubtedly incite unrest within the community. Observing Kai Yihong's silence, Su Yang scoffed, "You think you can use force to suppress me? I can easily leverage the collective will of thousands in the community against you. Let's see how you handle that." Su Yang, "Do not distort concepts." Kai Yihong, unwilling to concede, replied, "This is an entirely different matter. Even if you are eloquent, it does not change the fact that you caused 8 injuries, disturbing the peace of both the community and society." "Do not label me unjustly," Su Yang retorted fiercely. "I do not initiate conflict. They sought their own misfortune. Moreover, this matter is beyond your committee's purview. Is this how your committee serves the residents? You neglect your responsibilities while meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Given the frigid weather and heavy snow, why have you not visited to offer condolences? Why not find ways to clear the snow? Stop bothering me, or I will let you experience the hardness of my stick." After delivering his retort, Su Yang cast his phone aside, no longer engaging with him. Such individuals, driven by vanity, fancied themselves officials of minor significance, eager to assert their authority before others. The more he engaged with them, the more emboldened they became. Although he had ample time, he would not squander his energy on such trivial matters that he was not idle. As long as they did not provoke him further, he would be content that if they persisted in their folly, he might as well eliminate the nuisance. Despicable, infuriating. Kai Yihong, thoroughly humiliated by Su Yang's rebuke, raged within the neighborhood committee. "Just wait. Su Yang, see how I will deal with you once the snow stops." In this instance, Li Wei's authority was not established. Rather, it diminished his credibility and utterly obliterated the community committee's dignity. One could say it was a complete case of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Kai Yihong once again unlocked his phone, only to be met with a flurry of messages from the community group, leaving him feeling utterly drained, as Su Yang's remarks had prompted a complete shift in the residents' reactions. With the bitter cold and the heavy snowfall, was it not reasonable to seek the community committee's assistance? Otherwise, what purpose did the establishment of such an organization serve? "Director Kai, everyone is quite cold right now. Please devise a solution for us." "Indeed. The snow has piled up so high that it is nearly engulfing us. Our food supplies are dwindling, and we cannot venture out to procure more, but we are counting on your committee to find a way." "Director Kai, my elderly relatives suffer from cardiovascular diseases. They cannot withstand such frigid temperatures. Our medication is running low. Could you send someone to fetch a few boxes of medicine? We assure you, we will not let you make this trip in vain." "Director Kai, since you are already out, could you bring us something as well? We have not had a warm meal all day. The children are growing and need nutritious food." Kai Yihong stared at the incessantly scrolling messages in the community group. Feeling overwhelmed, what solutions could he possibly offer? He himself was nearly frozen to the bone. If it were not for the community committee's powerful air conditioning, he would have long since fled to the warmth of his home and the comfort of his wife's embrace. However, he understood that he could not outright refuse these requests, that if he did, and someone stoked the flames of discontent in the group, the entire committee could be overwhelmed by their anger. Yet, sending committee members out to buy supplies was simply not feasible. The cold was perilous. Moreover, his subordinates, while manageable for casual outings, would likely balk at the idea of braving such a heavy snowstorm. With no better alternative at hand, he could only attempt to soothe the residents' anxieties. As the majority of the community members grew increasingly impatient, repeatedly tagging him. Kai Yihong endeavored to calm his own nerves and replied in the most composed tone possible. Everyone, please remain calm and do not panic. I understand that we are all facing difficulties. However, hardships are temporary. Let us endure a little longer and refrain from cluttering the group with unproductive messages. Given the intensity of the snowfall, our committee members are unable to venture out. Nonetheless, we have received information from higher authorities indicating that this heavy snow is merely a result of unusual weather patterns that IT will soon pass, and within a day or two, temperatures will rise again. Surely, you have been keeping up with the news. Trust in the experts and in our higher-ups that we must unite and maintain the peace in Fengyan community. And once the snow is cleared, our lives can return to normal. Director Kai, is that truly the case? Someone inquired in the group. Will the snow continue for only another day or two? Of course. Would they deceive us? Kai Yihong replied without a moment's hesitation. Yet he alone knew that no such message had been sent to him from above. Even his attempts to contact them had been futile. However, in order to avoid inciting public outrage, he had to say that he instinctively believed that the unusual weather would not persist for long. After all, how could it snow every day in June, or maintain a temperature of -60 degrees? Once he had calmed the residents, Kai Yihong finally exhaled in relief that Su Yang, as a destabilizing element within the community, needed to be dealt with swiftly. Kai Yihong's gaze turned cold as he declared, as long as he remains at large, even when the snow ceases and life returns to normal, managing our committee will become increasingly difficult due to his presence. Chapter 39. First, control Su Yang. As for eliminating Su Yang, he certainly did not dare to entertain such thoughts that he needed to find a way to subdue him, to make him suffer before handing him over to the police once the snow had cleared. Kai Yihong was seething with resentment towards Su Yang, wishing fervently to rid the community of this unsettling influence. Director, are you not merely seeking to control Su Yang? That is quite manageable, offered another committee member, suggesting, let us concoct a reason to lure him out, and then we can seize the opportunity to bind him. This individual had also witnessed the messages in the group where Su Yang had openly defied Kai Yihong. As members of the committee, they could not allow such insubordination, especially towards their leader, that if word got out, their future work in the community would undoubtedly suffer. And how would they continue to collect favors? You make it sound so simple. Kai Yihong retorted impatiently that I already tried to summon him for an inquiry, but he would not take the bait. What could I do? The other person chuckled. Your approach was too blunt. After causing 8 injuries, do you really think he would come for questioning? What then do you propose? Kai Yihong asked, his brow furrowed in concentration, that we could first employ a softer approach. The other person suggested with a sly smile. Speaking in hushed tones, let us use the committee's authority to request that each household send one person to assist in clearing the snow. After all, Su Yang is the only one at home. If everyone else is out, he must follow suit. This way, he won't suspect anything. Once he emerges, we can take him by surprise while he is shoveling snow and subdue him. That's a splendid idea. Kai Yihong's eyes lit up, a smile breaking across his face. After a moment's thought, he asked, but what if he refuses to come out? Would he dare to stay inside? The other replied leisurely. Can he withstand the wrath of the entire community? As long as we stoke the flames of discontent, his villa will be reduced to ruins. Even if he remains indoors, having the residents clear the snow will be a significant achievement. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing this proposal, Kai Yihong's spirits soared. He promptly unlocked his phone and began to draft a message for the community group. Dear residents, due to the excessive accumulation of snow, in order to prevent disruption to our daily lives, the committee has decided that each household should send one representative this afternoon to assist in snow removal under the committee's supervision. We hope for everyone's cooperation. The community is our home, and snow removal relies on us all. Once the message was sent, numerous responses flooded in, with many residents expressing their discontent. In this freezing weather, with such heavy snow, how can we go out? Aren't you afraid of frostbite? Snow removal is for everyone's benefit. If the snowfall ceases but we fail to clear it in time, it will disrupt our daily lives and work. Let us all do our part. Not only will you be shoveling snow, but the entire committee will also mobilize to set a good example for everyone. Seeing Kai Yihong's insistence in the group, even those who were reluctant to shovel snow felt compelled to agree. As no one wanted to completely alienate the committee members during such trying times, what a farce! Su Yang shook his head in disbelief at the messages in the group. how naive these people were. How could they possibly manage the snow removal at this time? The vast Fengyan community faced a monumental task in dealing with such thick snow, especially with it still falling. Even if they cleared it in the afternoon, it would simply accumulate overnight, rendering their efforts futile. Moreover, Su Yang sensed a plot afoot. The committee was likely targeting him. After all, he had just clashed with them, and now they were organizing a snow removal operation. What a coincidence. If you want to clear the snow, you can do it yourselves. I certainly will not participate. Su Yang murmured to himself, "It is far too cold outside. How comfortable it is within my fortress of solitude. Only a fool would venture out into the elements." Having endured a month in the desolate cold of his previous life, he was acutely aware that this snowfall would not cease, at least not until the very moment of his demise. Even then, a month had already passed. Regardless, Su Yang was resolute in his decision not to venture outside. It was far too perilous that he could not allow himself to stand in harm's way. Remaining within the safety of his home was preferable. No matter how terrifying the blizzard raged outside, nor how malevolent the hearts of those beyond his door, as long as he refrained from stepping out, no one could inflict harm upon him. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Su Yang sat in the courtyard, admiring the picturesque winter landscape that as he gazed out, the world was cloaked in a brilliant white. Reminiscent of a snow-laden kingdom, that moment, he was waiting for someone, anticipating an imminent confrontation. That individual was Li Bin. Ever since he had signed the letter of understanding, Li Bin had been spared from imprisonment. Su Yang was well aware that Li Bin had recovered, and he understood his adversary all too well. With Li Bin's temperament, it was inevitable that he would seek retribution. However, Su Yang was taken aback by Li Bin's remarkable restraint, as he had yet to make a move. Yet, Su Yang knew it would not be long before Li Bin could no longer contain himself, that if this snowstorm persisted for another day or two, Li Bin would ultimately act. Shortly thereafter, residents from each household began to emerge, gathering in a vacant area of the community. Among them were Wang Ping, Song Fei, and the 4 friends whom Su Yang had injured. No one else had come. Almost every household had sent at least one representative. Kai Yihong instructed his subordinates to tally the numbers and inquired, "Is everyone here?" The individual who had previously offered him suggestions responded coldly, "Only Su Yang and Li Bin are absent." Upon hearing Li Bin's name, Kai Yihong's heart sank. "Forget about Li Bin. Bring Su Yang to me." Li Bin was notorious as the local ruffian of Fengyan community, a figure Kai Yihong dared not provoke, that he could not afford to offend someone of Li Bin's stature, so he chose to feign ignorance. However, Su Yang's blatant disregard for him was intolerable. Initially, he had hoped to lure Su Yang out under the pretense of a collective snow removal effort, intending to deal with him then, but Su Yang's indifference complicated matters. That moment, several residents from Building 24 began to sense that something was amiss. Why had Li Bin and Su Yang not arrived? Yet they dared not mention Li Bin's name, merely shouting, "Director Kai, where is Su Yang? We agreed to handle the snow together. Surely he cannot be given special treatment, if your committee acts in such a manner. We shall take our leave." They continued, "Every household has contributed. How can Su Yang reap all the benefits?" The uproar from Building 24 sparked discontent among the residents of other buildings, prompting them to join in the clamor. "What are you complaining about? What grounds do you have for discontent?" A voice, tinged with impatience, cut through the noise. That Su Yang is currently wealthy and influential. How could he possibly brave such frigid weather to join us in snow removal? The speaker was none other than Zhang San, Li Bin's right-hand man. Although Li Bin himself was absent, he had dispatched several of his subordinates who resided in the same community to incite animosity against Su Yang. Many in the crowd ignited with fury upon hearing those words. They were about to rebuke the speaker when they realized it was Zhang San, causing them to fall silent. In our community, Su Yang is the only one who stands apart. Zhang San continued to fan the flames. "Forget about showing respect to the residence committee. Even if we all banded together, he wouldn't acknowledge us. He resides in a grand villa, enjoying every comfort while we toil away in the cold. How could he possibly come out to help us clear the snow?" Zhang San's remarks struck a chord with the crowd. Of course, these sentiments were not of his own crafting, but were instilled in him by Li Bin. People, by nature, are not troubled by scarcity, but by inequality, that if everyone suffered the cold, it would be bearable. But it was infuriating that while they all endured the bitter chill, Su Yang luxuriated in comfort, that a wave of resentment surged through the crowd, regardless of their previous acquaintance with him. They shouted in unison. What gives him the right? Just because he is wealthy. Even if he is rich, everyone should be equal when it comes to maintaining the community and clearing the snow. Kai Yihong and the members of the residence committee exchanged glances. Realizing that the situation had escalated beyond control, that if they did not regain a firm grip on the situation, chaos would surely follow. Kai Yihong stepped forward to calm the crowd. I understand the imbalance you all feel. However, the residence committee cannot intervene with Su Yang. Today, Wang Ping and Song Fei were severely injured by him. We are utterly powerless against such a ruthless individual. How about this? Let us clear the snow first. Heading towards Su Yang's villa. With so many of us, we can storm in and subdue him. At least we can ensure he won't harm anyone further. Kai Yihong recognized that luring Su Yang out would be challenging. But he could still incite the crowd to charge into Su Yang's home. Even if Su Yang were formidable, could he truly contend with 1,000 people? His words resonated with many, particularly those from Building 24. Su Yang's former neighbors. They felt the injustice more acutely than anyone else. They had all faced hardships, and it was especially galling that Su Yang, once in a worse position than them, had now prospered. Their jealousy festered, and some believed it was their moral duty to ensure that someone as malevolent as Su Yang faced appropriate consequences. Others harbored ulterior motives, while some simply sought to join the fray. Yet, a significant number were merely willing to help with snow removal, not to confront Su Yang. Though Kai Yihong felt a pang of disappointment, he had nonetheless achieved his objective. 2 to 300 people heeded his call. Su Yang would be unable to withstand such numbers. Thus, the residence committee led a throng of over 1,000 individuals in clearing the snow throughout the community. That it was not until around 6 in the evening that they reached the front of Su Yang's villa. By that time, Su Yang had already prepared dinner, illuminating the sunroom with bright lights. That a table was set near the glass, adorned with numerous delectable dishes, lobster, abalone, and the belly of bluefin tuna, along with a bounty of fresh fruit that made onlookers' mouths water. Su Yang poured himself a glass of red wine, indulging in a feast while observing the chaos outside. Kai Yihong was nearly driven to madness, but he had spent the entire afternoon laboring with his group, scarcely managing to quench his thirst, while Su Yang brazenly indulged in sumptuous delicacies. That it felt as though Su Yang were deliberately trying to humiliate him, relishing in the spectacle of their toil. Even more incensed were Su Yang's former neighbors, who were exhausted and cold, toiling away in the snow while he remained untouched, enjoying a lavish meal. That is Su Yang. Your actions are utterly excessive, Lu Su shouted from the courtyard. You may choose not to help clear the snow, but how dare you feast so lavishly without sharing? Why should everyone else labor while you do nothing? Li Changshun, one of those who had previously conspired against him, voiced his discontent. Su Yang, this is unacceptable. We are all residents of this community. The task of snow removal should be shared, and your bounty should be offered to all. Why should I share what belongs to me? Su Yang retorted with a cold smirk. You think I'm foolish? The snowfall is relentless, and the temperature is frigid. Clearing the snow today will only result in more accumulation tomorrow. If you choose to be duped into performing unpaid labor, do not drag me into it. I have no intention of participating. Do not incite the crowd, Su Yang. Kai Yihong's expression darkened as he hastily interrupted him. That if Su Yang continued, it was certain that many would become agitated. The snow will cease in a day or two. If you continue to stir the emotions of the masses, you will be held legally accountable. Kai Yihong placed a heavy accusation upon Su Yang. Then carry on. Su Yang ignored them, raising his wine glass in a toast. May you clear every last bit of snow from the community. Kai Yihong's face flushed with rage, his eyes blazing as he gritted his teeth. Su Yang, you deliberately injured Wang Ping and Song Fei. Your actions are reprehensible. The residence committee has decided to temporarily detain you. Please come with us. Get lost. Do not disturb my meal. Su Yang scolded with a fierce demeanor. If your committee continues to overstep, I will make you regret it. With adversaries at his doorstep, he could not allow them to escape unscathed. Otherwise, others would assume him an easy target. Though he wished to avoid excessive boredom during the long winter, he had no desire for constant interruptions. The DOU still wished to resist. Kai Yihong sneered, emboldened by the throng behind him. You refuse to leave. Is that it? Su Yang's eyes glinted with malice as he turned to enter the villa. Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, the DO not let this scoundrel escape. Let us charge in and seize him. Kai Yihong bellowed loudly. wielding an iron shovel, leading several members of the neighborhood committee as they charged towards Su Yang's courtyard. Simultaneously, Zhang San, mingling among the crowd, shouted, "Follow Director Kai. We cannot allow this criminal to remain in our community any longer." Although Zhang San and a few of Li Bin's accomplices shouted fiercely, they did not advance. Neither did Lu Su. They all remained cautious. Only the previous 200 individuals pressed forward. Despite the entire exterior of Su Yang's yard being covered in ice, rendering it particularly slippery, they managed to reach the glass before the courtyard. Kai Yihong summoned all his strength and swung the shovel against the glass. Bang! The moment the shovel made contact, it shattered, flying back and nearly injuring one of their own. What sort of glass is this? How can it be so tough? Kai Yihong mused inwardly, that he then turned to the crowd and commanded, "Smash it! Smash it fiercely!" At his order, over 200 people positioned themselves before the glass, gathering their strength to strike. Despite their efforts, not a single mark was left on the glass. Su Yang stood on the balcony of the third floor, coldly observing the clowns below. He pressed a button on a device in his hand. A hole opened on the fourth floor, and a high-pressure water sprayer slowly ascended to the rooftop. "Seeing you all working so hard, sweating profusely, let me give you a cold shower," with Su Yang's voice echoing. The sprayer unleashed a torrent of icy water towards the crowd with tremendous pressure. IN temperatures plummeting below -60 degrees, the icy deluge soaked them to the bone. Some individuals instantly froze, shivering uncontrollably as the powerful jets of water struck them. Their footing unsteady, they all slipped and fell. With the icy water cascading down faster, they resembled participants in a torrential downpour, drenched and trembling. Unable to stand. "Kai Yihong, you're endangering lives," Kai Yihong shouted. "In such frigid weather, being drenched in ice water will make many ill, that if you do not cease this madness, dire consequences will ensue. Is this endangerment?" Su Yang retorted, "If I truly wish for you to meet a swift demise, I would simply pull out an AK-47 and let loose a barrage. Then you would understand what it means to be in peril." Yet, Su Yang had no intention of resorting to such measures. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. Revealing his trump card so soon was not his style, especially with greater, more formidable foes lurking outside. Dealing with these individuals in the community was child's play. He had no need for a sledgehammer to crack ANUT, at least until Li Bin made an appearance. He preferred not to resort to firearms. However, merely using icy water was insufficient. They needed to comprehend the pain. From a space, Su Yang retrieved a high-strength composite bow and several bundles of arrows forged from high-quality steel. He knocked an arrow and aimed at the crowd below. In such a dense throng. Even with his eyes closed, he could not miss. Whoosh! The arrow flew and struck one individual, who let out a harrowing scream as it pierced through his thigh. Blood gushing forth and swiftly freezing. Writhing in agony on the ground, he was met with a grim realization. Those who had been drenched in icy water, now resembling drowned rats, quickly grasped the severity of the situation. Originally numb from the cold, they see after Su Yang sent the message. He turned on the television to watch the news, but he had already anticipated that Kai Yihong and the members of the neighborhood committee would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Typically, these supplies were hoarded by them, and no one dared to speak out. However, in this extraordinary time, with heavy snowfall and a severe shortage of resources, it was impossible to venture out to purchase necessities. If they continued to withhold supplies, it would surely incite public outrage. Indeed, shortly after Su Yang disseminated this message, the community group erupted in chaos. Many individuals expressed their anger, questioning, "Director Kai, in the past, we remained silent about your hoarding of these supplies, understanding the challenges faced by the neighborhood committee. Yet, at this critical juncture, as our resources dwindle, it is simply unacceptable for you to continue concealing them. Hurry and release them. Our household is running out of provisions. Surely, you cannot stand by and watch us starve. After all, the supplies issued by the relevant authorities belong to all of us collectively. Director Kai, you cannot be so heartless. Is your intention to let us suffer from hunger by withholding these supplies?" Kai Yihong, enduring the pain in his legs, observed the barrage of messages from the group and was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. He hastily attempted to explain in the group. "Do not heed Su Yang's nonsensical claims. He is not a good person and is deliberately inciting you against our committee. We have never received any supplies. If we had such resources, we would have distributed them long ago. However, his explanation fell on deaf ears, and he was met with scorn for his unscrupulous behavior. Under normal circumstances, they might have turned a blind eye. But the lack of essential supplies was a matter of life and death, that it was imperative to force the opposition to relinquish the embezzled goods. The community group descended into utter chaos, leaving Kai Yi-hong feeling overwhelmed. What should we do, Director? Several members of the neighborhood committee, witnessing the uncontrollable situation in the group, wore expressions of grave concern that if they were uninjured, it would be manageable, but now they were severely wounded. Should those unruly citizens storm in, escape would be impossible. What can I do? Kai Yi-hong uttered weakly. Perhaps we should distribute a portion of the supplies we have in the committee, a member ventured tentatively. Distribute? How would we do that? There are thousands of residents in Fengyan community. Is there enough to share? Kai Yi-hong retorted, even if we hadn't sold those supplies, we still wouldn't have enough to distribute among these thousands. The little stock we have is barely sufficient for our own survival. If we actually distribute it, it will only incite their insatiable greed. We would not only fail to benefit, but would also find ourselves completely devoid of food in the future. If you wish to starve, I will not stop you. After some reflection, the others realized that the supplies meant for the elderly had long been sold off, and this month's allocation had yet to arrive. Gazing at the relentless snowfall outside, with no signs of abating, they understood that it was unlikely to be delivered this month either. The neighborhood committee had retained very few supplies, and given their severe injuries, they could hardly last a few days without food. With a steely resolve, they thought, why should those supplies go to others when we ourselves are facing starvation? Simultaneously, their animosity towards Su Yang deepened. They attempted to call the police, but help was unavailable. Even the ambulance service was unreachable. Coupled with their physical agony, their minds began to twist with despair. Seeing that Kai Yi-hong had not responded in the community group for an extended period ignited a fury among the people, who unleashed a torrent of insults upon him and the neighborhood committee, cursing them to the depths of their ancestry. Yet Kai Yi-hong and the committee members chose to retreat into their shells, refusing to respond to the barrage of abuse. Before long, Li Bin made his appearance in the group, addressing everyone. Calm down, everyone, and listen to me. It is now clear that the neighborhood committee has hoarded the supplies meant for us. We cannot sit idly by. I have decided to demand those supplies back on your behalf. However, if anything occurs, you must testify that I acted as your representative, with no intention of breaking the law. Upon hearing that Li Bin was willing to stand up for them, the community members felt a surge of relief. Given their temperament, even if they knew that the neighborhood committee had embezzled the supplies meant for the elderly, they would only dare to vent their frustrations in the group rather than confront them directly. Despite many households lacking sufficient reserves, they had not yet reached the ultimate point of desperation. They remained hesitant to completely antagonize the committee members, fearing repercussions should the snow cease. With someone willing to advocate for them, they were more than willing to let Li Bin take the lead. Even if something went awry, it would not directly involve them. Thus, human nature proved selfish. In times of crisis, self-preservation took precedence. That Li Bin was well aware of their motivations, but proceeded nonetheless, as it would allow him to win over public favor. If the neighborhood committee truly possessed supplies, this would provide him with the perfect opportunity to seize them entirely. From the beginning, he had no intention of sharing the acquired supplies with so many underlings. Although everyone had brought food, it was relatively scarce, and in the frigid cold, their consumption was high. Li Bin had never cultivated a habit of stockpiling food at home, and now their provisions were becoming alarmingly insufficient. If he did not devise a plan, his subordinates would soon face hunger. Rather than robbing the other residents and inciting widespread discontent, it was far more pragmatic to take action against the neighborhood committee, who had already incurred public ire. Moreover, given that the committee members had been injured by Su Yang's arrows, seizing their supplies would be relatively easy. Indeed, after Li Bin's announcement, many responded, "Brother Bin, you are magnificent. We support you. Let us reclaim our belongings. If anything goes wrong, we will testify for you. With your support, I feel reassured," Li Bin replied. "During my years of experience, I have always upheld 3 principles. First, loyalty. Second, camaraderie. Third, an abhorrence for injustice. Await my good news. I shall pay a visit to the neighborhood committee and retrieve our supplies." After sending his message, Li Bin gathered a dozen of his subordinates, armed and ready to head out. Chapter 43. Dogs bite, dogs hurry. Lock the door tight. Upon seeing Li Bin's message in the group, Kai Hong was immediately alarmed that he suppressed the pain in his body and rose to his feet. The remaining members hastily locked the door and barricaded it with sofas and chairs. Given their severe injuries, the effort left them breathless, yet it was preferable to allowing Li Bin and his men to burst in and abscond with their supplies, leaving them to face certain death. Although they had secured the door, fear still etched their faces and unease gripped their hearts. They all knew Li Bin was not to be trifled with. They could only hope that the door would hold against him. Watching the discord unfold in the group, Su Yang smirked. This saves me the trouble of intervening. Let them tear each other apart. He then resumed watching the news, where a host, bundled in multiple layers of blankets, shivered as they reported. Most of the broadcast focused on calming the public, urging them not to panic, assuring them that the snow would eventually cease. The blizzard and cold had persisted for 3 days. In any circumstance and at any location, 3 days is a critical threshold during a disaster. Once surpassing this duration without aid, humanity inexplicably descends into panic. Within the first 3 days, the fear is manageable. However, beyond that, the violent instincts within humans are gradually activated, accompanied by restlessness and anxiety that if aid does not arrive during this time, the longer the wait, the more extreme the actions of those caught in the disaster become. This may well be an instinct shared by all creatures. Consequently, many television hosts strive to reassure the public, hoping to prevent any major upheaval, as they too remain uncertain when the snow will relent. As staff members of the television station, they possess more knowledge than the average person. It is possible that help may never arrive, and the world could descend into chaos. Yet Su Yang found himself puzzled, wondering whether the host's actions were spontaneous or orchestrated from above. But what did it matter? He shook his head. Regardless of the reason, disaster had already struck, and it was not his concern. Continual reassurances were futile. Once people exhausted their resources, society would descend into chaos, spiraling out of control, that he turned his attention back to the conflict between Li Bin and the neighborhood committee, as Su Yang murmured softly before releasing dozens of small flying devices from within the confines of space. Each aircraft was equipped with pinhole cameras that transmitted clear images to the screen before him. With the press of a button, numerous holes appeared on the villa's walls, through which the diminutive flying machines, resembling sparrows in size and entirely white, soared into the heavy snow, rendering them nearly invisible. They glided silently through the AI, as Su Yang commanded the devices to station themselves at Building 24, where they could observe Li Bin and his entourage trudging through the snow towards Building 1. Most of these individuals wielded machetes, while Zhang San brandished a shotgun, and Li Bin held a pistol firmly in his grasp. Through the footage relayed by the flying devices, Su Yang noted Li Bin's newfound caution. A subtle smile creeping onto his lips that it appeared that after their last encounter, where he had outsmarted them, Li Bin had grown considerably more wary. After nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, Li Bin and his group finally reached Building 1. Clearing away the snow that had accumulated at the entrance, with a wave of his hand, the group approached the door of Room 101, the community committee's office, fearing that Li Bin's group might catch sight of the flying devices. Su Yang refrained from having them follow inside. Instead, he instructed them to hover by the committee's window, transmitting the scene within. Though small in size, these flying machines were remarkably advanced, equipped with infrared capabilities that effortlessly penetrated walls and obstacles. Capturing every detail within. In the video, Kai Yihong and 7 members of the committee lay on the floor, each with an arrow embedded in their legs. Though the bleeding had ceased, the injuries were severe, and the arrows remained lodged within, causing inflammation and severe swelling. The pain radiating from their legs prompted grimaces, and occasional groans of anguish escaped their lips. Just then, Li Bin and his men arrived. The resounding thud of their knocking sending shivers down the spines of Kai Yihong and his companions. "That I know you're inside. Kai Yihong, open the door at once," Zhang San shouted, pounding on the door while hurling accusations. "You dare embezzle the supplies meant for the elderly. Have you no conscience? Open the door and hand over the goods, or don't blame us for being uncivilized." The intimidating tone of their threats left Kai Yihong trembling. Nearly brought to tears with a quivering voice, he replied, "Li, it's not that I don't want to let you in. If we open the door, you won't spare us." He continued, "We have no supplies. Don't let Su Yang deceive you. Enough of your excuses, Li Bin retorted coldly. The community committee is supposed to serve the residents, not engage in corruption. Open the door and hand over the supplies, or the consequences will be dire. Faced with Li Bin's relentless demands, Kai Yihong, in a state of fear, felt the pain from his wounds intensify, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. But we truly have no supplies. What I say is the truth. You must leave. Su Yang is the one with resources. You are wasting your time here. Then why are you locking the door if you have nothing to hide? You just want to keep it all for yourselves. Li Bin glowered. Not wishing to continue this futile exchange, he signaled to his accomplice, Mouse. Mouse approached with lock-picking tools, only to grimly announce, Boss, they've broken the lock from the inside. We can't get in. Li Bin snorted disdainfully. That's so, Kai. You were prepared, were you? Locking the door from the inside, thinking I couldn't breach it. Smash it open. He turned to Zhang San, who, with a cruel smile, swung an axe with all his might against the solid wooden door. Splinters flew as the door succumbed to the assault, soon rendered utterly unfit for purpose. With a swift kick, Zhang San sent the battered door flying open, displacing even the sofa barricading the entrance. Kai Yihong and his companions quickly retreated, dragging their injured legs back as Li Bin and his men cleared away the furniture blocking their path, wearing sinister grins as they regarded Kai Yihong. Go and search for the supplies, Li Bin ordered his subordinates. Boss, those supplies are our rations. If you take them, we will starve. Kai Yihong and the 7 committee members pleaded desperately. Silence, Li Bin barked, indifferent to their plight. At this juncture, securing resources was paramount. With a crew of over 10 brothers to feed, the depletion of supplies could incite unrest among them, a situation he could ill afford. Thus, he resolved to extract what he could from the committee, unconcerned for the fates of those already grievously injured. Kai Yihong, paralyzed by fear under Li Bin's withering gaze, wore an expression of despair. He had intended to speak further, but Li Bin's mere glance silenced him. Zhang San, accompanied by a group of henchmen, ransacked the various offices of the committee, returning shortly with a meager haul. Boss, we've searched everywhere. Zhang San's icy demeanor indicated the scant findings. 3 bags of 50 kilograms of flour, 1 bag of 10 kilograms of rice, half a bag of noodles, and 20 eggs. Are you certain you've left nothing behind? Li Bin inquired, his expression darkening. Absolutely, the community committee is simply this size. There can be no omissions. Upon hearing this, Li Bin's fury boiled over. Did he approach Kai Yihong and delivered a forceful kick to his wounded leg, the arrow embedded within penetrating deeper under the impact, causing blood to spurt forth. Kai Yihong cried out in agony, collapsing to the floor, clutching his bleeding leg as he writhed in pain. Where are the supplies hidden? Li Bin demanded, yanking Kai Yihong up despite his suffering, his gaze sharp and menacing. Kai Yihong, feeling the predatory intensity of Li Bin's stare, broke into a cold sweat, his back drenched. Li, I swear I'm not lying. The community committee has no supplies. Didn't the authorities send a batch each month for the elderly in your community? Li Bin pressed again. Yes, they do, but we sold them and divided the money among ourselves. Kai Yihong, though weakened, spoke out of sheer survival instinct, fearing the torment that could follow. Useless. Li Bin erupted in rage at the admission. He pushed Kai Yihong down again, eliciting another agonized cry. You committee members are all worthless. How much could the supplies for the elderly possibly be worth? If it weren't for your greed, there would have been enough provisions to feed hundreds for a month. His anger mounting, he directed several kicks at the other committee members, targeting their already injured areas that a couple of them, unable to withstand the excruciating pain, fainted on the spot. Kai Yihong and the remaining conscious members gazed at Li Bin in despair. At that moment, Su Yang watched like a spectator, sipping Longjing tea as he reveled in the chaos unfolding on the screen before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Neither Li Bin nor Kai Yihong and his committee were allies. Both were enemies in his eyes. Even if they avoided conflict now, he planned to eradicate them both when the time was right. Yet, it was unfortunate that this time, the scales were tipped, making the spectacle less thrilling. Su Yang had anticipated a fierce confrontation between these opposing forces, but he had dealt such a harsh blow to the committee that their capacity for resistance had been extinguished. With a sigh, Su Yang continued to savor the unfolding drama on the screen. After venting his frustrations, Li Bin's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated the committee possessing so few resources. A mere 300 jin of flour and 20 jin of rice would barely suffice for a few days. As for the half-eaten noodles and dozens of eggs, they would be consumed in a single meal by his 40 or so men. This was untenable. He needed to devise a new plan. Li Bin murmured, "Given the current situation, it seems this snow will not cease anytime soon. If it comes to it, I could simply resort to taking action against the residents of the community. With 40 buildings in the complex, gathering sufficient supplies would ensure that my brothers and I need not worry about survival resources any longer. And then there's Su Yang. He must possess a considerable cache of survival supplies. If I eliminate him and seize his villa, I would undoubtedly dominate the entire Fengyun community." The mere thought of Su Yang ignited a torrent of hatred within Li Bin. "Let us go and retrieve these supplies." He commanded his subordinates as he turned and exited the community office. "You can't take these items. Without them, we will starve." Kai Yihong and several members of the community office pleaded, yet their cries fell on deaf ears. Zhang San, who had accompanied Li Bin out of the office, overheard their desperate shouts and returned. Addressing the group, he stated, "If you wish to avoid starvation, I shall grant you relief now." With that, he brandished a machete and swiftly severed the throats of Kai Yihong and his companions. Upon witnessing the death of Kai Yihong and the others through the screen, Su Yang felt a flicker of disappointment. They died so quickly, it hardly satiates my thirst for vengeance. But alas, it is no longer my concern. Their demise is for the best, preventing them from inciting the community against me. Have all of them been dealt with? Li Bin inquired upon seeing Zhang San return. Zhang San nodded in affirmation. The group then made their way back to Building 24, that once home. Li Bin began to broadcast a message in the community group. "Dear residents, I have visited the community office. We have not located the supplies distributed to the elderly by the relevant authorities. They have all been sold off by that group at the office. However, I have ensured my brothers have taught the community office a lesson on your behalf." He continued, "For those facing shortages at home, you must seek alternative solutions. The community office is no longer reliable, but fear not, for I am here. Should anyone encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me, that I shall not shy away from offering assistance." Words are more charming than actions. Su Yang scoffed at the messages in the group. Choosing not to respond, Li Bin's tactics were merely a means to curry favor. He was not one to be trifled with, capable of consuming others whole without leaving a trace. Should anyone seek his help, they would find themselves deprived of their own resources in the process. Chapter 45. Ominous signs of chaos. Su Yang refrained from warning the residents of Fengyun community. After all, people are diverse, and he bore no obligation to concern himself with their fates. Each individual chose their own path. Those who sought to cling to the powerful would ultimately face repercussions, yet his own safety remained paramount. As long as they did not provoke him, all would be well. Upon seeing Li Bin's message, numerous residents began to voice their opinions, many echoing the earlier flattery directed at Kai Yihong, now lavishing praise upon Li Bin. "Brother Bin is truly mighty. It is you who embodies loyalty. Were it not for you, we might never have realized the depths of depravity exhibited by the community office, even daring to embezzle supplies meant for the elderly." They continued, "In this frigid environment, we shall rely heavily upon you, Brother Bin. The community office truly deserves a reckoning. Without you, we would have been powerless against them. Thank you for avenging us," observing the community group's messages. Su Yang shook his head in exasperation, reflecting, "There truly are many fools." While he had no intention of cautioning these individuals against their folly, he also did not wish to allow Li Bin to achieve his objectives unchallenged. Thus, he edited and shared a video captured by a drone, illustrating Li Bin and his armed subordinates exiting Building 24 and subsequently tormenting Kai Yihong and others at the community office, culminating in Zhang San's return to eliminate them all. The video was met with gasps of shock from those who watched. "Quickly, lock the doors. It won't be long before chaos erupts throughout the entire community." They hurried to secure their homes, barricading doors with furniture. These residents exhibited foresight. Having witnessed Su Yang's previous acts of aggression and Li Bin's ruthless acquisition of resources, it was evident that turmoil was imminent. Once the seeds of chaos were sown, they would inevitably spread. Many others in the community were gripped with fear, their expressions reflecting the terror of the deceased shown in the video. That Li Bin's promises of sharing survival resources rang hollow. The video had clearly shown the spoils they had seized, contradicting his claims. His assertion of having taught the community office a lesson was merely a euphemism for murder. Such brutality surpassed even Su Yang's. After all, Su Yang had never actively provoked anyone, while Li Bin and his cohorts wielded knives and firearms, showing no mercy in their lethal pursuits. The community group fell into an eerie silence. The earlier admirers of Li Bin now rendered mute, their fear escalating rapidly. Upon seeing the video shared by Su Yang, Li Bin's rage intensified. He was baffled as to how his actions had been recorded with such clarity. Had they installed cameras at the community office? That seemed unlikely. What purpose would such surveillance serve? Perhaps they had employed another method. Li Bin's expression hardened as he gained a clearer understanding of Su Yang's capabilities. This adversary would not be easily dispatched. He resolved that Su Yang must be eliminated swiftly. The threat posed by this individual was too significant. Without his removal, every action would be conducted under Su Yang's watchful eye. After pondering for a moment, Li Bin refrained from issuing further explanations in the group. The more he elaborated, the more fear would grip the residents, intensifying their wariness of him. It was better to remain silent. Instead, he directly tagged Su Yang. "Are you trying to court death with your actions?" Upon receiving the message, Su Yang chuckled and replied, "Who is courting death remains to be seen. What is this? Have you forgotten the pain of your last encounter?" He continued, "Do not presume that a little cleverness can outmaneuver me." Li Bin retorted with bravado, "My previous defeat was merely due to my oversight. Prepare for your demise this time." With so many brothers at his side, he had no reason to fear a lone opponent. Even if Su Yang was skilled, could he outpace a bullet? Li Bin brimmed with confidence as he warned Su Yang. "You had best be cautious. You never know when you might fall into an eternal slumber." After sending the message, Li Bin turned off his phone, dismissing the group chat as he contemplated how to deal with Su Yang. He had witnessed Su Yang's methods firsthand and was aware that the glass in Su Yang's courtyard was exceptionally sturdy, impervious to ordinary tools. Furthermore, the villa was equipped with sprinklers that would drench any intruder in freezing water, rendering them vulnerable like live targets that if a direct assault was unfeasible, he would have to approach through the underground parking garage, thereby neutralizing the threat posed by the sprinklers. However, he needed to devise a way to open the basement door. Li Bin did not rush to confront Su Yang, but opted to wait a while longer, hoping to devise a plan that would serve both parties' interests. Meanwhile, Su Yang wore a smile. He truly hoped Li Bin would come, for if he dared to approach, Su Yang would ensure he never left the villa alive. Just as Su Yang finished his tea and contemplated a workout, a message arrived from his former fitness instructor. Ning Kai-dai that he had seen her once during the community's snow removal efforts, but had not paid her much attention. To his surprise, she had taken the initiative to message him that Su Yang, be cautious. Li Bin and his crew are armed. You should avoid provoking them. You alone cannot contend with their numbers. Also, refrain from revealing your substantial stockpile of survival supplies. Otherwise, you will become the target of the entire community. Ning Kai-dai warned. This snow shows no signs of stopping. Remember to conserve your food and avoid waste. Ning Kai-dai, a former Special Forces soldier, was privy to information that ordinary citizens might overlook. Since the onset of the icy apocalypse, she had attempted to contact several of her retired comrades, but none had responded. The absence of news from her former teammates was the worst possible indication. She speculated that something grave had transpired, leading to impending societal chaos. With few friends in the community, she reached out to Su Yang, hoping to offer a word of caution as a gesture of goodwill for her previous role as his trainer. "Thank you. I will take your advice to heart," he replied. Upon receiving the well-intentioned reminder from the other party, Su Yang could not help but chuckle silently. At this moment, many individuals were preoccupied with their own predicaments. Yet Ning Kai-dai still took the time to send a message to remind him. Truly, she was to be commended for her strong sense of justice, a trait likely honed during her military service. Although Su Yang was not the least bit afraid of such matters, he nonetheless responded to Ning Katie's message with, "Coach Ning, please take care of yourself as well." Chapter 46. Internal strife. Since the other party had shown concern for him, he felt it only appropriate to reciprocate the gesture, thus repaying her kindness. While Ning Kai-dai possessed a strong sense of righteousness, Su Yang had never entertained the idea of inviting her to stay in his villa. He was unwilling to expose himself to even the slightest danger. His twin sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, who were unfailingly loyal to him, were still under his watchful EYES for others. Gaining access to his villa was an even more formidable challenge. After conversing with Ning Kaidai for a while, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu called him via video. The sisters informed Su Yang that a tense atmosphere had begun to pervade their community. Some residents were becoming increasingly restless, engaging in rampant acquisitions of survival supplies from others. Given that they resided in an upscale neighborhood populated by affluent individuals, even with inflated prices, supplies were still scarce. Groups were forming, and attempts to break into their home had been thwarted. Thus, Su Yang scoffed. Those wealthy individuals are not foolish. They too are uncertain of when the snow disaster will cease. They would certainly not sell their life-sustaining food for immediate profit. They are not in want of money. In light of the unavailability of survival supplies, some individuals were undoubtedly becoming desperate, their thoughts turning extreme, leading them to contemplate theft. It's safe over there. Su Yang inquired with concern that we're still quite safe. Su Yunxi replied, those individuals have found our door impenetrable. So for now, no one has come. That's good. If you encounter any danger, notify me immediately. After exchanging a few more words, he hung up the phone, only for Bai Lu to initiate another video call. Upon connecting, Su Yang couldn't help but smile at the sight of Bai Lu, wrapped in a blanket and shivering from the cold. Brother Su Yang, I hope you weren't hurt when so many people came after you, Bai Lu said sweetly. I worry so much about you. Worry for me? I suspect you are more concerned about my survival supplies. Given his understanding of Bai Lu and Lu Su, they had no habit of stockpiling supplies at home, preferring takeout or dining at nearby restaurants. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose an issue, but with the snow apocalypse having descended for 3 days, even if she and Lu Su were rationing their food, they would likely have very little left. The pallor of her face indicated that the two had probably survived on instant noodles for the past 3 days. That I'm perfectly fine. Su Yang replied, wishing to keep the conversation light, responding with vague remarks. Brother Su Yang, didn't you stockpile a lot of supplies? Bai Lu feigned a pitiful expression, asking, could you send me some? We're running low. Oh, I sighed dramatically. When Lu Su went out to clear the snow, I intended to have him bring you a lobster. But when I saw how he was targeting me, I thought you must have sufficient food and wouldn't need my assistance, so I gave up and ended up eating alone. This delicacy might not suit your palate anyway. Never mind, instant noodles are quite adequate. Su Yang continued, just hold on for a few more days. Perhaps the snow disaster will pass soon. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's expression shifted instantly. She felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Lu Su. If it weren't for him, she could have indulged in a delicious lobster. Yet she remained undeterred, pleading, Brother Su Yang, instant noodles will suffice. Could you send me a few packets? We're almost out. I wish I could, but you know the trouble I've caused in the neighborhood, that it would be dangerous for me to go out. You wouldn't want me to endanger myself. Would you? Besides, with Lu Su harboring such resentment towards me, if I were to show up at your door, he would surely beat me to a pulp. Su Yang shifted his tone, first offering Bai Lu a glimmer of hope, only to plunge her into despair. Her emotions plummeted like a roller coaster, as she mentally scolded Lu Su 100 times over. Yet she dared not show her frustration, instead adopting a more conciliatory tone with Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, since you can't go out, why don't I come to you? Not only can I keep you company, but I can also help you tidy up your place, water your plants, and feed your fish. Forget it. With Lu Su being so petty, if he sees you at my house, he'll undoubtedly tear my villa apart. Even if you come to fetch supplies, the moment he hears you are taking them from me, he will blame you. Su Yang shook his head, resolutely rejecting her suggestion. You can think of another way. After ending the call, he called out, Lu Su, come here. After Bai Lu saw the video call abruptly terminate, she could not contain her agitation and shouted. Lu Su hurriedly wrapped himself in a blanket and rushed over. What's wrong? What's wrong? How can you ask me that? Bai Lu scolded angrily. If you hadn't targeted Su Yang while clearing snow, we could have enjoyed exquisite lobster. Because of you, not only did I miss out on the lobster, but now I can't even stay in Su Yang's villa, and he won't even consider sending us food. You useless fool. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Bai Lu continued her tirade, her fury growing with each word. How did I end up so unlucky? I've grown up with you, and we even share a place that if it weren't for you, I would have long been Mrs. Su, living a life of luxury. Lu Su's face darkened as his pent-up anger erupted that he no longer felt the need to spare Bai Lu's feelings and retorted coldly. Now you regret living with me? When Su Yang was pursuing you, you used me as a shield, didn't you? If it weren't for me, how could you have acquired so many good things from him? Seeing her silent, Lu Su continued to mock, and here you are still dreaming of being Mrs. Su. Wake up! Su Yang is wealthy. Why would he be interested in you? I admit you have some charm, but you are nowhere near the level of a true beauty. Just look at those twin sisters you encountered before. They outshine you by a mile. They are accustomed to fine dining. Who would settle for your rough fare? What are you saying? Who is rough fare? Bai Lu's face turned a myriad of colors, shocked by Lu Su's harsh words. She never expected him to speak to her in such a manner, leaving her feeling deeply aggrieved. Of course, I am referring to you. Who else could it be? Lu Su said bluntly, You brainless fool. Can't you see? Su Yang has been toying with you all this time. He never intended for you to stay in his villa. He never dreamed of treating you to lobster or abalone. What he said before was merely a game, leading to our internal strife. Bai Lu was utterly stunned by Lu Su's revelations, her expression one of disbelief. No, that can't be. Brother Su Yang would never do that. He pursued me for so long and treated me so well. Even though his words were painfully direct, she still found it hard to accept that Lu Su was telling the truth. Chapter 47. Everything under control at this point. You still cling to hope? Lu Su said with a cold demeanor. If Su Yang truly wanted you to stay in his villa, he would have made arrangements long ago. Would he let you wait until now? Su Yang, you are despicable. Bai Lu gritted her teeth. How dare you toy with my feelings? It was only then she reluctantly began to accept Lu Su's assertions. I will not let him off easily. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. A profound hatred welled up within her as she glared at Lu Su. What do you suggest we do about Su Yang? Our supplies are running low. How do we acquire more? We can only borrow survival supplies. Lu Su shook his head, admitting he had no better solution. With supplies so scarce, who would be willing to lend us anything? Bai Lu retorted sharply. Aren't you good at being charming? Perhaps you could find some single men. Maybe they would be willing to share. Lu Su smirked. You want me to go out and beg those paupers for food? No way. Bai Lu firmly rejected the idea. She did not regard common individuals, and if that were the case, she would not have wasted her time on Su Yang. She sought to marry into wealth. There's another way. Suddenly, Lu Su seemed to have an epiphany, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. You could seduce Su Yang, persuade him to let you in, and then we storm his villa, kicking him out. Everything inside would then belong to us. If he lacks compassion, he cannot blame us for being ruthless. But Su Yang is quite formidable. Previously, he dealt with Li Bin and several armed men with ease. Bai Lu said, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Can we really succeed with just the two of us? Then we can collaborate with others. Lu Su's lips curled into a cold smirk. Let us seek out Li Bin. He has many brothers under his command. As long as you can deceive the door of the Su family into opening, I, along with Li Bin and his men, will charge inside. At that point, we need only one bedroom to stay in, and we can evenly distribute the resources of our adversaries, cannot we? A splendid idea. Bai Lu concurred that Li Bin bears a grudge against him. He will certainly acquiesce to our request. It is also a perfect opportunity for us to give Su Yang a proper reckoning. In an instant, the anger in Bai Lu's heart dissipated, yet her eyes still gleamed with a vengeful hatred. Let us go find Li Bin now. Bai Lu eagerly rose to her feet. Wait a moment. Lu Su interjected, halting her. Are you foolish? If we approach Li Bin now, it would merely reveal to the others that our family's resources are dwindling. Exposing our trump card at this juncture would leave us without any bargaining chips for negotiation. We still have a few bags of instant noodles at home. We can manage for a few days. Let us wait until Li Bin's men have exhausted their supplies. Then our chances of success will be considerably higher. The conversation and movements of Bai Lu and Lu Su were meticulously observed by the small aerial device released by Su Yang. With a chilling gaze fixed upon the screen before him, Su Yang revealed a cruel smile. Bai Lu, Lu Su, do you believe that the events of our past lives shall unfold once more? Should you dare to approach, that day shall mark your demise. Disregarding the two, Su Yang indulged in a sumptuous meal before returning to the gym for his workout. For Su Yang, the hours passed swiftly, and before he knew it, June 4th had arrived. The fourth day since the apocalypse had descended, that on this day, the majority of residents in the community began to succumb to a state of panic. Some could no longer suppress their agitation, flooding the community chat with complaints and curses. Numerous individuals began to hoard supplies at exorbitant prices, causing the cost of goods to skyrocket. A mere packet of instant noodles had reached an astonishing 500. Regrettably, not much could be procured. As night fell, tragedy struck within the community. For Song Fei's friends lost their lives. They had sustained severe injuries, both legs broken by Su Yang, and were drenched in icy water, enduring 3 hours of freezing temperatures at -60 degrees, resulting in extensive frostbite. That it was remarkable that they had managed to hold on until now without assistance. The families of the deceased incessantly condemned Su Yang in the chat, demanding legal action and financial compensation, yet they received no response. Frustrated by the silence, they redirected their fury towards Song Fei. These four went to help you. Not only did you survive, but you are also less injured than they are. Is there any justice or law in this? Their families unanimously believe that Song Fei had used those four as scapegoats. Although Song Fei did not peruse the chat messages, the small aerial device provided him with a clear view of the unfolding events within the community. As he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, he savored the scenes of chaos occurring in Song Fei's home. The families of the deceased stormed into Song Fei's residence, disregarding his injuries, and forcibly yanked him from the bed. The pain caused him to scream in agony, nearly losing consciousness. His family attempted to. Chen Mingjing cast a cold gaze upon the gathered individuals and spoke ominously. You shall each take a knife and strike a blow upon one of the two living souls. Thus, we shall forge a blood pact. Although these individuals had consented to ally with Chen Mingjing, none had contemplated the act of murder themselves, and they all shook their heads in refusal. What? Chen Mingjing's brow furrowed deeply, his face darkening as he raised the bloodied kitchen knife. Do you wish to ascertain the sharpness of the blade in my hand? You desire my protection, yet are unwilling to share in the consequences. What use are you to me? Faced with this mounting pressure, the group found themselves with no option but to relent. It was only when there was no retreat that one man, steeling himself, took the knife from Chen Mingjing and struck it towards Song Fei's mother. A piercing scream erupted, awakening her from the pain. Before she could voice her cries, another individual approached, seized the knife, and delivered a fatal blow. In mere moments, her body was reduced to a grotesque state that heart-wrenching screams reverberated throughout the building, causing many to hide beneath their covers with their ears covered. Following the murder of Song Fei's mother, the group, driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, descended upon Song Fei himself, hacking at him until he drew his last breath. Observing the madness that had engulfed these individuals, Chen Mingjing finally exhaled in relief. After confirming that Song Fei's family had perished, he ordered the complete looting of their supplies. Su Yang watched the unfolding chaos with a shake of his head. From this day forth, Pandora's box had been irrevocably opened. The act of murder, once initiated, could not be contained. Previously, when Li Bin had committed murder, it was somewhat justifiable, as the majority of the residents were aware of his malevolent nature. For him, taking a life was not a substantial matter, and most could still convince themselves of the righteousness of their stance. However, when ordinary people became ensnared in the throes of slaughter without facing punishment, it would inevitably inspire imitation among others. With food running scarce, they would resort to plunder, and in the course of such acts, death would ensue. In the future, the act of killing for survival resources would become a grim commonplace. Su Yang then redirected his attention to Wang Ping's residence. He had not anticipated that Wang Ping was still alive, nor that both Elder Wang and his wife had survived. Wang Ping had awoken, albeit with severe injuries to his legs and forehead, leaving him in a weakened state. Elder Wang was feverish yet remained lucid, while his wife lay in a deep coma, causing him great distress. The three were largely immobile, only attended to by Wang Ping's girlfriend, Tang Qing, who now wore a face more marked by impatience than concern. Had it not been for the snow disaster, she would have departed long ago. Subsequently, Su Yang employed a small drone equipped with infrared technology to survey those who had previously targeted him. Many of those who had been struck by arrows were suffering grievous wounds, teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, others who had merely been doused with icy water were also succumbing to high fevers and debilitating weakness. These individuals had brought such fates upon themselves. Su Yang sighed as he turned off the screen, awaiting the arrival of Bai Lu, Lu Su, and Li Bin, who were set to assault his villa. Chapter 49. The collapse of Order Su Yong waited for 3 days, and time had progressed to the 7th day since the advent of the snow-laden apocalypse. Within the community, the supplies hoarded by most families had dwindled considerably. Furthermore, spurred by Chen Mingjing's nefarious actions in slaying Song Fei's family, the residents of the upper floors began to grow audacious. Over the past 3 days, there had been a continuous stream of individuals breaking into others' homes to seize resources. Some even resorting to murder to claim the husbands and usurp their wives. Nonetheless, the overall chaos remained relatively contained. After all, the IC apocalypse had only persisted for 7 days, and within the 40 buildings of Fengyun community. Aside from the 40-odd subordinates led by Li Bin and the cohort of Chun Mingjing in Building 17, no substantial forces had yet formed in the remaining structures, although many had perished in the struggle for supplies. The turmoil had yet to spread to the other buildings. It was merely internal strife within each respective structure. Presumably, after another week, as the IC apocalypse continued for half a month, the entire community would plunge into utter chaos, with each building developing its own significant faction ready to wage war upon the others. Currently, the forces that piqued Su Yang's interest, aside from Li Bin and Chun Mingjing's group, included the residents of Building 2, where Ning Kaidai resided. Although Building 2 appeared tranquil, it housed property management personnel, young individuals numbering over 20, equipped with riot shields, batons, and various other tools. They had remained inconspicuous until the first day of the apocalypse, when they had gathered, undoubtedly plotting something. Perhaps they lay in wait, biding their time until the others exhausted themselves in mutual destruction, poised to emerge and claim the spoils that Su Yang understood that the most dangerous dogs were often the silent ones. After observing the property management team, Su Yang mentally noted their presence and revisited those who had previously crossed paths with him, but he discovered that most of those he had injured with arrows had met their demise. Even those who had survived were now facing the grim prospect of amputation due to severe infections, and without access to medical supplies or proper means to staunch their wounds, death loomed near. Among the thousands residing in the community, the number of deceased was minimal, failing to stir significant unrest. After all, Fengyun community had known no peace since the onset of the IC apocalypse. The families of the deceased bore deep resentment towards Su Yang, secretly conspiring for revenge. However, Su Yang dismissed these threats. He awaited any adversaries with open arms, ready for confrontation, knowing that any damage inflicted upon his villa would be deemed a loss for him. Su Yang deactivated the screen and initiated a video call with his sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. "Boss, what brings you to call us? Are you missing us?" Su Muyu asked with a playful smile, her vivacity contrasting with her sister Su Yunxi's demeanor. Such jesting held no gravity in her eyes. "That it has been a while. I do find myself missing you," Su Yang replied with a chuckle before inquiring. "How fares your community? It's becoming increasingly chaotic." Su Yunxi pondered before responding. "Many have begun to band together to engage in slaughter. Several hundred have already perished within the community. Fortunately, we had the foresight to modify our home in advance. Otherwise, you would not have been able to see us," Su Muyu quickly added. Listening to their accounts deepened Su Yang's understanding of the external situation. It became evident that high-end communities like theirs had suffered even greater losses than Fengyun community. In just 7 days, hundreds had perished within those affluent neighborhoods. It was undeniable that competition among the wealthy was fierce. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Yang ended the call and made his way to the yard to feed the fish. The 30 koi had grown quite familiar with him, eagerly swimming towards him upon his arrival. In this frigid environment, the fish he nurtured thrived far better than 99% of the world's populace. Amused by the koi, he tended to the flowers he had planted, and before he realized it, midday had arrived. He retrieved the meal he had prepared earlier from his storage space, still steaming hot, consisting of braised chicken, lamb soup, and various traditional delicacies from across the regions. He enjoyed this simple yet delightful feast. Afterward, he savored some fresh grapes while reclining on a lounge chair, admiring the swirling snow outside. 2 hours later, feeling sufficiently rested, Su Yang resumed his fitness regimen. Maintaining physical health was of utmost importance for survival in the apocalypse. He continued until 6 in the evening, emerging from his storage space. He prepared a hefty steak paired with red wine, simultaneously activating the monitor to observe the happenings within Li Bin's abode, where everything was laid bare before him. Damn, drinking gruel all day. has left me with a bland taste in my mouth. Zhang San grumbled, setting his bowl aside. Boss, how can you remain so composed? The others are in an uproar over supplies, yet we remain quiet. He continued, shall we not raid for resources? Our own supplies are running low. And it's not fair to have the brothers subsisting on gruel alone. What? You're tired of gruel? Li Bin's gaze turned icy as he retorted, I see that your intentions are not merely to gather supplies, but rather to seek out women. Am I correct? He had a keen understanding of his subordinates, who were notorious for their insatiable appetites for women. A day without female companionship left them restless. It was a feat that they had managed to endure for 7 days, and he knew their desires were now bubbling to the surface, having had his thoughts laid bare by the boss. Zhang San awkwardly chuckled, Boss, you make such a ruckus with your wife. It's only natural that the brothers feel the itch too, and we can't be the only ones feasting while denying them even a sip of broth. You lot are incorrigible. Li Bin chided with a laugh. Go on, but don't make a mess. Remember to clean up afterward. Long live the boss. Zhang San shouted out loud and led over 40 individuals away. Shortly after, anguished screams erupted from Building 24 that the men from both households had been slain, while 2 women lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Zhang San ordered his men to carry away the scant supplies remaining in both homes. He then cast a glance at the 2 women lying exposed on the bed, pondering whether to take them back. Ultimately, he shook his head, grasped the machete in his hand, and swiftly slashed it across their throats. The other subordinates, witnessing this scene, silently lamented. What a pity that if only they could be taken back for prolonged use. Yet, fearing reprimand from their leader upon returning, they resolved to silence them instead. That is done. Li Bin inquired with irritation as he observed Zhang San and the others return. Was it handled thoroughly? Rest assured, I handle my affairs with diligence. Zhang San nonchalantly replied, but he could not fathom why. Even at this juncture, their leader remained so overly cautious. Boss, with our strength, we could easily sweep through the entire community. Are you being overly cautious? Zhang San questioned. You wouldn't understand, Li Bin chuckled, elucidating. Although we have over 40 individuals, the entire community is home to several thousand. There are already many watching us. If we go too far, we might provoke these people to unite against us. Even with guns in hand, we would not stand a chance against thousands. Moreover, we have yet to eliminate the threat posed by Su Yang. Chapter 50. Face to face that Su Yang is just one man. Why should we fear him? Zhang San retorted dismissively. Once we dominate the entire community, it will not be too late to deal with him. Have you forgotten the losses we suffered at his hands last time? Li Bin warned, his expression darkening. This man is no simple foe. He may have anticipated the snow disaster and prepared in advance. The fact that over 200 people could not break the glass in the courtyard speaks volumes. What shall we do then? Wang Lu and Zhang San asked in unison. Are we to let our grievances go unavenged? How could we let it go? I have long desired to kill him. Li Bin replied vehemently. Once we eliminate Su Yang and seize his villa, all the supplies he stockpiled will be ours. It will spare us from freezing here. When shall we take action, boss? Zhang San inquired eagerly, eager for revenge after having his leg broken by Su Yang previously. Let us not rush. I will first find some scapegoats within the community to lead the charge. Li Bin murmured that Su Yang possesses an abundance of supplies. We are not the only ones coveting them. Previously, those individuals were too intimidated by him to cause trouble without a leader. At this time, many families were nearly out of supplies that if they wished to avoid starvation, they would have no choice but to heed our commands. Li Bin continued, in doing so, we can send them to their demise while depleting the community's living forces and simultaneously dealing with Su Yang. That is a win-win situation. What a brilliant plan. Boss, his subordinates exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Listening to Li Bin's scheme and observing the expressions on their faces, Su Yang could not help but chuckle softly. Had it been someone else, such a plot might have led to their demise. However, targeting him would inevitably lead to failure. Let alone these individuals, even a well-trained army would struggle to breach his villa. In Su Yang's view, no matter how many individuals Li Bin amassed, they would merely be insignificant insects attempting to shake a tree. Come, this time, not only will I provide you with a profound lesson, but I will also ensure you remain in a state of perpetual fear. Su Yang mused internally. This time, I shall entertain you properly to demonstrate what true firepower entails. As Li Bin sensed the time was ripe, he reopened the long-neglected community group chat and directly tagged Su Yang. Su Yang, currently, the supplies in every household are nearly depleted, and many have perished from hunger. You previously hoarded a substantial amount of supplies. It is time to distribute some. Surely, you cannot stand by and watch everyone starve. Am I indebted to you? Su Yang retorted without hesitation that I painstakingly hoarded those supplies at great expense. Why should I share them with you? Isn't your behavior excessively selfish? Li Bin sneered inwardly, continuing to stoke the flames in the group. In the face of calamity, we should unite as one rather than act selfishly like you. You have hoarded so many supplies. What harm is there in sharing a portion? It is not just me asking for supplies. I represent thousands in our community. Truly laughable. Su Yang scoffed at a notorious thug dares to lecture me on selflessness. Who gave you the audacity? If you are so altruistic, why not distribute the supplies you seized from the community committee? Despite being insulted, Li Bin remained unperturbed. He intended for Su Yang to exhibit a cold and domineering demeanor, which would incite greater anger among the majority of the community, leading more individuals to seek trouble with him. Although many in the community had yet to speak up in the chat, Li Bin knew that the majority were undoubtedly monitoring the exchanges within the group that do not twist the narrative. Su Yang. Li Bin continued in the chat. While I have committed some unsavory acts in the past, I also recognize the need to do something for our community in times of disaster. That my earlier intrusion into the community committee was to reclaim what rightfully belonged to everyone. Yet those supplies were sold off, leaving me powerless. But you living comfortably in your villa, feasting on delicacies, hoarding so many supplies without sharing. What are your true intentions? You embody the very essence of wealth without benevolence. Indeed, Su Yang, please share some of your supplies with everyone. Consider it a humble request, and we will forever remember your kindness. With the amount of supplies you have, sharing a portion would hardly inconvenience you. Once the snow ceases, we can return it. Su Yang. You cannot treat us this way. We are all part of the same community, that if we starve, the government will surely hold you legally accountable once the snow clears. As expected, Li Bin's words struck a chord with many, prompting them to pressure Su Yang into relinquishing his supplies. That it seemed these individuals had truly forgotten the lessons of the past. Su Yang lamented. I have been lenient with these people. Do they truly see me as an easy target? Sharing supplies with you greedy individuals? Not a chance, he firmly resolved. Having faced betrayal in his previous life, he had learned his lesson well. He would not be morally coerced by these individuals. If he were to share supplies with them, they would only grow more demanding. Today it would be supplies. Tomorrow they would dare to request residence in his villa. Human greed knows no bounds. Su Yang, it is not merely my desire for you to share your supplies. This is a request from everyone. Li Bin insisted in the chat. Still the same refrain. There will be no supplies. Su Yang declared resolutely. Your fate is of no concern to me. If you wish for supplies, offer your wife as a sacrifice. She is quite beautiful, and you seem so considerate of others. Why not make a small sacrifice? If it satisfies me, I may grant each of you a pack of instant noodles. Su Yang, you are courting death. Li Bin's gaze turned icy as fury boiled within him. That if you dare insult my wife again, I will kill you. Having previously positioned yourself as a noble figure, now you are unwilling to make even a small sacrifice for your wife. Su Yang questioned. I merely wish to enjoy your wife's company. And you threaten my life. How unreasonable. If you have the courage, come. I will be waiting at home. Su Yang continued to provoke. That if you dare come, it will not be as simple as receiving 18 stab wounds. I am quite satisfied with your wife's services, Su Yang added. Even if you do not come, I will ensure to send you 2 packs of instant noodles when the opportunity arises, as gratitude for your previous tutoring. After all, one should not forget their benefactor. Chapter 51. Your wife has a mole at the top of her thigh. Upon seeing Su Yang's message in the group, Li Bin's expression darkened immediately to Su Yang. What the hell do you mean? What do you think it means? Su Yang chuckled lightly. You have a wonderful wife. Without her, you would have faced legal trouble long ago. And here you are, acting so brazenly. What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting? Li Bin seethed that if you wish to sow discord between my wife and me, at least provide a reasonable basis for your insults. Though Li Bin spoke with bravado, doubts began to creep into his mind. After all, it was his wife, Duan Qian, who had initially sought the settlement agreement from Su Yang. If nothing had been offered, would he have signed so readily? Upon contemplating this, Li Bin found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The expression on his face grew increasingly grim as his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the bedroom. That it was only when he noticed that Duan Qian's expression appeared relatively normal that he let out a silent sigh of relief. As a man, there is nothing more intolerable than being cuckolded. He yearned to reignite the flames of discord in the group chat, but was completely thrown off balance by Su Yang's subsequent remark. Your wife has a mole at the top of her thigh that is quite alluring. Su Yang continued, I have photos and videos. Would you like to appreciate your wife's talents together? We can discuss it further when we have time. Although Su Yang made such claims, he refrained from posting the videos and photos in the group. For he considered himself a man of morals, he merely needed Li Bin to believe his words. Sure enough, upon reading that his wife had a mole on her thigh, Li Bin's mind went blank. Swiftly followed by an eruption of rage. Clenching his fists, he cursed Su Yang. How dare you sleep with my wife? He turned on his heel, intent on confronting Duan Qian in the bedroom. Duan Qian, upon seeing Su Yang's message in the group, turned pale with panic, internally lamenting, It's over. This matter has been leaked. Moments later, the bedroom door slammed shut. The group of underlings in the living room exchanged glances, sensing the tension, and hurriedly wrapped themselves in blankets to temporarily evade the storm. This was their leader's family affair, and they preferred not to hear anything they shouldn't. However, many of them harbored ulterior motives. Sister-in-law is so beautiful and alluring. It would be a dream come true to have her. Yet Su Yang got there first. What a pity! When will we have such fortune? Alas, these thoughts remained unvoiced, too dangerous to utter. You wretched woman! Li Bin strode towards Duan Qian, seizing her collar and demanding. Have you been sleeping with that beast Su Yang? Have you been unfaithful to me? Coughing, Duan Qian struggled for breath as he tightened his grip. When he finally released her, she gasped for air. Tears brimming in her eyes, don't think that your pathetic act will earn you my mercy. Li Bin spat, raising his arm as if to strike her. Go ahead and hit me. Duan Qian shouted defiantly, preparing to accept whatever punishment came her way. After all, the truth was out, and no amount of explanation could quell Li Bin's fury. Li Bin, what kind of man are you? Do you think having a gang of underlings makes you impressive? Duan Qian challenged boldly. I did sleep with Su Yang. So what? It was for your sake. If I hadn't, you would be in prison by now, unable to flaunt your power here. She unleashed her pent-up grievances, staring at Li Bin, whose face was twisted in rage. You, a grown man, can only resort to violence against your wife. While your wife is being bedded by another man, you aim to strike me instead? What kind of madness is this? Go ahead, show me your true cowardice. Duan Qian raised her chin defiantly to meet Li Bin's gaze. This was the first time she felt that marrying Li Bin was a grave mistake. How had she ever been attracted to this good-for-nothing thug? If it weren't for her family's connections, he might have been killed on the streets long ago, rather than becoming the leader of a small gang. Li Bin's chest heaved as he took a deep breath, lowering his hand. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to inflict serious harm on Duan Qian. However, a raging inferno burned within him, and he felt as though his insides might explode if he didn't release it. Murderous intent glimmered in his eyes, glowing with a ferocious light that he longed to kill, to tear Su Yang to shreds. With a dark expression, he warned Duan Qian, You wait here. Once I deal with Su Yang, I'll come for you. He then flung the bedroom door open and stepped into the living room. As he departed, Duan Qian felt as though her soul had left her body. She collapsed onto the bed, bursting into tears. Hearing her sobs only heightened Li Bin's agitation. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he barely registered the pain. The sudden weight of betrayal offered him no solace as he wrapped himself in a blanket. Striving to quell the fury within, he retrieved his phone and tagged Su Yang in the community group. You think using my wife to provoke me will work? No one believes your previous assertions. I will ask you once more. Will you distribute your survival supplies to the others? Su Yang retaliated. You won't get a thing from me. A smirk crept on Li Bin's lips upon reading this. He sensed the time was ripe. The anger of the majority in the community had ignited. Instead of responding to Su Yang, he addressed everyone in the group. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed Su Yang hoarding survival supplies while refusing to share, hoping to watch us all starve. Do you wish to perish from hunger? No, came the chorus of responses that Li Bin pressed on. What do you propose we do? Unite to confront Su Yang and force him to distribute the supplies. The community members replied that Li Bin observed the replies and asked again, Very well. I will lead everyone to Su Yang's house tomorrow morning for a serious discussion. Who will join me? I will, me too. Count me in. Within moments, over 500 responded affirmatively. Many of them were family members of those previously injured by Su Yang's compound bow, while others had been drenched by him with cold water and suffered mild illness. A significant portion were on the brink of running out of supplies, realizing that if they didn't act soon, they might have to resort to theft. Rather than robbing others, it was better to fish in troubled waters. If they could take down Su Yang, they would no longer need to worry about supplies. That Li Bin glanced at the numbers and asked in the group, Is it just these 500 coming with me? Noticing the silence, he darkly stated, Let me make one thing clear. Those of you who do not join us will not receive any supplies. Chapter 52. A rabble boss Li, good advice is wasted on the damned. Someone replied in the group, Why should we care if those people wish to starve? If they don't want to go, then let them be. Soon, others chimed in, Boss Li, we have enough people. Don't force those who don't want to go. Too many participants would be difficult to manage, but rest assured, those of us going will certainly follow your orders. These individuals were not concerned about those who wouldn't participate. They feared that if too many went, there would be insufficient supplies to share once they acquired Su Yang's hoard. With 500 people, even if Su Yang's supplies were abundant, how much could each person realistically receive? If the entire community joined in, there would be nothing left for anyone. Fewer participants would be better. All right, it's settled then, Li Bin announced. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will gather in the underground parking lot of the community to confront Su Yang and divide the supplies. Be punctual. After sending the message, Li Bin switched off his phone. Then he glanced at his wife, Duan Xian, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger swelling within him. That a malicious glint sparkled in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Muttering, Tomorrow will be your end, Su Yang. At that moment, Bai Lu, wrapped in a blanket, entered Lu Su's room and inquired, Why aren't we participating in this assault on Su Yang? Are you foolish? Lu Su stared at her incredulously. Is Li Bin a good man? Why would he gather people in the community group if not to exploit them? He fears that Su Yang might have a backup plan, and he is likely sending those people to be scapegoats. If we go, we could end up in dire straits. Even if we storm Su Yang's villa and seize the supplies, do you think Li Bin would share any with us? Bai Lu shook her head in response. But what if they manage to break in and take the supplies? What then? Having no supplies is far better than being used as pawns and ending up with nothing. Lu Su chuckled. At that moment, Lu Su seemed to have grown wiser after a harsh awakening, though it was more about his fear of Li Bin that made him cautious. After a moment of thought, he continued to Bai Lu, If they fail to break into Su Yang's villa with their numbers, we can step in. You can lure Su Yang to open the door, and we'll seize the opportunity. Once we have Su Yang under control, we will be the greatest heroes, and regardless of Li Bin's reluctance, he will have to share a room and ample supplies with us. At this point, he no longer aspired to a fair share. He merely hoped there would be enough for two. Bai Lu nodded, choosing not to say anything further. Meanwhile, Chen Mingjing and his group from Building 17 refrained from participating in this operation. He was acutely aware that with his meager number of subordinates, they were no match for Li Bin, and, for the moment, they were not lacking in supplies. When food ran short, they could simply break into the apartment of the family above and seize their provisions. The women could be kept for warmth in their beds, while the men could be eliminated. That it was comfortable and convenient, devoid of danger. Why venture out to seek hardship? Should Li Bin and his crew truly engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, he might even stand to benefit as an opportunistic bystander, all the while avenging his brother's grievances. Chen Mingjing's strategy was astute, yet he overestimated himself. Not only could he not contend with Li Bin, but Su Yang could effortlessly extinguish him with a mere finger. Wang Ping endured the pain coursing through his body as he gazed at the messages in the group chat, unable to find peace. He harbored resentment towards his injuries that barred him from joining the action against Su Yang the following day, that if given the chance, he would relish in eliminating his adversary. That moment, Tang Qing brought him a bowl of instant noodles. Wang Ping, noticing there was only broth and no noodles, inquired, Where are the noodles? I ate them all. Tang Qing replied with disdain. Having broth to drink is a stroke of luck. In a few days, we may not even have that. What did you say? Wang Ping, incensed by her attitude, retorted, I've sustained such grave injuries, and you only allow me to drink the leftover broth. It's not just for you. Tang Qing coldly responded, it's for your entire family. You wretched creature. I'll make you pay. Wang Ping seethed, rising to confront her, but the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. You consume our family's food and still treat us this way. Old man Wang weakly shouted, My family is gravely ill. Without food, we will perish. Your family should have perished long ago. Tang Qing scolded. There are only a few packets of instant noodles left. They aren't sufficient for me, let alone for you. How dare you complain? If it weren't for Wang Ping deceiving me into coming here, would I be in this predicament? You promised to buy me a wedding house, to provide me a carefree life, but it was all lies. How could I have ever fallen for such a useless waste like you? As Tang Qing spoke, she turned to leave. Wang Ping, in a panic, called out, Qing, you can't go, just give us something to eat. I'm gravely injured, and if I don't have enough to eat, I will die. My father is burning with fever, and my mother remains unconscious. Without food, they will also perish. What food could your family possibly have left? If you want to eat, go get it yourself. The fact that I can offer you a bowl of hot broth is already a testament to my conscience. Tang Qing's face was impassive as she refused to even glance at him. Why not borrow some? Just a little will suffice. Without food, we cannot survive. Wang Ping pleaded. Look at the chaos outside. Surely you can't be unaware? Tang Qing snapped. Who would lend out supplies? If I go out, not only will I likely be unable to borrow anything, but I might not even return. You don't care about my life. So why should I care about yours? Why not ask Su Yang to lend you some? He mentioned in the group that as long as you sleep with him, he would provide food. Old man Wang seemed to grasp at a lifeline, continuing. Su Yang is notoriously lecherous. If he found Bai Lu attractive, he would certainly find you, who is 100 times more beautiful, irresistible, upon hearing his father's words. Wang Ping turned to gaze at his girlfriend with hopeful eyes, momentarily disregarding the implications of infidelity. All he desired was to fill his stomach and survive. Everything else was trivial. You shameless old fool. How could you be so brazen? Tang Qing, incensed, approached and slapped old man Wang across the face, leaving him dazed and reeling. Regardless, I am your daughter-in-law. How could you suggest I sleep with another? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Frustrated, she struck him several more times, causing him to lose consciousness once again. Witnessing his father succumb to a faint and his girlfriend storm away in rage, Wang Ping lay helplessly in bed. Struggling but to no avail, no one paid him any heed. Disillusioned with Wang Ping's family, Tang Qing retreated to her room, sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yang observed the unfolding scenes through a small drone stationed outside. Reflecting upon humanity's ugliness laid bare in the apocalypse, his heart filled with disdain for Li Bin and his ragtag crew. Chapter 53. Assemble and strike. Of course, not everyone in Fengyan community harbored intentions against Su Yang. At the very least, Ning Kai-dai sent him a message, warning him. Li Bin and his group are armed and have gathered a significant number of people. You cannot contend with them. It would be wiser to come to my house tonight and evade this calamity. Although Ning Kai-dai recognized Su Yang's exceptional abilities, having honed her combat skills in the special forces to an extraordinary level, one that even she, as his instructor, could not match, she understood that no matter how skilled an individual may be, they cannot outgun firearms, and no matter how formidable, one could not simultaneously confront over 500 individuals. Ning Kai-dai shook her head, having never encountered anyone capable of such feats unless they wielded heavy weaponry. Su Yang had previously displayed a brash demeanor, injuring numerous individuals, yet he had never utilized a firearm. Moreover, Ning Kai's instinctive belief was that acquiring firearms in Daxia was no simple task, that Li Bin possessing 2 weapons was already beyond her expectations. She could not fathom what strategy Su Yang might employ against the overwhelming numbers. Should he manage to escape, the frigid weather and heavy snow would only serve to freeze him to death. To be prudent, it would be better for him to quietly come to her home. Perhaps it would afford him a measure of safety. Thank you for your kindness, Instructor Ning. Su Yang chuckled as he replied. These fools lack the capability to force me into retreat. Not only 500, but even 1,000 would not intimidate me. As for coming to your house, I decline. I fear it may bring you trouble. Su Yang refrained from revealing even a hint of his true capabilities, for human nature is notoriously inscrutable. There was no need to disclose his genuine strength to another individual, even one who bore him no ill will and expressed concern for his well-being. Ning Katie's kindness was commendable. While others avoided him like the plague, she still cared for his safety. That Su Yang silently noted that should she ever find herself in peril, he would be willing to lend a helping hand, thus repaying her kindness. Seeing that she could not sway Su Yang, Ning Kai-dai relented, reminding him to be cautious the following day, urging him to retreat at the first sign of insurmountable odds. Su Yang smiled, saying little more. After enjoying a hot shower, he settled into the comfort of his bed, drifting in his slumber, that he needed to replenish his energy, as tomorrow promised to be a grand spectacle. Soon, June 8th arrived. Su Yang awoke at 6 o'clock, attended to his morning routine, and retrieved meat-filled buns, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and ate treasure porridge from his storage space for a simple breakfast. After donning comfortable attire, he ventured into the yard to feed the koi. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 7:30 in the morning. Returning to the living room, he activated the display monitor, revealing every corner of the underground parking garage on the screen. His villa was outfitted with the most advanced military-grade radar. Once activated, no movement within a 200-meter radius outside the villa could escape detection. Furthermore, the underground garage was equipped not only with radar, but also with various microcameras he had previously discreetly installed. Anyone entering the garage would be captured on those cameras. Early arrivals donned heavy down jackets, shivering in the bitter cold. Even with their jackets, the frigid temperature caused their legs to tremble as they paced restlessly, occasionally grumbling, "Where's Li Bin? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Some could not contain their impatience and messaged the community group chat. "Brother Bin, everyone is here. Hurry up, or we might freeze to death." At exactly 8 o'clock, Li Bin finally arrived, accompanied by over 40 subordinates. When they saw his men wielding gleaming mountain-cutting knives, a wave of trepidation swept over them. While knives were manageable, as they too possessed various implements. The sight of Li Bin holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, alongside Zhang San brandishing a shotgun, left them startled, although they had seen videos of Li Bin's firearms. Witnessing them in person instilled genuine fear. Li Bin chuckled, engaging in casual banter. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I didn't anticipate everyone would arrive so punctually." He continued, "Now that everyone is here, let us not waste time. Let's head to Su Yang's underground storage. To make amends for your wait, once we breach their door, you may take what you find inside." All right, over 500 individuals, their eyes gleaming with fervor, brandished steel pipes, hammers, shovels, and an array of implements as they made their way from the underground garage towards the basement of Villa number 00. With such a formidable front, Li Bin signaled to his subordinates with a glance. They slowed their pace, trailing behind deliberately, especially as they reached the entrance to Su Yang's basement, maintaining a conspicuous distance from the throng he had incited. Finally, they had arrived. Su Yang retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite, pouring it into a glass and elegantly swirling it before taking a modest sip. Observing the dense crowd on the screen, he did not rush into action. "Open the door," Li Bin snorted derisively. In truth, even without his command, others had already begun their assault. The door to Su Yang's basement was seamlessly integrated, undoubtedly an electronic barrier. Such doors are notoriously effective against theft, impervious to ordinary tools. They had not entertained the notion of using conventional means. That a burly man, robust and muscular, gripped a massive hammer and swung it forcefully against the door. Bang! The resounding crash echoed throughout the underground garage, reverberating painfully in the ears of those nearby. The man's hands went numb from the impact, nearly losing his grip on the hammer. The crowd gazed at the door, only to find it unchanged. Not even a scratch on the paint. "What on earth is this door made of?" the man grumbled, raising his hammer once more to strike the door. Another thunderous impact met with the same result. The door remained unscathed. "Have you not eaten today? If you can't handle it, let us take over," some remarked, deriding his obvious lack of effectiveness. This door is truly formidable. Doubt crept into the man's mind as he felt questioned on his strength. Before he could act again, someone produced a cutting machine. The grinding wheel whirred into action, making contact with the door, emitting a cacophony of noise as sparks flew. Yet, mere moments later, the wheel was ground down to nothing, and the door stood resolute. "Damn it!" The operator of the cutting machine cursed, kicking the door in frustration. A searing pain shot through his foot, causing him to falter, the cutting machine clattering to the ground. At that moment, the collective patience of the crowd reached its limit. Armed with their tools, they pounded against the door, hurling insults. "Su Yang, you cowardly turtle, come out this instant." Listening to the harsh clamor and witnessing the furious, contorted faces on the screen, Su Yang let out a cold scoff. With a gentle press of a button to his left, a 20-inch screen materialized at the outer layer of the basement door. The dashing Su Yang appeared on the display, a glass of red wine in hand, addressing the crowd. "Who let the wild dogs in to disturb my repose? Are you all seeking death with your reckless barking?" The crowd, peering through the screen, was consumed by rage upon seeing Su Yang leisurely savoring his wine. Ignoring his warning, they retorted angrily, "Why should you enjoy such comfort while we languish in the cold? Starving, my circumstances are of no concern to you." Su Yang sneered, taking another sip of his wine. "Let me issue one final warning. Leave now, or I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre." "Humph," Li Bin scoffed, staring defiantly at Su Yang. "Do you really think you can kill us? With our numbers, we could drown you in a sea of spit." "Li Bin, you are quite the useless one," Su Yang mocked, recognizing his voice. "Too afraid to confront me alone, you rally a crowd to meet their demise that I expected more from you. It seems you cannot even seize an opportunity." Turning his gaze back to the gathered throng, Su Yang continued, "Have you all lost your wits? Lured by Li Bin into seeking trouble, and yet you cannot even dent my door. What gives you the audacity to attempt to seize my resources? Beware of being used. Brothers, do not listen to his nonsense." Li Bin interjected, his expression shifting to one of determination. "While their door may be sturdy, it cannot withstand the assault of 500 of us simultaneously. Your attempts to sow discord only reveal your fear, trying to intimidate us into retreat. Let us all take action and break down his door." "Indeed, with so many of us, what is there to fear?" The crowd rallied, their spirits reignited as they cast aside their doubts, that if you seek death, then come. Su Yang warned coldly, "Do not say, I did not forewarn you. It will be too late for pleas of mercy. What other tricks do you have? Perhaps some icy water or arrows?" Li Bin jeered. "But this is not the ground. There is no place for spraying water or shooting arrows. You truly believe you can scare us?" As soon as Li Bin's words fell, 500 individuals unfurled their umbrellas in unison. The mention of cold water sent an unsettling premonition through the crowd. Previously, during a snow-clearing incident, some had already attempted to provoke Su Yang. From their past encounters, it was evident that Su Yang was cunning, fortifying his villa and preparing for a potential onslaught with water cannons and compound bows. Who would have thought such precautions? Thus, those present were well prepared, especially the ones at the forefront, cautiously shielding themselves with umbrellas, leaving no gaps as they advanced slowly. "Do not hesitate. Charge together and end this battle quickly," Li Bin shouted, witnessing the unfolding scene. "Here, he cannot spray water or shoot arrows. What is there to fear? It is too cold outside. We cannot afford to linger." The crowd considered his words and agreed, yet they retained their umbrellas, the foremost dozen or so. Armed with tools, struck the door with all their might. Divine retribution can be survived, but self-inflicted harm cannot. Su Yang observed the reckless advance of those determined to meet their end, leaving a final remark before severing communication. The screen on the door dissipated, reverting to its original state. However, every movement outside was meticulously monitored through his radar. As the instrument struck the door, an eruption of high-voltage electricity coursed through it. Sparks and arcs crackled from the tools, sending the dozen men screaming as they were flung back by the electric shock, toppling into a throng behind them. The discarded tools ignited under the intense heat, filling the basement with a foul odor reminiscent of charred pork. "Beware! The door is electrified," someone shouted, witnessing the ghastly fate of their companions, and quickly retreated. The others stared in horror at the door, which flickered ominously with arcs of electricity, their resolve wavering. "What are you all so afraid of?" Li Bin snarled, brandishing his pistol at the disheartened crowd. "That it is merely the door that is electrified. The rest of the area is untouched. All we need to do is breach the walls of his home. Who knows if Su Yang has any further tricks up his sleeve?" Someone hesitated. Unwilling to gamble their life, I've been glared coldly at this individual, tempted to shoot him on the spot, yet he understood that now was not the time. Striking at such a moment would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the masses. potentially turning them against him, thus falling into Su Yang's trap. His mind raced, and a plan formed swiftly. Are we truly so frightened by a single Su Yang? He bellowed to the assembled multitude. If we return empty-handed today, we will never have another chance to confront him. Rather than waiting to perish in this icy hell, why not take a gamble? Li Bin brandished his pistol before the crowd. We possess firearms and numerous tools. We can pry open the entrance to the basement. Once inside, we need not worry about food ever again. Indeed, we have the numbers. What is there to fear? Li Bin's followers echoed, rallying with fervor. Kill Su Yang. Seize the supplies. In an instant, the enthusiasm of the crowd surged once more. They discarded their umbrellas, wielding tools as they struck the walls flanking the basement door. Yet, despite their desperate efforts, they failed to inflict even the slightest damage. While they wore perplexed expressions, Su Yang, seated before his screen, wore a slight smile as he activated the villa's countermeasure system. Under his command, dozens of fist-sized holes appeared in the walls, and numerous dark gun barrels protruded outward. Some individuals, believing their toil had borne fruit, were on the verge of celebrating when bang, 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 the gunfire erupted, and several fell into pools of blood, the crimson liquid rapidly congealing in the low temperature. Run, they have guns, someone finally realized, shouting as they dropped their tools and fled in terror. Do not run. Return here. Li Bin's expression changed dramatically as he fired 2 shots towards the underground parking garage above. Yet no one paid him any heed in the fleeting moment that those individuals turned away. A dozen AK-47s, under the control of a retaliatory system, unleashed a barrage upon the crowd. Each AK-47, capable of holding 30 rounds per magazine, boasted an effective range of 400 meters in ideal conditions. A single rifle could discharge 600 rounds within a minute. With the simultaneous firing of several AK-47s, the cacophony of gunfire echoed relentlessly. Bullets flying chaotically, akin to a mower reaping the lives of fleeing individuals. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people lay lifeless near the entrance of Su Yang's underground chamber. As the rifles automatically reloaded, the remaining survivors scrambled in panic, darting in all directions. The presence of numerous support columns in the parking garage rendered bullets incapable of bending, yet many managed to escape far beyond reach. Observing this unfolding chaos, Li Bin and his cohort of over 40 subordinates dared not linger. They turned to flee at the onset of the initial volley at Su Yang, watching the screen depicting the frantic escape of those akin to lost dogs. Smirked coldly, leaving so easily? Not a chance. Since you've come, you shall leave your lives behind. Chapter 55. The deployment of intelligent electronic dogs. Su Yang was determined not to let these individuals escape. Given their ill intentions toward him, their demise was imperative that he aim to inflict pain and instill fear in one fell swoop. Lacking any sympathy for those who sought to harm him, Su Yang pressed another button, awakening the intelligent electronic dogs concealed throughout the underground parking area. Armed with weaponry and controlled by an intelligent system, these electronic canines could swiftly distinguish friend from foe. Upon receiving Su Yang's command, they executed their tasks with unflinching resolve, poised to deliver lethal strikes to the adversaries. As dozens of individuals neared the elevator entrance, they were met with the glaring gaze of several electronic dogs. Upon witnessing the firearms affixed to the mechanical beasts, a chill of dread washed over them, prompting a cold sweat. They could not fathom the source of Su Yang's high-tech arsenal, nor could they comprehend how he had acquired such an abundance of weaponry. In their minds, only one thought prevailed: escape. Retreating was no longer an option, as the gruesome fate of the over 100 individuals who had been shot was still vivid in their memories. In silent accord, they exchanged glances, shouting in unison, "Fate decides life and death. Fortune determines wealth. Our survival now rests solely on luck." They pivoted and dashed in various directions. In that very moment, the intelligent electronic dogs unleashed a volley of gunfire. Dozens fell, bullets piercing their chests. As they writhed on the ground, their lives ebbing away, the electronic dogs executed a final shot at the downed individuals, ensuring their complete demise before turning their attention to the other fleeing souls. The onslaught of electronic dog snipers did not spare this group alone. Every individual encountered the same fate, whether they fled in packs or alone. Su Yang's deployed electronic dogs blocked all exits of the Fengyan community's underground parking lot, as well as the stairwells and elevator entrances. After dispatching those who had scattered in panic, they commenced a relentless pursuit of the remaining survivors. Originally a throng of over 500, only a mere 100 souls remained. The relentless gunfire and cries of anguish filled the air as the death toll mounted. Soon, only Li Bin and his 40-odd brothers remained. Positioned at the rear, they immediately fled upon sensing the tide turning against them. Their casualties were minimal, with only 2 subordinates initially shot, while 3 others sustained gunshot wounds to their arms. Witnessing the carnage inflicted by the electronic dogs, Li Bin and his comrades felt their scalps tingle as if they were ensnared in a futuristic battlefield. During their escape, they too encountered interception by the electronic dogs. Fortunately, armed with a shotgun, they managed to take down 2 of the mechanical beasts, creating an opening for their escape. However, 10 of their subordinates were left behind. Upon reaching the elevator of Building 24, relief washed over the remaining group. Yet before they could fully comprehend their situation, gunfire erupted once more, and 2 more subordinates fell, bullets striking their chest. Li Bin, anxiety etched on his face, turned to see a dozen armed electronic dogs awaiting them ahead. In a fit of rage, he bellowed at his subordinates, "Charge with me. If we don't, we'll all perish when the pursuers catch up." With that, he surged forward, shotgun in hand, firing at an electronic dog as they raced toward the elevator. The others followed suit, throwing caution to the wind. The electronic dogs unleashed a synchronized barrage, claiming the lives of several more subordinates, who collapsed beside the elevator just as it was about to open. Li Bin fired off 7 or 8 rounds at the electronic dogs, hitting only 2. Just then, the elevator doors opened, allowing Li Bin and the remaining subordinates to enter. Thankfully, with most of his men already fallen, they did not exceed the elevator's capacity. Watching the doors close slowly, Li Bin and his comrades finally exhaled in relief, wiping cold sweat from their brows as they glanced apprehensively at the electronic dogs outside. However, before they could celebrate their survival, the remaining electronic dogs turned and unleashed another volley at the now-closed elevator doors. The deafening gunfire erupted, and at such close range, bullets penetrated the elevator doors, striking the occupants inside. With the elevator packed to capacity, there was nowhere to evade the onslaught. The individual closest to the front fell, and the elevator was instantly filled with the acrid scent of blood. Fortunately, Li Bin stood at the rear and escaped unscathed. Once the elevator ascended from the underground parking garage to the first floor, the electronic dogs ceased their fire. Li Bin frantically checked his body for injuries, and upon realizing he was unscathed, he sighed in relief. However, when he surveyed his remaining subordinates, he discovered that out of the original group of over a dozen who had entered the elevator, only 6, including himself, had survived. Even the typically fierce Zhang San appeared pale and trembling, having dropped the handgun he had clutched in his hand. The others were equally paralyzed, frozen in shock, as the stench of excrement mixed with blood permeated the air, making it nearly unbearable. Suppressing the nausea rising within him, Li Bin retrieved his handgun and secured it at his waist, leaning against the back of the elevator with both hands clutching the shotgun, finally allowing himself to relax. Moments later, the elevator halted on the 17th floor. As the doors opened, Li Bin, accompanied by his 5 terrified subordinates, exited, leaving the deceased behind in the elevator. Upon returning home, Li Bin and Zhang San finally processed the gravity of their situation. Collapsing onto the ground in despair, Su Yang, observing the screen depicting those who had sought trouble with him, noted that aside from Li Bin and his 6 surviving companions, everyone else had been eliminated. He commanded the 200 to 300 intelligent electronic dogs in the underground parking lot to remove the corpses, clean up the bloodstains, and retrieve the damaged electronic dogs. These mechanical canines had proven instrumental, and Su Yang had no intention of discarding them. Should they fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could spell disaster. Though damaged, the weaponry mounted on the electronic dogs remained functional, and Su Yang could not allow them to be repurposed by others. He dismantled the firearms from the broken electronic dogs, storing them in his space, while replenishing ammunition for the remaining dogs and recharging them before deploying them once more. Following this, he prepared an elaborate feast: sweet and sour ribs, candied sweet potatoes, lobster, abalone, chicken stew with mushrooms, and the 3 fresh vegetables. After setting the table, he poured a bottle of Moutai into a cup, snapping a photo and sharing it in the community group with the caption, "When friends come, there is fine wine. When enemies arrive, there are shotguns." Su Yang's post quickly garnered the attention of most community members. Throughout the morning, The sounds of gunfire and screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. Initially, no one suspected Su Yang was behind it. Many believed it was the police responding to an incident. However, by lunchtime, the families of those who had sought trouble with Su Yang began to realize that their loved ones had not returned, leading them to conclude the grim truth of their fate. Chapter 56. The aftermath of bloodshed. Seeing Su Yang's photograph of the feast in the group further solidified the notion that he had triumphed. The realization that their loved ones would never return sank in, prompting a wave of curses directed at Su Yang within their hearts. Meanwhile, they gazed longingly at the delectable food displayed in the photo. Particularly Li Bin, whose expression darkened as he swallowed hard while staring at the images in the group chat. "Boss, we're starving," Wang Lu exclaimed, clutching his growling stomach. "That let's eat first," Li Bin coldly instructed Duan Xian. "You filthy wench, hurry up and prepare some food." Duan Xian, hearing his command from the bedroom, turned pale. "What do you mean? There's nothing left at home. You all devoured everything this morning. There is not even a grain of rice left." Li Bin's face fell in shock as he muttered to himself. How could the supplies from the neighborhood committee have been consumed so quickly? He failed to consider that there had previously been more than 40 mouths to feed. How could they not eat quickly? Li Bin, observing his 5 remaining brothers whose stomachs were growling in hunger, felt the fear etched on his face still lingered. That in a cold voice, he commanded, "Let us go. Follow me." At this moment, he had no choice but to take action against the neighbors of Building 24 that initially he had contemplated dealing with Su Yang first before coercing these individuals into becoming his subordinates, thereby gradually gaining control over the entire Fengyan community. However, he now had to abandon that plan. With his own hunger reaching a desperate level, he could hardly afford to be concerned with anything else. Armed with a gun, Li Bin and his followers exited their home and entered the elevator once more. The sight of their fallen comrades' bodies in the elevator prompted a silent understanding among them. No one dared to speak. The elevator halted on the 23rd floor, and the 6 of them stepped out. They glanced at the doors of the 2 apartments on the top floor before choosing to open the left one first. Li Bin swiftly dispatched the male occupant with a single blow, instructing his men to keep an eye on the female occupant before moving on to the other apartment. Before long, he returned with a woman, who was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, along with some supplies. After binding the 2 women, he began to prepare a meal. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Bin turned his gaze toward the 2 women, who were still sobbing uncontrollably, but he thought wickedly, "Su Yang sleeps with my wife. Why should I not sleep with another man's wife?" He then addressed Zhang San and Wang Lu, saying, "Hold these 2 women down for me. Once I'm done, you can have your turn." Zhang San and the others' eyes gleamed with lewd intent as they advanced toward the 2 women, who, terrified, curled up in the corner, unable to resist against the 5 burly men. Over an hour later, the 6 men adjusted their trousers, having thoroughly looted the supplies, and returned home with the 2 women. Upon seeing the women brought back, Duan Xian remained silent. She was astute enough to realize that this was not the time to revert to her previous demeanor. Otherwise, she might find herself in dire straits. Although Li Bin felt irritation upon seeing Duan Xian, he still offered her a piece of bread to prevent her from starving. Duan Xian said nothing and began to eat the bread. After Li Bin and Zhang San had vented their frustrations, the sense of dread within them gradually subsided. The 6 men sat in silence. Eventually, it was the impatient Zhang San who could no longer contain himself and asked, "Boss, Su Yang has too many advanced weapons. Fighting him is akin to waging a war of the future. We are simply not his match. What should we do next?" The other 4 men looked at him with hopeful expressions, recalling the earlier events with trepidation, nearly succumbing to the urge to wet themselves again. "Let us wait a moment," Li Bin replied thoughtfully, addressing the 5 of them. "Perhaps there is still an opportunity. After all, Su Yang won't easily leave his villa. Even if he possesses high-tech weaponry, it doesn't guarantee he can reach us here. We also have guns, and no one in Building 24 is our match. Once we unify Building 24, we can gradually conquer the other buildings and assemble a team to confront Su Yang head-on. I refuse to believe his resources are limitless. Once his food runs out, he will have no choice but to emerge from his villa, at which point we can manipulate him at will." Upon hearing this reasoning, the 5 men ceased discussing Su Yang, unwilling to risk being killed by daring to invade his villa again. Suddenly, Zhang San appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening as he glanced toward Duan Xian in the bedroom. But he said to Li Bin, "Boss, what about sister-in-law? What are you implying?" Li Bin's gaze pierced Zhang San like a blade, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Yet he continued, since sister-in-law has already been unfaithful to you, why not share her with the brothers? You dare speak such insolence? Li Bin erupted in fury, slamming his gun onto the table. Your sister-in-law may have slept with Su Yang, but she did it for our sake. If it weren't for her, we would have long since been imprisoned. If anyone dares to lay a hand on her again, they will have me to answer to. Zhang San, Wang Lu, and the others shrank back at their leader's wrath, their expressions dark as they furtively glanced at the two women they had brought back. The two women, sensing the rising tension, wept profusely, retreating further into the corner. Alas, they were no match for the 5 men and found themselves cornered. Seeing this unfold, Li Bin did not intervene, but instead retreated to the bedroom and closed the door. At this point, he felt it necessary to allow his subordinates some indulgence. Otherwise, he risked losing their loyalty that on that day, the Fengyan community was anything but tranquil. Gunfire and anguished cries echoed in the morning, and by afternoon, the sounds of weeping resonated throughout several buildings. With the men gone and supplies dwindling, chaos reigned, and the women who had lost their husbands were filled with dread, fearing Su Yang's wrath. However, these concerns did not affect Su Yang's mood. He continued to eat, drink, and engage in his usual activities, exercising, swimming, tending to his flowers, and feeding his koi. When night fell at 8 o'clock, Su Yang began to review the day's events. Although he had eliminated over 500 adversaries and witnessed the formidable power of high-tech weaponry, he recognized a slight shortcoming. While the intelligent robotic dogs were devastatingly effective, they lacked speed and agility, unable to shoot freely without adjusting direction. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Li Bin and his men to escape. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied with the day's achievements, having killed over 500 foes while only losing 4 robotic dogs. Trivial losses when measured against the hundreds of thousands at his disposal. As for the fleeing Li Bin, Su Yang had no intention of letting him escape, but he was determined to pursue him relentlessly. That night, he resolved to launch a surprise attack. As the clock struck midnight, Su Yang, unusually awake, retrieved a drone equipped with weaponry from his space. He remotely controlled it to fly out of the villa toward Building 24. This drone not only boasted advanced weaponry and reconnaissance equipment, but it also carried an intelligent robotic dog. The drone ascended steadily, unfazed by the heavy snowfall. Chapter 57. Midnight Assault. What is that noise? It's so loud. The sound of the small drone's propellers echoed in the stillness of the night, creating a disturbance for those who were only lightly asleep in Building 24. However, even if roused, no one dared to venture out of their warm beds to investigate. The cold outside was unbearable. Meanwhile, Su Yang, controlling the drone from the villa, guided it to the balcony of Li Bin's apartment on the 17th floor. There, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the interior. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shattered the glass on the balcony, even breaking through the safety railing of the entrance. The glass and railing did little to impede the bullet's trajectory, which surged into the living room. Puff, puff, puff. 2 of Li Bin's subordinates, still deep in slumber, had no chance to react before being riddled with bullets. Not good. We're under attack. Zhang San shouted, throwing off his heavy blanket and frantically darting into the side bedroom for cover. The other 2, jolted awake by the icy wind rushing in through the open balcony, quickly followed suit, racing toward the same refuge. The 2 women they had captured were not so fortunate, exhausted from the day's ordeals. They had finally succumbed to a deep sleep, only to meet their untimely demise as bullets rained down upon them. In their final moments, they never even had the chance to open their eyes and take in the world one last time. Li Bin was jolted awake by the gunfire, instinctively sitting up and inadvertently kicking Duan Xian off the bed. Grabbing the shotgun at his side, he remained on high alert, hesitant to leave the bedroom. Meanwhile, Zhang San and the other 2 huddled together, their faces etched with terror. Could it be Su Yang attacking us? Wang Lu trembled as he spoke. In his subconscious, only Su Yang possessed the audacity and capability to strike them. Surely not, Zhang San replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. That kid is far too timid to venture out of his villa. What do we do now? Another asked. Regardless of who is behind the assault, we can't just sit here and wait to die. If we remain stagnant, we'll either be killed or frozen to death. It seems we must charge out and fight. Zhang San gritted his teeth, rising to his feet, ready to open the door. Fight with what? Wang Lu's face was pale with fear. The guns are with the boss. Are we to charge out and engage them with our fists? The others nodded in agreement, unwilling to become living targets. They could only place their hopes on their leader. Zhang San halted, muttering to himself before yelling, "Boss, save us!" Hearing Zhang San's desperate cry, Li Bin instructed Duan Qian to peek outside and assess the situation. After confirming that no one was outside, he donned his clothes, cautiously grasped his shotgun, and opened the door. Instantly, a gust of chilling wind swept in from the balcony that Li Bin quickly realized that their assailant was firing from the balcony into the living room. Yet, they were on the 17th floor. Who could possibly scale such heights in this heavy snow and freezing cold? The man must be insane. Suddenly, Li Bin conceived a possibility. The only person capable of such a feat was Su Yang. As Li Bin cautiously traversed the corridor from the bedroom to the living room, he gradually discerned the frenzied whirring of a drone's propellers. Damn it. Li Bin cursed, it's a drone, in this era. While such small drones were not ubiquitous, they were relatively common, and Li Bin had encountered quite a few. Just by the sound, he could ascertain its identity. However, in this country, no ordinary person dared to equip a drone with weapons or modify it for military use, unless that individual had taken leave of their senses. Li Bin's mind was already clear. This drone was dispatched by Su Yang. After all, he had witnessed those electronic dogs transformed into lethal machines during the day. What a crafty old fox, Li Bin muttered to himself. With so many firearms and ammunition at his disposal, he could dominate the entire Fengyun community, yet he cowers in his villa, relying on drones to do his bidding. Li Bin felt an overwhelming sense of impotence and unprecedented fear regarding Su Yang's actions. The adversary boasted an impenetrable fortress of safety, bolstered by formidable firepower from unmanned devices. How could he possibly contend with such an opponent? Fearful as he was, he could not permit his subordinates to be annihilated. Lest he find himself utterly isolated, struggling to survive in this frigid, post-apocalyptic world, that Li Bin shouted towards the side room, "Don't panic. The enemy is using a drone. For now, it cannot breach our defenses. I will find a way to shoot that drone down." After yelling, he retreated to the bedroom and enlisted Duan Qian's help to push a solid wooden wardrobe out. Though reluctant, Duan Qian acquiesced to Li Bin's coercive authority. Together, they slowly maneuvered the wardrobe inch by inch into the hall. As soon as the wardrobe protruded, the drone outside began to unleash a torrent of gunfire. Bullets flew chaotically, riddling the living room sofa with holes. Some bullets even embedded themselves in the walls. A corner of the wooden wardrobe was shattered. Li Bin kicked the wardrobe out, exposing it to the drone's line of fire in that instant. With his hand pressed against the corridor wall, he fired a shot without even glancing. Bang! The powerful recoil left his arm numb. After firing, he quickly withdrew his arm, but due to the lack of visibility, his shot went astray. Through the drone's info, the woman, struck and dazed, collapsed to the ground. Rendered speechless, Zhang San rushed into the adversary's bedroom at breakneck speed, hastily donning some warm clothing. After an extensive period, she gradually regained sensation in her limbs. The two individuals bound the woman and concealed themselves in a small room devoid of a balcony. It was not until the early hours, around 3 or 4 o'clock, that they sensed the outside was quiet, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Bin's home was in disarray, with the balcony and the side window completely shattered, letting in the cold wind from every direction. Even though Duan Qian was ensconced in the bedroom, with the air conditioning set to its maximum, wrapped in several layers of blankets, she felt not a hint of warmth. She could only suppress her inner terror and shakily exited the bedroom. Upon illuminating the living room, she discovered that all the furniture had been wrecked and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. Without daring to linger for a moment, she wrapped herself in the blanket and turned to leave. When she noticed the marks of gunfire on her neighbor's security door, she knew without a doubt that Li Bin was hiding there. At that moment, she had nowhere else to turn. Falling into the hands of others could lead to an even more tragic fate. She had to rely on Li Bin. She began knocking on the door. Knock, knock. The unexpected sound startled both Li Bin and Zhang San. They exchanged wary glances, their ears perked up in vigilance. Knock, knock. The knocking resounded again. "Let us go check," Li Bin said, pulling out the handgun tucked at his waist and handing it to Zhang San, while he grasped the shotgun positioned nearby. The two of them cautiously stepped out of the room, careful not to make a sound as they slowly approached the living room. Li Bin held the gun with both hands, aiming towards the door, signaling Zhang San with his eyes. "Who is it?" Zhang San inquired. "It's me, Your sister-in-law, Duan Qian's voice, echoing from within, eased their tension. She continued, everything is destroyed in my house. It's so cold with the wind seeping in. Hurry and let me in. Zhang Xin glanced at Li Bin, who gestured for him to proceed. Understanding, Zhang Xin cautiously moved forward, grasping the doorknob and pushing it outward. The instant the door swung open, both he and Li Bin aimed their guns outside, ready to fire at the slightest sign of danger. Upon seeing that it was indeed only Duan Qian, they both relaxed, lowering their weapons. They swiftly pulled her inside and securely closed the door. That night, neither Li Bin nor Zhang Xin managed to sleep well. Even when exhaustion overtook them, they were jolted awake by nightmares. They were truly terrified by Su Yang. From an original group of over 40, only the two of them remained after a single day, and they had to be constantly on guard against each other's ambushes. They dared not stay in any room with windows, opting instead for a more enclosed space. Yet how long could they continue to hide like this? Li Bin felt a deep melancholy. He understood that Su Yang would not let him go. At that moment, they truly comprehended what it meant to be a hunted dog. That it was not until 8 in the morning that Li Bin and Zhang Xin finally eased their tension. They had Duan Qian prepare a meal, and after satisfying their hunger, they returned to the secluded room to sleep. Throughout the entire Fengyan community, many others had also spent the night awake, for the gunfire had been deafening and relentless, preventing anyone from finding rest. The sounds of gunfire rang out continuously from day to night, as if a battle were being waged nearby, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. Chapter 59. Principles in Action. The combination of sleeplessness and hunger left many in a state of sheer panic. The Fengyan community was filled with wails of despair that on the 8th day of the icy apocalypse, Su Yang, unusually, did not rise early. He slept until noon. Upon waking, he busied himself preparing a lavish spread of food, indulging in a delightful meal. Just as he was savoring his feast, the screen illuminated, revealing a figure in the underground garage, bundled up tightly. That Su Yang recognized her as Tang Qing, Wang Ping's girlfriend. What could she possibly want? Su Yang furrowed his brow, controlling the external cameras to display the surrounding area. Discovering that she was alone heightened his curiosity. Tang Qing cautiously advanced through the underground garage, occasionally catching a whiff of the overpowering scent of blood, which unsettled her. Yet she persevered, for the prospect of starvation outweighed her discomfort. After much contemplation, she decided to seek out Su Yang in hopes of borrowing some food. After all, the heavy snowfall had persisted for 8 days with no signs of abating. The other residents of Fengyan community must have nearly exhausted their supplies, leaving only Su Yang with a bounty of delicious provisions. Tang Qing was prepared to take a chance. Before long, she stood before the door of Su Yang's villa's basement, knocking gently. Su Yang, could you please open the door for me? Su Yang had no intention of opening the door. Instead, he pressed a button, causing a display screen to appear that a lavish feast was laid out before her. Upon witnessing this, Tang Qing swallowed hard, her voice tinged with desperation. Su Yang, could you spare me some food? I feel as though I'm on the brink of starvation. Why should I give you my food? Su Yang replied tersely that we're all neighbors. Tang Qing's voice trembled with emotion. The supplies in everyone else's homes have nearly run out. You are the only one who can help me. Besides, you have so much stored away. Giving me a little ice ain't a big deal. Su Yang's expression soured. That you've chosen the wrong person to attempt moral coercion. My food is the result of my hard work. Although I have plenty, none of it is superfluous. You know the situation outside. Resources are life itself. Why should I just give it to you without reason? I can pay. Name your price, and I'll gladly offer it, as long as I can have a full meal. Tang Qing rushed to say. Money is the most useless thing at this moment. Su Yang shook his head, that if you have nothing of value to offer, then leave me be. Don't disturb my meal. Just as he was about to shut off the screen and focus on eating, Tang Qing interjected, wait, I'm willing to trade my body. Seeing that Su Yang was growing impatient, she quickly played her trump card. I'm still a virgin. Is that not worth a hearty meal? Su Yang's interest was piqued. Having spent too long cooped up in the villa, he indeed felt the need for release. After all, he was a normal man with normal desires. Moreover, Wang Ping's girlfriend was quite attractive, scoring at least an 80 in looks and figure. Though she could not compare to Su Muyu or Su Yunxi, or even Ning Kai Dai, she was still a beauty worth using for a while. Are you sure you want to use that to barter for food? Su Yang asked again. Tang Qing nodded. With a loud click, the door swung open just as she nodded. Tang Qing stepped inside slowly. As the door shut behind her, the sound startled her. Su Yang appeared before her, holding an AK-47 aimed directly at her. Seeing this, Tang Qing's legs turned to jelly, trembling uncontrollably. "Strip," Su Yang commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. "You'll freeze to death if you undress here." Tang Qing hesitated. "No more chatter. Just take it off." Su Yang barked. "If you don't strip, how can I be sure you aren't hiding any weapons?" Realizing his irritation, Tang Qing first removed her mask and hat, tossing them aside. Then she began to shed her clothing piece by piece, finally stretching out her arms to show she carried no weapons. "And take off those two as well." Su Yang continued to aim his gun at her. "Those are merely undergarments. What weapons could they conceal?" Tang Qing frowned, but, seeing his continued distrust, ultimately complied, now standing completely bare. "All right," Su Yang nodded. Satisfied with her figure, he lowered his weapon and instructed Tang Qing, "Let us head to the first floor hall." He turned and walked away. Surprisingly, Tang Qing felt no chill in her nakedness. Instead, she found Su Yang's home to be warm and inviting, with a palpable heat enveloping her. Envy washed over her as she rushed to the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. But it showed no response. Without hesitation, she darted down the stairs. Upon reaching Su Yang, she beheld a table laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Forgetting her modesty, Tang Qing's eyes widened in delight. "Eat. Take whatever you want," Su Yang said nonchalantly. "Just remember our agreement once you're finished." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Qing sat down and began to eat. Half an hour later, after finishing her last bowl of soup, she let out a satisfied burp. "Go take a shower," Su Yang instructed, pointing toward the bathroom. Tang Qing understood what was to come next. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped into the bathroom, enjoying the comforting warmth of the shower. She thought to herself, "If only I could stay here forever." After another half hour had passed, Tang Qing dried the droplets of water on her body and stepped out. Her alluring figure and fair skin caught Su Yang's eye. "Are you here to exchange supplies? Does Wang Ping know?" Su Yang inquired nonchalantly. Tang Qing nodded. "He knows." "I don't believe you." Su Yang's expression turned serious as he stated, "I have principles in my dealings. Any transaction between us must be disclosed to your family. Call Wang Ping. Otherwise, you shall not leave with any supplies from me." Confused by his insistence, Tang Qing ultimately dialed Wang Ping's number before she could speak. Su Yang took the phone and said, "Wang Ping, your girlfriend is currently at my place, seeking supplies in exchange for her body. Are you aware of this?" I know." Wang Ping on the other end was furious, wanting to curse, but he suppressed his anger. That he then said to Su Yang, "I sent Qing there. Brother Yang, please do us a favor and give us some food." "All right then," Su Yang replied decisively, "since it's through your consent as her family. I won't say more. I'll assist, but do not hang up until I verify the goods. Your girlfriend can take the supplies back afterwards." With that, he activated the speakerphone. On the other end, Wang Ping's eyes were bloodshot. Gripping the blanket tightly, that he dared not hang up, fearing that doing so would mean losing the supplies. Otherwise, his family would starve. Chapter 60. Fair trade, daily charges beside them. Tang Qing's face grew, increasingly flushed as she listened to their conversation. She was still an innocent girl, and although she was somewhat prepared for what was to come, the idea of someone listening made it unbearable. Even if that person was someone she despised, he was still her nominal boyfriend. How would she face life after this? Su Yang, however, paid no mind to her discomfort, pulling the dazed Tang Qing closer and commanding, "Turn your body away, like a puppet." She mechanically complied. 2 hours later, Su Yang exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed as he gazed out at the swirling snow. The gloom that had clouded his heart for days vanished, and oh wonder, people often say that one should not hold in their feelings for too long. Especially men, as it can lead to problems. That moment, he finally believed it. Picking up the phone he had tossed aside, he said to Wang Ping, "All right, wait for your girlfriend to bring back the food." He then hung up. On the other end, Wang Ping clenched his fist and slammed it against the bed. 2 full hours had passed, and he had endured listening from the other side. Any man would find this intolerable. "Son, just let it go. That it's good enough that we have something to eat." Wang Yi consoled, "That let's find a way to survive first, and once the snow disaster passes, I'll find you a wife." Wang Yi had also listened for 2 hours. He was frustrated but felt powerless. He didn't want to starve either. To owe him, Surviving was the most important thing, and worrying about a daughter-in-law could wait. Especially since no one in their right mind would want to marry into their family at that moment. Tang Qing felt utterly drained. Lying motionless on the living room sofa, her fingers numbed as Su Yang entered the bedroom. Retrieving half a box of instant noodles and 2 packs of sausages from his storage, he approached Tang Qing and said, "This half box of noodles is yours, and these 2 packs of sausages are a reward for you. By the way, if you wish to trade again, take care of your body. If someone else touches it, I want it." He placed the half box of noodles and the 2 packs of sausages in front of her, adding, "Take your things and go. I warn you, be careful on your way back. I want to handle any after-sales service." Feeling invigorated, Su Yang mused to himself that such mutually beneficial, debt-free transactions should occur more often. Moreover, it was beneficial for both physical and mental health. Meanwhile, Tang Qing looked at the half box of noodles and the 2 packs of sausages, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She had traded her most precious possession for these meager items. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes brightened. She said to Su Yang, "I'm not leaving. This place is like paradise. There is food and drink, warmth, and it's very safe that I refuse to go," surprised by her words. Su Yang was taken aback, and then his anger flared. "You think I'm being kind?" "Huh." With a bang, he slapped a handgun onto the table that we're engaging in fair trade. "If you plan to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude." Tang Qing trembled in fear. "Please, don't kick me out. I'll do whatever you want. I don't want to go outside. It's so chaotic out there." "This is not negotiable." Su Yang replied coldly that if you leave with the supplies, you can come back when you run out. "But if you intend to stay here, then I'll have to kill you." He had no intention of allowing her to remain in his villa without obligation. As he spoke, Su Yang picked up the handgun from the table and pointed it at Tang Qing's forehead. She realized he was not joking and quickly grabbed the instant noodles and sausages, hurrying to put on her clothes. The basement door opened automatically, and she limped out. When the door closed behind her, Tang Qing glanced back longingly. "Damn it, she almost tried to stay." Su Yang seethed. "Do they think I'm too merciful? It seems I haven't killed enough. The lesson hasn't been severe enough." Once she disappeared into the underground parking lot, Li Bin candidly articulated his intentions, exclaiming, "What is there to discuss between us?" Su Yang chuckled derisively. "Now that you've been frightened by me, you suddenly wish to negotiate. Why didn't you consider this earlier?" Despite the mockery directed at him, Li Bin ultimately restrained himself. Surviving was paramount above all else. Clutching his phone, he reiterated, "You desire my wife, do you not? If you promise not to harm me any further, I shall willingly present her to you." Li Bin's words caused Duan Qian's expression to darken, as she glared at him with displeasure. Having sacrificed her own body for him, she was appalled that he would even contemplate offering her up for his survival. Duan Qian felt that after all her years of devotion, it had all been in vain. Yet, she remained silent. The incessant evasion and the constant threat of death were unbearable. She no longer wished to endure such a life. With Su Yang, there was food, shelter, and an abundance of safety that was far superior to being with a faithless man like Li Bin. Upon hearing Li Bin's proposition, Su Yang erupted into laughter, although Duan Qian was not without her merits, and had provided him with considerable satisfaction. The thought of her returning to him now was somewhat misaligned, as Su Yang was not a man driven by base instincts. He would not spare his adversary for the sake of a woman. "You may keep your wife. I suggest you clean your neck and prepare for your demise," Su Yang coldly replied. "Do I appear to be in need of women? I possess ample resources and can have any woman I desire. Li Bin, you might as well await your fate." With that, Su Yang severed the call, leaving Li Bin to stew in silence. Meanwhile, Duan Qian seethed with anger at the voice on the other end. She was a woman of substance, possessing both beauty and vitality, and how could he dismiss her so callously? It was utterly absurd. Not one to boast, Duan Qian believed there were few women in their community who could compare to her. The caliber of the other women was laughable. They were foolishly overreaching in that moment. She even found herself harboring resentment towards Su Yang. Though she had previously despised him, her disdain had only intensified. With a loud crash, Li Bin, consumed by rage, hurled his phone to the ground, bellowing, "Su Yang, you have gone too far. One day, I will kill you." Just then a knock echoed from outside. Duan Qian hurried to the door and, peering through the peephole, was surprised to see Bai Lu and Lu Su standing there. "Li Bin, I know you're inside." Open the door. I have matters to discuss with you after waiting for some time without a response. Bai Lu declared, if you do not open the door, you will miss a golden opportunity. Li Bin furrowed his brow at the voices outside, picking up a shotgun and aiming it at the door alongside Zhang San. He exchanged a knowing glance with Duan Qian, who cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing only Bai Lu and Lu Su, he finally felt a sense of relief. Lu Su observed Li Bin and Zhang San, both looking haggard, and teased, Boss Li, I never imagined you would be driven to such desperation by Su Yang. Are you seeking death? Li Bin roared, pressing the gun against Lu Su's forehead. Did even the most insignificant of characters now dare to mock him? You seem to have a death wish. Feeling the palpable menace emanating from Li Bin, Bai Lu and Lu Su nearly lost their composure, quickly softening their tone. Boss Li, please don't misunderstand. I was merely joking. I meant no offense. We have come to propose an alliance against Su Yang. I've lost over 40 brothers to him. Do you think you can take him on? Li Bin questioned skeptically, ready to end their lives with a single shot. He was in no mood for idle chatter, and his patience was wearing thin. But she can. Lu Su pointed at Bai Lu, stating, you must have heard that before Su Yang's rise, he was infatuated with Bai Lu. Yet she never reciprocated, which has made her the unattainable dream of his heart. Seeing that Li Bin's murderous intent was beginning to wane, Lu Su continued, if Bai Lu plays her cards right, she could easily gain access to Su Yang's home. Then we can storm in and take him out, claiming all his resources for ourselves. Once successful, we can share the spoils 50-50. What do you think? Do you truly believe you can persuade Su Yang to open the door? Li Bin inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. After observing Su Yang's cunning nature, he was hesitant to believe such a plan could succeed. Actually, I am quite confident in this. Bai Lu replied, nonchalantly, that I have communicated with Su Yang before. While his demeanor has been somewhat cold, that was merely due to my prior rejection of him. If I feign a little vulnerability and personally plead at his doorstep, he would not turn me away. After all, he has harbored feelings for me for quite some time. Do you honestly think that would sway him? Zhang San scoffed. Perhaps in the past he would not have budged. Lu Su interjected, but now things have changed. I've noticed Su Yang's ambitions are growing. He has begun allowing women into his villa. Chapter 62. Cautiously, what do you mean? Li Bin quickly inquired that I have been observing. The supplies at Wang Ping's place are nearly depleted, and he has been wailing at home, even arguing with his girlfriend, Tang Qing. Lu Su replied cautiously. However, I discovered that this afternoon, Tang Qing left the house and took the elevator down to the underground garage. She returned over 2 hours later, limping. She must have bartered her body for supplies. I also overheard a conversation between her and old Wang, confirming my suspicions. She has been with Su Yang and received plenty of valuable items. So, Su Yang is quite the lecher. Zhang San's eyes lit up. Indeed, you may not know this, but once Su Yang came into wealth, he immediately sought out a pair of twin sisters. He is quite the libertine. After enduring so many days of the snow disaster, as a typical man, he surely could not withstand a life devoid of women. He would open his door for any woman with a modicum of allure. Especially since Bai Lu has always been the one he desires, yet cannot have. If she were to lower herself, do you think he would not be tempted? Seeing Li Bin remain silent, Lu Su pressed further, so what do you think? If you let this opportunity slip, you may never have another chance for revenge, and you could very well find yourself at Su Yang's mercy. His words sent shockwaves through Li Bin and Zhang San, who exchanged glances filled with resolve. Zhang San glared at Lu Su and Bai Lu, coldly stating, but you want half of the resources. That's quite greedy, isn't it? Do you have a better plan? We are the only ones willing to collaborate with you, and our chances of gaining access to Su Yang's home are far greater than anyone else's. Lu Su retorted, refusing to back down. Just as the two men were about to argue further, Li Bin interjected, enough. We haven't even dealt with Su Yang yet, and are already bickering among ourselves. What sense does that make? He then turned to Lu Su and Bai Lu, assuring them, rest assured. If we can infiltrate Su Yang's home and eliminate him, I will gladly share half of the resources with you. At this, Bai Lu and Lu Su exchanged satisfied smiles, while Li Bin secretly chuckled to himself. The notion of sharing resources was utterly absurd. Once he eliminated Su Yang and claimed the resources, the first to die would be the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang had been eavesdropping on their conspiracy via a small drone. and he felt invigorated that it seemed that the tangled web of animosity between him, Bai Lu, and Li Bin was finally coming to light. A cause for celebration indeed, but he promptly uncorked a bottle of red wine and leisurely sipped as he awaited their arrival. Though Bai Lu and Li Bin had devised their scheme, they did not act immediately to ensure the plan's flawless execution. That it was not until around 6 o'clock in the evening that Bai Lu finally called Su Yang. "Brother Su Yang, how have you been these past few days?" Bai Lu expressed her concern, asking, "In recent days, there have been frequent gunshots echoing throughout the neighborhood. You must take care of yourself." "I'm managing well enough," Su Yang replied, feigning a sigh that it's just a bit lonely, being in such a large house all alone, without anyone to converse with or any beautiful companions, feels so utterly hollow. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with opportunity. "How about I come keep you company, Brother Su Yang?" she softly suggested. "This way, you won't feel lonely." "Is that really appropriate?" Su Yang hesitated, "that I'm worried that Lu Su might get upset." "Oh, how I wish I had met you sooner. Then I wouldn't have so many reservations. I would bring you to my villa and have you as my girlfriend." Bai Lu responded, "Brother Su Yang, why fear Lu Su? I no longer have any ties to him." She continued, "What if I stayed at your place, became your girlfriend, and you just gave Lu Su some food? He surely wouldn't object." "Is this for real?" Su Yang asked, his voice laced with surprise. "Do you genuinely wish to be my girlfriend? And not just playing with me like before?" "Absolutely." Bai Lu retorted with a smirk, "That I told you before that my true affection lies with you. Then come on over." Su Yang replied without hesitation, "Just remember to bring Lu Su along. I'll have him take the food away, and from that moment on, you two will have nothing to do with each other." "All right, Brother Su Yang, I'm on my way. Love you." Bai Lu hung up, smiling, and then opened the door. Returning to where Li Bin and Zhang San were. "Zhang San, Li Bin, prepare your guns and insert steel plates in front and behind." They then rode the elevator down together with Bai Lu and Lu Su. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Li Bin and Zhang San showed no intention of exiting the elevator. "You two go ahead and scout around, checking for any surveillance cameras or electronic devices." His words left them momentarily stunned, not quite understanding that Li Bin explained. Su Yang is being quite cautious. If there are cameras in the garage or any other devices, our presence would alert him and ruin our chances of getting him to open the door. So, you both need to observe the situation. And if you see any cameras, electronic dogs, drones, or anything, let me know immediately. What kind of sensible person would install such things? Bai Lu replied with impatience. Yet she still ventured out with Lu Su. They observed their surroundings meticulously, but found nothing suspicious that Su Yang, watching the duo on the screen, wore a mocking smile that he had installed pinhole cameras, making it impossible for them to detect them to further alleviate their suspicions. Su Yang had even retrieved some electronic dogs, leaving the rest hidden in inconspicuous corners. With night having fallen, the underground garage, though lit, was not brilliantly illuminated, allowing the tiny electronic dogs to evade everyone's sight. Bai Lu and Lu Su continuously communicated with Li Bin via their phones. After confirming the absence of surveillance equipment and the electronic dogs they had encountered previously, Li Bin and Zhang San finally felt at ease. Stealthily trailing behind Bai Lu and Lu Su, occasionally hiding behind the pillars in the underground garage. Although they were exceedingly careful, every move they made was under Su Yang's control. The moment these individuals stepped into the garage, they were already as good as dead in Su Yang's eyes, merely waiting for the right moment to toy with them. When Li Bin and Zhang San reached a pillar not far from Su Yang's basement, they exhaled in relief. This location was a blind spot from their perspective. The others could not see them from the villa, yet they could fire at Su Yang the moment he opened the door. As long as Su Yang dared to show himself, they would not hesitate to shoot. Chapter 63. A display of acting skills. Bai Lu and Lu Su arrived at the basement door and pressed the doorbell. As the chime echoed, the screen on the door lit up again, revealing Su Yang. Bai Lu flashed a self-assured smile, believing herself to be irresistibly charming. "Brother Su Yang, I'm here. Please open the door." Upon hearing her voice, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Nevertheless, he replied, "You coming here seems to have made Lu Su quite unhappy. Just look at the lack of joy on his face. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. I truly fear he might get angry." Bai Lu and Lu Su were incensed by Su Yang's reluctance to open the door. They had already devised a plan with Li Bin to trick him into opening it. after which they intended to take him down. Should Su Yang refuse to open the door, it would be them facing the consequences. Lu Su forced a smile, explaining, "I'm not unhappy. It's just that food has been scarce lately. And I'm rather hungry." After his explanation, fearing Su Yang might doubt him, he added, "Bai Lu has told me everything. I believe you two are true love. I am willing to let you go to facilitate your happiness. Could you spare me some essential supplies to help me survive in this bitterly cold environment?" "Is that truly the case?" Su Yang furrowed his brow, feigning skepticism. "You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" "Why would I deceive you? Before the snowstorm, I told you that Bai Lu genuinely loves you." Lu Su hurriedly asserted that I mentioned then that I wanted to support your love. "If not for this snowstorm, I wouldn't even ask you for supplies. I sincerely wish you both well." Su Yang silently scoffed, realizing that if not for the betrayal in their past lives, he would have seen through their deceitful facades. Most people would have easily fallen for their tricks, that he believed they were not there to request supplies but rather to take his life. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, intending to toy with them a little longer. After all, he had no intention of opening the door. He was warm and comfortable inside his villa, while he would let Bai Lu and her group freeze outside Des for Li Bin and Zhang San. They were still under his control, and once he was done playing with them, he'd eliminate them all. "While I appreciate your words, I must say, I feel touched," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "However, I cannot open the door just yet. I have made a few enemies recently, and I fear they may be plotting against me." Su Yang's words caused Li Bin and Zhang San's expressions to shift. They exchanged glances, thinking, this kid is still being cautious at such a critical moment. What will we do if he truly refuses to open the door? Bai Lu and Lu Su, too, felt a wave of despair wash over them, though they concealed their emotions. Bai Lu suddenly adopted a teary-eyed demeanor, saying, "Brother Su Yang, do you not trust me? Others might harm you, but I could never do that. I was the first to rush to your defense when you entered the police station." Her voice trembled with emotion. "I thought you loved me. How could you doubt me? This truly hurts. Acting are we? Let's see how long you can keep this up," Su Yang thought, amused at, "Oh, I sigh." Su Yang feigned aside, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I was harassed a few days ago, and now I'm on edge. Especially with Li Bin, who possesses a firearm. If my house weren't so sturdy, I might not be here today. My apologies, Bai Lu. Perhaps I've been overly cautious." Upon hearing Su Yang's softened tone, Bai Lu sensed an opening to reassure him. She proposed, "Brother Su Yang, I understand your concerns. However, you are being overly cautious. How about I initiate a video call so you can see outside for yourself?" Bai Lu then pulled out her phone and initiated a video call. Once connected, she switched the camera from the front to the back and walked around outside, carefully avoiding the pillars where Li Bin and Zhang San were hiding. "Brother Su Yang, do you see? It's just Lu Su and me out here." Bai Lu smiled and asked, "Now, are you feeling more at ease?" Su Yang nodded. "As long as the rest no one else, that's good. Just wait a moment. I'll open the door for you shortly. Right now, I'm busy frying a steak." Su Yang pointed the camera towards the kitchen, revealing a large tomahawk steak sizzling in a pan, the oil bubbling enticingly, causing Bai Lu and Lu Su to salivate with envy. They had been subsisting on instant noodles for days, while this dog was indulging in a steak. How could he be so inconsiderate? "Brother Su Yang, it's freezing out here. You could open the door first and then finish frying the steak." Bai Lu urged that I can't do that. Su Yang shook his head. "Steaks require close attention. If left unattended for too long, they could burn. With supplies being so scarce, we cannot afford to waste anything. You're bundled up in so many layers. You should be fine waiting outside for a bit, right? Given the circumstances if they press too hard. It would only raise his suspicions that a steak doesn't take long to fry. They could wait, and soon enough, that steak would be theirs, while his life would be forfeit." Bai Lu and Lu Su thought along these lines and nodded in agreement. "Waiting a bit isn't a problem. I knew you would wait," Su Yang said, his face adorned with a smile. "Lu Su, once I finish frying the steak, I will open the door to express my gratitude. I will make sure to treat you well. You see, not only do I have steak, but also lobster and king crab. Furthermore, there is exquisite wine," Su Yang exclaimed, showcasing the items he had previously placed on the table. He then closed the video call with Bai Lu, ensuring that she could only see him through the screen on the basement door. He diligently seared the steak, sprinkling it with black pepper when it seemed nearly done. After plating the steak, Bai Lu and Lu Su, observing through the screen, felt a surge of delight just as they were about to prompt Su Yang to open the door. Unexpectedly, he began preparing pasta, followed by frying eggs and then crafting a salad. By the time he completed all these tasks, Li Bin and the others were so cold that their hands and feet had gone numb. Struggling to remain upright at this juncture, Bai Lu grew anxious and was about to urge him when Su Yang's voice resonated through the screen. "Just a moment. It will be ready shortly." Bai Lu swallowed her words, subtly signaling Lu Su and the increasingly intolerable Li Bin and Zhang San to prepare themselves. However, Su Yang did not descend as they had anticipated. Instead, he meticulously washed the displayed lobsters and abalones before placing them in a steamer. With that not yet concluded, he retrieved vegetables and meat from the refrigerator and began chopping, eager to display his culinary skills before them. Thus, the four of them endured the frigid temperature of -60 degrees for a full 2 hours. Chapter 64. Unblinking Death. Bai Lu and Lu Su fared slightly better, able to pace back and forth before the basement door to alleviate their chill. Even so, their bodies were nearing numbness. Zhang San and Li Bin, however, suffered greatly, huddled behind a pillar, immobile as if they were mere statues, shivering incessantly. Their hands, especially those gripping guns, bore bruises and had lost all sensation. Should a person suddenly appear and twist their fingers, they could easily be broken. Had it not been for their overwhelming hatred toward Su Yang, they would have fled long ago. When Su Yang finally arranged all the prepared dishes on the table, opened a bottle of red wine, poured it into glasses, and elegantly sat down to slice a steak, it seemed as though he had forgotten Bai Lu and Lu Su entirely. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Lu and Lu Su were immediately incensed. "Su Yang, have you forgotten about us?" Bai Lu anxiously inquired. "We've been waiting outside for over 2 hours. Why won't you let us in? You're just eating alone." Pouting, she added, "It's time for dinner. What else am I supposed to do?" Su Yang replied coldly, "Why don't you wait a bit longer until I finish eating?" "Su Yang, how can you be like this?" Bai Lu retorted, visibly furious. "You must be joking. Open the door quickly. I can't wait any longer." "Open the door," Su Yang scoffed. "Why should I let you in?" Bai Lu began to respond, but Su Yang interrupted her. "You actually believed I was joking." He then cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, subsequently sipping his wine while casting a menacing glance at Bai Lu. "Did I have food and drink at home? Why should I let you in? You harbor ill intentions and are constantly plotting against me. What reason do I have to open the door for you?" Realizing they had been outsmarted, Bai Lu and Lu Su remained undeterred. Bai Lu pleaded pitifully, "Su Yang, I truly never intended to harm you. How many times must I say it? What more do I need to do to prove my innocence? Don't feign innocence before me." Su Yang replied coldly, "Every move you make is under my control. You aim to kill me and seize my resources and villa. Don't think I am unaware that Li Bin and Zhang San are hiding behind that pillar." Nearly frozen stiff, Li Bin and Zhang San's faces paled in fear, while Bai Lu and Lu Su's expressions turned equally unnatural as they turned to flee. Suddenly, a row of gun barrels emerged from either side of the wall, and Su Yang's voice echoed, "If you dare move again, you will die." Terrified, Bai Lu and Lu Su stood frozen in place, while Li Bin and Zhang San struggled to move their stiff bodies. Desperate to escape this perilous place, Su Yang was formidable. If they managed to return safely, they vowed never to oppose him again. Their spirits were utterly depleted, and I'm referring to them, not you two. Su Yang sneered, his voice reverberating throughout the underground garage. With a series of clicks, several armed robotic dogs materialized around Zhang San and Lu Su, their weapons trained on the pair. They attempted to raise their guns to shoot the robotic dogs, but found their fingers unresponsive. "Su Yang, please don't kill me," Li Bin pleaded, bowing repeatedly before the robotic dogs. "That if you spare me, I will not only offer you my wife, but I swear I will never be your enemy again." Li Bin continued to beg, "From now on, Zhang San and I will be your dogs. Whoever you command us to bite, we shall obey." Zhang San, not faring much better, joined in the supplication, "I have no need for dogs like you." Su Yang shook his head, firmly rejecting them. "Once you're dead, your wife will still belong to me. You should focus on making your exit." As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, the robotic dog's eyes glowed red. "No, please don't kill me," Li Bin and Zhang San shouted in unison. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets erupted, blood splattering as Li Bin and Zhang San were riddled with holes, their bodies convulsing on the ground. Even in death, their eyes remained wide open, unblinking. Upon witnessing their gruesome fate, Lu Su and Bai Lu's legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, weeping continuously. Bai Lu especially seemed nearly paralyzed with fear as she slowly crawled to the basement door. Crying out, "Su Yang, I never meant to harm you. Please spare me. It was all Lu Su's idea. He urged me to deceive you into opening the door. He conspired with Li Bin and Zhang San." Pointing at Lu Su, Bai Lu clung to him as if he were her only hope, shifting all blame onto him. "You wretched woman!" Lu Su roared in anger, yanking Bai Lu's hair and slapping her face several times. "I treated you so well. How dare you betray me?" Enraged, he kicked her in the stomach, causing Bai Lu to curl up on the ground in pain. "Yanggu, don't listen to this wretched woman's lies." Lu Su defended himself. "It has always been her intent to see you dead. She has never harbored any good intentions toward you. She only sought to drain you of your wealth. I've never spent your money. You've spent more than anyone." Bai Lu retorted from the ground. "But Su Yang, everything I did to you was at Lu Su's instigation. You cannot let him go." Su Yang watched the two of them bicker with great interest, a sense of vindictive pleasure surging within him. "You filthy bitch, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Su seized Bai Lu by the hair, pulling her up from the ground. Painfully, Bai Lu struggled, throwing punches and kicks at Lu Su. "I've always treated you kindly. You should be grateful. To save your own skin, you dare to frame me." With several more slaps to her face, Bai Lu was left dazed on the ground, unable to speak, yet her eyes burned with hatred toward him. "Regardless, I want to survive today. I might as well find joy in your misfortune." Lu Su, now frenzied, had long harbored feelings for Bai Lu, yet she had only ever regarded him as a tool. Today, all his pent-up hatred erupted that a small demon awakened within him, recklessly lunging at her. Despair flickered in Bai Lu's eyes as Lu Su tore open her down jacket. Resembling a ravenous wolf, Su Yang turned away, averting his gaze from the inappropriate scene. Chapter 65. The crisis of Building 20, for the sound of gunfire erupted, and a bullet found its mark in the foreheads of the two individuals. They fell dead at the threshold, blood slowly oozing out before congealing. Su Yang shut off the screen on the basement door and began to indulge in a feast. The two individuals he had loathed most in his previous life were now dead. His vengeance had been exacted, and at that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him as he savored the sumptuous meal before him, finding it utterly delectable, while also consuming a bit more wine than usual. During his dining, the intelligent robotic dog commenced the grim task of clearing away the refuse, dragging the corpses of Li Bin and Bai Lu, along with their companions, out of the basement and discarding them in the community square. Together with the over 500 bodies previously removed, the square now resembled a mountain of corpses, all frozen together, casting an eerie spectacle under the glow of the streetlights. Yet, no one paid any heed to this macabre scene. As time progressed, the Fengyan community found itself increasingly bereft of food, descending into greater chaos. Daily, the air was filled with anguished cries, and the populace grew more frenzied, particularly in Building 17, where Chun Mingjing led a faction that had been the first to unite and the first to reap the benefits of murder. Their audacity grew by the day, first eliminating those who defied their authority in Building 17, and then rallying a group to launch assaults on neighboring buildings. Chun Mingjing's faction burgeoned, his ambitions swelling alongside it, creating an atmosphere of discontent throughout the Fengyan community. Yet no one seemed inclined to heed the grievances of the oppressed. The residents of each building, unwilling to perish, banded together to resist the onslaught. After Chun Mingjing decimated 2 buildings, he perceived an increase in resistance and thus halted his expansion. Initially, he had aimed to seize Building 24, but the knowledge that Li Bin possessed a firearm, combined with the uncertainty of his fate, forced him to reconsider. Although the news of Li Bin's demise had not spread, the inhabitants of Building 24 were engulfed in panic, without a formidable force to intimidate the residents of other buildings. They were as scattered as sand, destined to be overrun. Furthermore, a significant portion of the able-bodied young men had perished during previous snow-clearing efforts or in earlier confrontations with Su Yang, leaving them incapable of mounting an effective defense. At this juncture, Li Bin's wife, Duan Xian, gathered all the residents of Building 24 into a group chat to strategize. Everyone must surely be aware by now that Li Bin and all his subordinates have been slain by Su Yang. She declared in the group. The residents of other buildings have already banded together. If we continue to remain disorganized, we will inevitably be overwhelmed by them. The men will be killed, and the women will be taken captive as mere vessels for release. What do you propose we do? Someone inquired that we are left with only the elderly, the infirm, and women. Even if we unite, we are no match for the other buildings. Our supplies are dwindling, and once they run out, we will starve before anyone even assaults us. Perhaps we should appeal to Su Yang. Another suggested that we have been neighbors for so many years. Surely he could spare us some food or allow us to move into his home for safety. Indeed, if we plead with Su Yang, residing in his house would ensure our safety, and we would have food. Let us collectively approach him. He cannot possibly refuse. Duan Qian observed the messages scrolling through the chat with a cold smirk. These individuals were truly unyielding in their ignorance. Even now, they contemplated moving into Su Yang's abode, oblivious to their own folly. Should she deem them foolish or merely uninformed? They had often derided Su Yang behind his back. And during the snow-clearing initiative organized by the community, they had been the most zealous in advocating for his containment. Duan Qian surmised that Su Yang had likely contemplated eliminating the residents of Building 24 long ago. The fact that he had yet to act was merely a sign that they had wandered too far afield. While her assessment of the situation was astute, she felt utterly powerless in recent days. She had not merely made 1 or 2 calls to Su Yang, but the man had shown no interest in her appeals. She had not anticipated that despite her alluring appearance and captivating demeanor, he would be so dismissive. Feeling deeply frustrated, she recognized that aligning with Su Yang was futile, that if she wished to survive, she must first consolidate the individuals and resources of Building 24, enabling them to endure a little longer amidst the growing chaos of the apocalypse. With a sigh, Duan Qian typed in the group chat, "Forget about Su Yang. He will not assist us. You all have frequently insulted him behind his back. Do not assume he is oblivious. We should instead focus on devising a strategy for survival. Su Yang is truly excessive. Indeed, how could he act thus? They say that distant relatives are not as reliable as close neighbors. Does he not fear the pangs of conscience?" Duan Qian's words had no effect, only eliciting further derision towards Su Yang. Upon seeing this, Duan Qian felt a surge of exasperation. What a group of incompetent allies, incapable of leading themselves. Finally, her anger erupted, and she sent a voice message in the group. What use is this incessant complaining? If you have the ability, go collectively and plead with Su Yang, but I warn you, should you all go together, the news of Li Bin's death is likely to spread. What then will we do when the residents of other buildings come to slaughter us? A bunch of useless individuals, always lamenting your fate. You have hands and feet. Can you not devise a plan? Do you only know how to beg for others' charity? If you are so capable, why not collectively storm Su Yang's villa and take residence there? Duan Qian's furious voice finally silenced her audience, and no one dared to speak further. She continued in the chat, "Those who do not wish to be slaughtered, those who refuse to leave their fate to chance. Gather at Unit 01 on the 18th floor. Let us strategize together." After her proclamation, it wasn't long before every member of the group responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 66. Duan Qian's decisive resolve. Seeing this response, Duan Qian finally exhaled in relief. Although these individuals were largely ineffectual, consisting mostly of the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, the collective strength of an entire building could still hold value if utilized correctly. At the very least, they could consolidate their remaining supplies and establish a defense to secure their safety in the dead of night. While the entire Fengyan community slumbered, the residents of Building 24 remained wide awake. Apart from the deceased and those incapacitated, only Tang Qing had not attended the assembly, yet no one took notice of her absence. Everyone convened in room 01 on the 18th floor. Fortunately, the residence occupied by Duan Qian's family was relatively spacious. Otherwise, accommodating so many individuals would have proven difficult. "What shall we do?" someone promptly inquired. Duan Qian smirked coldly. "We shall unite and collectively resist the incursions from the other buildings. How can we possibly withstand them?" Another questioned skeptically, why adhering to a singular command. "If we stand united, there is nothing we cannot achieve," Duan Qian declared cheerfully. "First, We will gather all the supplies from each household in our building and distribute them evenly. Once everyone is relieved of the burden of survival, we can unify our efforts. Who will we listen to? Came another query. Moreover, each household's supplies are scarce. Combining them will only hasten their depletion. Within a few days, we will have nothing left to eat, and how can we fend off the residents of other buildings then? Of course, we will follow my lead, Duan Qian stated candidly. As for supplies, there is no need for concern. As long as we band together, we can seize resources from the other buildings. Listen to you. Do you fancy yourself as Li Bin? Someone protested. What can a woman like you command? Who would heed your orders? Besides, we lack firearms, and the able-bodied among us are few. How can we possibly stand against the others? What if I am not Li Bin? Duan Qian's gaze turned icy as she approached the descending individual. In a swift motion, she grasped the man's hair and yanked him downwards with a resounding thud as his head struck the table. Before he could react, she brandished a dagger, plunging it into his temple. The man dropped lifelessly to the floor. The sudden violence shocked the onlookers. Eyes wide with terror, they beheld Duan Qian as she ruthlessly dispatched a formidable figure without a flicker of hesitation. Withdrawing the dagger, blood splattered onto several bystanders, and she surveyed the room with a chilling glare. Am I not worthy to lead you simply because I am a woman? With a blood-stained dagger pointed at her. The others were gripped by fear, not daring to utter a single word of retort. That it was also Duan Qian's first experience with taking a life. Although she hesitated, she knew she had no choice. In this icy, post-apocalyptic world, survival as a woman was an arduous endeavor, without a resolute heart for violence. As she observed the silence of those around her, a sense of triumph welled up within her. It seemed that only strength and brutality could subdue these feeble souls. Since you have all chosen silence, it is implicitly accepted that I shall henceforth be your leader. Duan Qian spoke calmly to the crowd. Rest assured, as long as you obey, I shall not mistreat you. Moreover, from this moment forward, you need not worry about the supplies for survival. Listening to you is not an issue. I concur. At that moment, one person stepped forward and said, but how can you ensure that those in the other buildings will not attack us? And how can you guarantee that everyone will receive a share of the supplies? Is that not simple? Duan Qian smiled that we shall take the initiative. The news of Li Bin's death has yet to spread, and the others still harbor a healthy fear of us. If we remain cooped up in Building 24, we will inevitably be exposed. It would be far better to strike while bearing Li Bin's banner. This not only serves to intimidate those in the other buildings, making them believe we are still under Li Bin's leadership, but it also Cr Su Yang informed the other party and retrieved a box of instant noodles, several bags of bread, and 4 or 5 bottles of mineral water from the system space, placing them outside the basement door. Since he had promised to provide food, he felt it necessary to be generous. After all, these items held no value for him. It was a wise exchange, repaying a favor with ample supplies. Moreover, Su Yang had already done enough. In less than 3 days, the water and electricity would be cut off. The power outage was somewhat manageable. At least food could still be consumed. But once the water ceased, it would spoil. The snowmelt outside was toxic and utterly undrinkable. Water resources would soon become a coveted commodity. So he thoughtfully left a few bottles for Ning Kai Dai, alongside the instant noodles and bread, at the basement door. Given that few ventured to this place, he wasn't concerned about theft. After hanging up the phone, Ning Kai Dai donned her gear, armed with a steel pipe, and took the elevator down to the underground garage, making her way towards Su Yang's villa. Along the way, she noticed bloodstains everywhere, her brow furrowing in concern. Simultaneously, she gained a new understanding of Su Yang's strength, that if so many had failed to breach his villa, could it be that he had fortified it like a stronghold during renovations? Some walls and pillars bore bullet holes, revealing that Su Yang possessed firearms, various types at that. Judging by the bullet holes, he not only had an AK-47, but also submachine guns and other models. Ning Kai Dai mused to herself. Could it be that Su Yang amassed his wealth through arms smuggling? Normal individuals do not possess such a diverse arsenal, especially in a nation like Daxia, where most people live their entire lives without ever encountering a firearm. Su Yang, observing from the screen, noticed Ning Kai Dai approaching his villa and smiled slightly, choosing not to speak. Before long, she spotted the box of instant noodles. Bags of bread and bottled water arranged on the ground, internally remarking on Su Yang's generosity. Initially, she only intended to borrow supplies for a few days, but she was surprised by the abundance he offered. "Thank you, Su-young," she shouted toward the basement door. Receiving no response, she hesitated no longer, gathering the items before departing. Once home, she remembered to send a message of gratitude to Su-young, however, did not reply. He was contentedly living his life in his secure stronghold. Each day consisted of 3 meals, and he wished for nothing more. After dining, he either read, exercised, or played games. When boredom struck, he tended to his plants or fed the koi. Thus, time passed until June 15th, the 15th day of the ice and snow apocalypse. The day was remarkably calm, but at 6 in the evening, the power went out, plunging many into deeper panic. The ongoing cold had already made conditions uncomfortable. The air conditioning was barely effective, yet it was better than nothing. Suddenly, with the power cut, all heating ceased, amplifying the chill. Complaints echoed throughout the community. Then came the news: the water supply was also cut. Initially, some did not sense anything amiss, but it became apparent when they attempted to cook, realizing that without water, even meal preparation was impossible. Many resorted to collecting snow from their balconies, melting it in pots to cook. Chapter 68. The transaction with Ning Kai Dai. Those who cooked with melted snow had no inkling of the horrors awaiting them. After consuming meals prepared with snowmelt, many experienced severe physical distress, writhing on the ground in agony. Their cries of anguish resonated throughout the Fengyun community. It was only then that some began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The snow was toxic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Those who had ingested food made with melted snow suffered grotesque ailments, some covered in sores, others unconscious, and some even bleeding from their orifices, dying in torment. Previously, without water shortages, they had never attempted to use snow for cooking and were completely oblivious to its toxicity, which was deadly. The first wave of those affected served as a grim warning to the rest, their expressions shifting from confusion to horror. Now, the concern extended beyond food. It was a matter of water. Without it, life itself was at stake. Realizing the dire situation, many took to attacking others in the neighboring buildings. Those who remained oblivious were ruthlessly slaughtered, their stores of purified water plundered, and the blood of the deceased collected. In a single night, the Fengyun community witnessed the massacre of dozens of buildings, with the bodies of drained victims strewn about in a scene of utter desolation. But wait, how was it that Su-young's residents still had power? Some questioned upon seeing his spacious sunroom still illuminated. Their eyes glinted with greed at the sight of the water in his swimming pool and koi pond. Naturally, Su-young's home remained unaffected by the outages. The moment the water and electricity were cut, he activated the silent generator in his basement and connected it to his pre-prepared water storage devices. With his ample supply of water, he had no need for concern. 2 hours after the outages began, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu video called him, their faces etched with worry. "Boss, the snow is highly toxic. You mustn't drink melted snow," they urged. "Rest assured, I have stockpiled ample water and have no need for that." Su-young reassured them with a smile. Relieved, the two sisters sighed in relief. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. That night, Su-young slept soundly as usual. When he awoke the next day, he heard the sounds of chaos echoing throughout the Fengyun community, growing increasingly violent. Thus, after another fortnight, the ice and snow apocalypse had persisted for an entire month, originally housing 7,000 to 8,000 residents. The community now dwindled to just over 2,000, the remainder having perished in mutual slaughter. During this time, Wang Ping's girlfriend, Tang Qing, had sought him out for supplies. After he resolved Su-young's physiological needs, Tang Qing left satisfied with her provisions, though each subsequent supply run yielded far less than the first. Only enough for 2 days and meant for one person. Through conversations with Tang Qing, Su-young learned that Wang Ping's entire family had starved to death, leaving her alone in their home, constantly beset by the harassment of Duan Qian's subordinates. Tang Qing had pleaded with Su-young more than once to let her stay, but he consistently refused. Aside from fulfilling physical needs, she held little utility for him. Why keep her around? It only heightened his unease that in the end, Su-young reiterated his familiar refrain. Take care of yourself. If someone else touches you, you're lost. After all, he could monitor every resident's movements within the community. He was fully aware if Tang Qing had been compromised. Reluctantly, she departed once more. Not long after she left, Ning Kai-dai arrived at Su Yang's basement door, shyly stating, "Su Yang, I've run out of food and water. Could you possibly—" She hesitated to continue, but Su Yang was forthright. "What do you offer in exchange?" I'll offer my body," Ning Kai-dai declared, biting her lip and casting aside all reservations that To survive. Exchanging her body for food and water seemed worth it, especially since the person was Su Yang, someone she knew well. It was better to benefit him, a principled individual, than to fall into the hands of unknowns. Very well. Su Yang accepted without hesitation that he was no hypocrite and had no reason to waver when the offer was so direct. As the basement door opened automatically, Ning Kai-dai stepped inside, immediately feeling a wave of warmth envelop her. She swiftly removed her heavy down jacket, deciding that if she was shedding layers, she might as well go all the way. At that moment, Su Yang's voice echoed, and Ning Kai-dai looked up just in time to see him watching her from the end of the corridor. Although he agreed to a fair exchange with her, settling on a daily rate, he remained cautious. Even though she was no match for him, for safety's sake, he insisted that she remove all her clothing to check for any hidden weapons. Ning Kai-dai flushed. Beginning to peel off her thermal wear, with a clatter, a wrench fell to the floor. Su Yang frowned, aiming his gun at her. "But don't be alarmed. This is just for self-defense," Ning Kai-dai explained. "Throw it over," Su Yang commanded coldly. After she tossed the wrench his way, he caught it and ordered, "Continue undressing." Ning Kai-dai curled her lips and swiftly discarded all her garments, twirling around to declare, "See, I am truly devoid of any clothing." Only then did Su Yang feel a sense of relief. "Follow me," he beckoned, leading her to the first floor. "Why don't you take a shower first?" Half an hour later, Ning Kai-dai emerged before Su Yang, her hair still damp and wrapped in a sleeping robe. Her enchanting figure, with its perfect proportions, captivated his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Shall we commence directly, or follow the usual procedure?" "It's entirely up to you." Ning Katie's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple begging to be bitten. She added, "I am already prepared. Then let's adhere to the usual process." Su Yang replied, approaching her slowly, "I prefer to simmer gently. It adds a touch of romance." Ning Katie's physical prowess far surpassed that of Tang Qing, providing Su Yang with an experience that was several times more exhilarating. 3 hours later, they finally concluded their encounter. At this point, Ning Katie's stomach was growling with hunger. Su Yang instructed her to retrieve vegetables and meats from the refrigerator, handing her only an apron. "Put this on and cook as much as you desire." Ning Kai-dai rolled her eyes, completely unclothed except for the apron, and despite her fatigue, began to prepare the meal. Chapter 69. Awakening of powers. Though Ning Kai-dai was utterly exhausted, the allure of food compelled her to endure the soreness in her body and commence cooking. Since the apocalypse had begun, she had not tasted fresh vegetables or meats, so she was pleasantly surprised to find an abundance at Su Yang's place, along with fresh fruits. The meal took over 2 hours, and finally, satiated, Ning Kai-dai reclined on the sofa, relishing the comfort of Su Yang's home. She felt a pang of envy, reluctant to leave, yet she hesitated to voice her feelings. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and after a brief respite, she prepared to take her leave. Su Yang couldn't help but admire Ning Katie's cleverness. Although she possessed both capability and principles, he was not yet inclined to have her stay. As she departed, she gifted him half a box of instant noodles and 2 packets of sausages, along with several bottles of purified water. Echoing Tang Qing's earlier words, instant noodles are a fair trade. The bread and water are rewards for a pleasant experience. Ning Katie's face turned crimson upon hearing this, and she hurriedly dashed to the basement, donned her clothes, and left. After her departure, Su Yang took a moment to rest. However, as dinner approached, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his head. As if a needle were piercing his brow, he felt a surge of energy converging at his forehead, which radiated a brilliant light. After half an hour, the pain subsided, but his body was now infused with vigor. "Have I undergone a transformation?" Su Yang pondered. Rising to inspect himself, in the mirror, he beheld a figure with perfect lines and muscular strength. As though he had become a different person. The physical changes were secondary. He touched his brow, which still throbbed slightly, and felt a force pulling his consciousness inward. Before him appeared a bronze crystal core, emanating light. At the base of the core, a horizontal line appeared. Su Yang was uncertain of its significance, yet he realized he might be on the cusp of becoming an abilities wielder. overcome with joy. He hurriedly summoned the energy within the crystal core, which spread throughout his body at a visible pace. Before him manifested a spatial doorway, visible only to him. Previously, he could only open such a doorway within 5 meters. Now, the range had expanded to 10, retracting the doorway. Su Yang discovered he could control spatial power, in an instant, a barrier formed around him. Testing it against an automatic launcher, he found the barrier successfully blocked the attack. He named this ability the spatial barrier. Through further experimentation, he uncovered 2 additional abilities: spatial refraction, which allowed him to open a doorway around himself to absorb incoming attacks and release them elsewhere, and spatial perception, enabling him to visualize a 3-dimensional map within a 200-meter radius, clearly depicting structures and individuals, akin to a radar sweep. Su Yang dubbed this ability spatial awareness, enhancing his sharpshooting skills. After conducting several more experiments and finding no additional spatial abilities, he exited his bedroom and entered the living room. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a solid wood table in the room. A surge of energy from the crystal core entered his eyes, revealing a flaw in the table's center, surrounded by a web of cracks. When he withdrew the energy, the cracks vanished. Approaching the table, he struck its center with his palm. Crack! The solid wood table splintered from the center outward. Just as he had observed previously, Su Yang inhaled sharply, contemplating, could it be that I have awakened a second ability in addition to my spatial powers? What kind of ability could it be? Continuing his experimentation, he refrained from consciously activating his spatial ability, yet energy surged from the crystal core into his eyes. Focusing on a cup in his hand, he instantly discerned its weakest point with a gentle squeeze. The fragile point shattered, and he repeated this with various objects, easily identifying their weaknesses and crushing them with minimal effort. From now on, you shall be known as the Eye of True Insight, Su Yang mused. Sinking into contemplation, this newfound ability seemed to relate to combat, allowing him to perceive weaknesses in various objects, making it a waste not to utilize it in battle. Furthermore, since his rebirth, his physical strength had been steadily increasing. And now, with the awakening of these powers, he felt even stronger. Su Yang speculated that his second ability might be related to physical skills or martial arts. Suddenly, a revelation surged through his mind, granting him clarity. With his powers coursing through him, he unleashed a punch forward, producing a flurry of shadowy fists that obliterated everything within 10 meters. He practiced once more, achieving the same result each time. He named this skill the Shadowless Fist. Additionally, he trained with the martial combat techniques Ning Kaidai had taught him, discovering that their power had multiplied greatly, and his proficiency had improved significantly. With the awakening of 2 formidable abilities, Su Yang felt elated. His spatial powers now encompassed 3 skills: spatial barrier, spatial refraction, and spatial awareness. While his martial arts had 2, Eye of True Insight and Shadowless Fist, his physical strength had also seen a considerable enhancement. Yet amid his joy, a deep concern lingered within him, that if he had awakened powers, what of others? Could it be that everyone would awaken? Would it be all or only a select few? What were the conditions for awakening powers? He pondered whether the military supplies he had stockpiled would still hold value against abilities wielders. A cascade of questions flooded his mind. If no one else possessed abilities, his amassed arsenal and fortified war fortifications would render him invincible in this post-apocalyptic world, free from fear of any adversaries. However, the emergence of abilities wielders altered the landscape. In the early stages, he might retain an advantage, but as time passed and more abilities wielders emerged, his supremacy would inevitably diminish. Chapter 70. The confrontation among abilities wielders. Although it was uncertain whether adversaries could breach his fortifications, and despite his arsenal of advanced weaponry, he still needed to consider these developments. Moreover, Su Yang found himself curious about how to further enhance his abilities, for it was improbable that their power would remain static. After much contemplation, Su Yang found himself unable to arrive at a conclusion and reluctantly decided to retire for the night, planning to delve deeper into the matter upon the dawn of a new day. The following morning arrived swiftly. Su Yang rose early and released a multitude of small aerial vehicles into the sky. Thousands of these diminutive crafts enveloped the entirety of the Fengyun community, allowing Su Yang to observe everything within his purview. To his astonishment, he discovered that numerous individuals had fallen ill. For instance, Duan Qian was suffering from a high fever and remained unconscious, and Ning Kai-dai was similarly afflicted. Alongside them, 5 others displayed comparable symptoms. Conversely, those who had previously consumed the snow water without succumbing to death had regained consciousness, emanating waves of supernatural energy that are in stark contrast. Those who remained unresponsive had entirely lost their life signs. It appeared that awakening supernatural abilities indeed required certain innate conditions. Su Yang speculated that perhaps the body must endure specific hardships to facilitate this awakening. Suddenly, among the remaining 2,000 residents of the Fengyan community, over 100 individuals had transformed into supernatural beings, indicating a remarkably high rate of ability awakening. Just as Su Yang continued his observations, a figure from Building 17, the first to awaken, seemed to sense their newfound powers and wore a faint, cold smile as they rose and made their way toward the floor occupied by Chun Mingjing. "That Li Feng, you've awakened," Chun Mingjing exclaimed, his surprise evident. "That I thought you had perished from the snow water. Since you're alive, you should earn your keep. Today, I intend to assault Building 18, and you'll be my vanguard. Let me remind you, if you fail to achieve merit, you won't receive any food." As he spoke, Chun Mingjing brazenly embraced Li Feng's wife, treating him with utter disdain. That it had been a month since the apocalypse had descended, and this world had transformed into one governed by the law of the jungle. Only the strong could possess everything. Chun Mingjing had originally believed that Li Feng's demise had granted him the opportunity to claim his wife. Even now, flaunting his possession before Li Feng seemed audaciously reckless. "Chun Mingjing, remove your filthy hands from my wife." Li Feng retorted with a cold snort, his expression darkening. With a resounding clap, Chun Mingjing slammed his hand onto the table, rising to his feet and brandishing a large machete, pointing it at Li Feng. "Do you wish to die? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think my name is something you can utter?" Upon witnessing Chun Mingjing brandishing the weapon, Li Feng showed no sign of trepidation. Responding gravely, "It seems the one who is courting death is you." Seeking death. Enraged by the repeated provocations, Chun Mingjing swung his machete toward Li Feng's neck. The sound of clashing metal rang out, jolting Chun Mingjing's arm. His blade had struck Li Feng's neck, yet it had not inflicted the slightest wound. Instead, a metallic sheen glimmered on Li Feng's neck. "Wah! How is this possible?" Chun Mingjing stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a person's neck could transform into metal. This was no scene from a film. Before he could process the absurdity of the situation, Li Feng swiftly disarmed him, twisting the blade into a spiral before casting it aside. He advanced slowly toward Chun Mingjing. "Everyone, join forces and kill him." Chun Mingjing shouted in terror, yet not a single person heeded his call. His subordinates were not fools, witnessing Li Feng's sudden prowess and his invulnerability to attacks. They had no intention of recklessly charging into certain death. That Li Feng seized Chun Mingjing, a cold smile gracing his lips as he extended a finger, which transformed into a sharp spike that pierced through Chun Mingjing's heart. Chun Mingjing collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. That Li Feng's wife fell to her knees before him, weeping. "You're safe. This is such a relief. I didn't follow Chun Mingjing willingly. He forced me." Li Feng stood in silence. His finger morphed into a razor-sharp blade, and with a swift motion, he severed his wife's head. "Regardless of whether you acted voluntarily, you should never have abandoned me. Your death is well-deserved after killing his own wife." Li Feng cast a cold, piercing gaze at all those present. "With Chun Mingjing dead, I shall assume command of Building 17. That who is in favor, and who opposes?" Silence enveloped the crowd, heads bowed in tacit acceptance. Just then a voice pierced the stillness. "I oppose." Li Feng frowned as a figure entered from outside. He recognized this person, Qian Lu's neighbor, who had also consumed the snow water and had not perished. Likely having awakened his own abilities. Before Li Feng could respond, Qian Lu boldly declared, "I also wish to be the leader of the 17th floor. What shall we do about it? Let us settle this with a duel. Whoever wins shall be the leader." Li Feng replied nonchalantly. "Agreed." Qian Lu nodded, raising his hand as a fireball hurtled toward Li Feng. The fireball burned with intense heat and raced toward him in the blink of an eye, colliding with him and igniting his clothing. However, Li Feng remained unfazed. When the flames extinguished, his entire body was covered in metal, and his hands transformed into blades, lunging at Qian Lu. Despite the fireball's high temperature, It was insufficient to melt his steel-like form that as Li Feng charged toward Qianlu. He knew victory was imminent. Qianlu, witnessing Li Feng's unscathed demeanor amidst such heat, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and summoned 3 more fireballs. Launching them at Li Feng, Li Feng wielded his blades, effortlessly cleaving through the fireballs and looking at Qianlu with a mocking smile. Enraged, Qianlu shouted, "I will fight you to the death." He unleashed a torrent of flame, even hotter and more potent than before, directed straight at Li Feng. Li Feng felt the temperature of his metallic body rising, yet it remained far from melting. As Qian Li's abilities depleted, Li Feng swiftly placed a blade against his neck. Qian Lu's expression darkened. Though his heart brimmed with defiance, he conceded, "From this day forth, you are the leader of the 17th floor." Seeing Qian Lu bow his head, Li Feng withdrew his blade, returning his metallic form to normal. He ordered someone to fetch him clothing, then addressed the assembly. "From now on, I'm the leader of Building 17. And Qian Lu is my second in command. Greet the second in command. Long live the second in command." The crowd chorused in unison. From his vantage point in the small aerial vehicles, Su Yang observed the clash between the 2 powerful beings. Feeling a profound sense of awe, however, he remained unconcerned, for he possessed 2 formidable abilities and could handle any adversary that came his way at that moment. Li Feng turned to Qian Lu and stated, "Rest for a while to regain your powers, then gather our forces to seize Su Yang's villa. That will be our stronghold from now on." Chapter 71. The assault of the superpowered army following the transfer of power in Building 17. Similar changes unfolded in other buildings. The original leaders had been replaced by newly awakened superpowered individuals. Some buildings, once the weakest, suddenly boasted multiple awakened superhumans, transforming them into the strongest. In Building 24, Su Yang's former neighbors, witnessing Duan Xian's prolonged unconsciousness, began to harbor ulterior motives. After all, Duan Xian was quite attractive, and many had long coveted her. As she remained in a comatose state, they prepared to enact their intentions. Just then, Duan Xian suddenly awakened, and with a wave of her hand, several men were encased in ice. With a chilling voice, Duan Xian commanded, "Gather everyone. We shall convene." Before long, the entirety of Building 24 had assembled. Duan Xian surveyed her surroundings and noted that apart from herself, 3 others had awakened their powers. These individuals remained obedient to her commands, which brought her great satisfaction and ignited a fierce ambition within her. She ordered everyone, "Tomorrow morning, we shall launch an assault on Su Yang's villa. First, we will seize his supplies." At the same time, Building Number 2 had also mobilized, with a greater number of awakened supernatural beings emerging. In addition to Ning Kaidai, there were precisely 6 others, which significantly boosted their confidence. The initial plan to remain hidden and eventually emerge to clean up the aftermath was swiftly discarded. They were now prepared to launch an assault on Su Yang's villa the following morning. Su Yang calculated that among the over 2,000 residents of Fengyun community, a total of 125 individuals had awakened their powers. The types of abilities varied greatly. Some could transform their bodies into metal. Others could wield flames. Some exhibited remarkable speed, leaving behind afterimages. And there were those like Duan Xian who could manipulate ice and snow. There were even individuals endowed with immense strength. However, none possessed 2 abilities like Su Yang. Nor did anyone's powers exhibit the remarkable nature of his spatial manipulation. Although all the supernatural beings had locked their targets onto him, Su Yang remained unperturbed. After all, they were all newly awakened. While their abilities had been enhanced, it was uncertain whether they could withstand the full force of his firepower. Throughout, Su Yang had never considered stepping out of his villa, even with his newfound powers. He remained resolute. His stockpile of weapons was not amassed in vain. What level of strength would these supernatural beings require to withstand a missile strike? Su Yang could hardly fathom that those who had awakened their powers were brimming with confidence, oblivious to the extent of his capabilities. After all, the individuals who had accompanied Li Bin in the attack on the villa had all been eliminated. Though they had heard the gunfire, they did not believe that Su Yang alone could dispatch them all. Observing their unwavering confidence, a mysterious smile crept across Su Yang's lips. "Come on, this is perfect for an experiment." He promptly activated the villa's defense and monitoring systems, deploying hundreds of robotic dogs hidden within the snow outside the villa, effectively laying a trap. Unbeknownst to them, morning had arrived. Su Yang had already enjoyed breakfast and was tending to his plants and feeding his koi in the sunroom. Before long, the monitoring radar emitted an alarm. Upon checking the screen, Su Yang saw over 1,000 individuals approaching his villa. Although these individuals did not belong to the same building or faction, they shared a common goal: to confront Su Yang and seize his resources. Their objectives were aligned, and no conflicts arose among them. They united with the intention of dividing the spoils once Su Yang was defeated. That it was rare for them to band together. But the moment someone noticed the absence of Li Bin from Team No. 24, realization dawned upon them. They had all been deceived by Duan Xian. The opposition had merely been bluffing. However, after the leadership changes within their factions, no one pursued the matter further. Soon, all the major factions gathered outside Su Yang's villa. Upon seeing him leisurely feeding fish in his pajamas, their anger surged. That Su Yang, with so many of us here, do you have nothing to say? Li Feng asked, his expression unfriendly. Jealousy flared as he gazed at the blooming flowers in the sunroom. The environment of Su Yang's home was truly enviable. They typically endured temperatures plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees, and especially after power outages, it grew even colder. Even with their awakened powers, which allowed them to withstand the biting cold, they could not remain exposed for prolonged periods. Who could live as comfortably as Su Yang in a snowy apocalypse? Not only was he filled with envy, but so were the others. They longed to rush in, force open the door, and seize the villa for themselves. What is there to discuss? Su Yang set down the fish food, turned to a table, retrieved a bottle of red wine, and poured it into a glass. After taking a sip, he addressed the crowd. You're here, so what? It has nothing to do with me. We're not acquainted. Do you expect me to provide you with meals? Su Yang showed no courtesy toward these individuals who sought to kill him and plunder his belongings. Why should he be polite to those who wished him harm? His reluctance to act was merely a strategy to avoid alarming them. He intended to capture all these newly awakened supernatural beings for his research. Su Yang's words ignited fury among all the supernatural beings, who glared at him with icy stares. That Li Feng, seething with anger, retorted, Don't think your villa is impenetrable. We are no longer ordinary people. Your guns are ineffective against us. If you continue to be obstinate, don't blame us for being ungracious. And what does ungracious entail? Su Yang scoffed that if you want to fight, then let us do it. No need for idle chatter. He then turned to Duan Xian and the individuals from Building No. 24, asking, Are you also here to stir trouble? It seems Li Bin's demise hasn't taught you anything. Duan Xian replied coldly, Li Bin deserved to die, but you deserve it even more. Clenching her teeth, she added, However, I can offer you a chance. If you relinquish the villa and surrender all your resources, I might consider sparing your life. So, you believe you have me cornered? Su Yang chuckled, looking at everyone. Don't think that sheer numbers can intimidate me. Many have tried to take me down before, yet they all met their demise. Duan Xian, it seems you are utterly ignorant of power. She sneered at him. Times have changed. In the past, you wielded a gun against ordinary people, but we are beyond your reach now. I advise you to vacate the villa obediently to avoid suffering more than necessary. Otherwise, she left the rest of her threat unspoken, allowing them to infer the implications that if that's the case, then let us fight. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, Since you're not afraid and are so confident. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to stay for dinner? As he spoke, he lit a fine cigar and took a puff. Chapter 72. Firearms against supernatural beings. The crowd could no longer tolerate his brazen demeanor. All the supernatural beings raised their hands. Charge! Smash the glass in front and drag Su Yang out. From this day forth, the resources within will belong to us. Under their command, over 1,000 individuals armed with various implements rushed toward the villa's glass. Watching the oncoming assault, Su Yang smiled faintly, exhaling a plume of smoke. With no change in his expression or movement, he observed as the attackers struck the glass. However, the glass was exceptionally sturdy, no matter how hard they hit. Not a single mark was left. Hearing the cacophony of clattering and clanging, Su Yang turned and stepped into the living room, activating the counterattack system. From beneath the sunroom, a Gatling gun rose, emerging in front of the glass and promptly creating a hole. It opened fire instantly, rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun erupted with blue flames as bullets rained down. Over 300 individuals fell to the ground, unable to rise. The Gatling gun continued its relentless barrage, cutting them down like wheat. The sight of this left the remaining assailants petrified. They were aware of Su Yang's firearms, but they were utterly unprepared for the blue-flamed Gatling gun. How could they possibly contend with such firepower? As they scattered in panic, Su Yang coldly chuckled. Immediately, the glass surrounding the sunroom transformed into a sieve, with numerous holes appearing that a row of firearms emerged, and under the control of the counterattack system. A volley was unleashed. Countless bullets flew outward, creating a deafening roar. The intense barrage gave a visceral sense of being on a battlefield. Under the overwhelming firepower, all over 1,000 ordinary individuals were annihilated. Some were torn apart, their blood staining the snow beneath them. Had it not been for the frigid temperatures hastening the coagulation of blood, the area would have been a river of crimson. The supernatural beings watched in horror as their comrades fell one after another. They inhaled sharply. Even though they had prepared to sacrifice some of their number, they had not anticipated the sheer volume of Su Yang's weaponry. He had not even lifted a finger, yet he had decimated their ranks. Fortunately, before awakening their powers, they had sought trouble with him. Facing the deluge of bullets, all the supernatural beings activated their powers to shield themselves or deflect the projectiles. However, some individuals found their abilities ill-suited for defense and fell victim to the relentless onslaught, their bodies riddled with bullets. Among those was Qian Lu, one of the two awakened from Building No. 17. A bullet pierced through his fireball, striking him in the forehead. Enraged at the loss of Qian Lu, Li Feng became furious, his body transforming into metal as he charged forward, impervious to bullets that Su Yang. "I will dismember you." Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The bullets struck his body, leaving only slight marks on his skin, all of which were deflected. Meanwhile, the others, witnessing this spectacle, disregarded their safety and charged towards the villa. Having come this far, they could not allow Su Yang to survive. They must muster all their strength to eliminate him. Just as they were about to reach the glass, an ominous premonition surged within them, accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Looking up, they beheld hundreds of drones soaring from the fourth floor of the villa, each armed to the teeth that moment. Su Yang's voice resonated coldly. "So what if you have awakened your powers? It is inconsequential. You shall still perish under my overwhelming firepower." His tone was frigid and merciless, akin to that of a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. As hundreds of drones unleashed a barrage of fire, bullets rained down upon the assailants once more, complemented by the deafening roar of Gatling guns and firearms protruding from the glass. The intensity of the gunfire escalated to staggering levels. Once again, some could not withstand the assault. Their powers depleted, they fell under the relentless onslaught. Terrified, many of the empowered individuals hastily retreated to prevent the drones from being compromised by the attacks of these powers. Su Yang kept them at a distance, firing from the sky, rendering the adversaries incapable of bringing them down. Just as they contemplated withdrawal, an unsettling chill swept over them from behind, igniting their instincts. Before they could turn around, the intelligent robotic dog that Su Yang had hidden previously appeared, opening fire without hesitation. Another 10 fell victim to its assault. These newly awakened individuals, though significantly stronger than ordinary humans, were still susceptible to death under sufficient firepower. Caught in a pincer attack, they lost another 20 lives in an instant. The original group of over 120 empowered beings was now reduced to barely 80. Seeing their imminent encirclement, Duan Qian raised her hand, summoning a massive curtain of snow that shielded them from the oncoming hail of bullets. "The enemy's firepower is too formidable. We must retreat," she bellowed. Subsequently, using her powers to temporarily encase the robotic dogs in ice before hastily fleeing, Li Feng cast a reluctant glance back at Su Yang's villa before following suit that moment. Su Yang had already reached the third floor of the villa, opening the balcony window with a cold smile. Observing the fleeing figures of the empowered, he raised his Barrett rifle. Boom! The muzzle of the Barrett erupted in flame as a bullet shot forth like lightning. Suddenly, one among them sensed impending doom, swiftly turning to unleash their powers in defense. Yet the bullet pierced through their defensive barrier, striking them down. The empowered individual crumpled to the ground, half of their body obliterated. "What in the world?" Duan Qian thought to herself. "The power is astonishing." It was only after the individual fell that the realization struck. It was a high-caliber sniper rifle, Panic ensued as someone shouted, "Find cover!" Su Yang's villa was situated in a vast, open area within Fengyan community, providing limited hiding spots. Even though the empowered individuals possessed remarkable speed, they were still no match for the velocity of a Barrett sniper bullet. Su Yang pulled the trigger again, firing 10 consecutive shots. Each bullet finding its mark in the chests of his foes. 10 individuals were left with gaping wounds, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. The capabilities of the Barrett sniper rifle were unparalleled, allowing for both single shots and rapid fire. Coupled with his sharpshooter skills and spatial awareness, he could fire at will, ensuring each shot claimed a life. Chapter 73. A shot to the soul. Amidst the chaos of the fleeing empowered beings, Su Yang continued his relentless assault with the Barrett sniper. Under the overwhelming firepower, the remaining 60-odd individuals were swiftly dwindling. Despite their enhanced abilities, they could not withstand the might of the Barrett. As they watched their companions fall one by one, cold sweat dripped down their brows. They unleashed their powers to the fullest, sprinting for their lives. Yet, the open expanse before the villa offered no refuge to end their desperate flight. Another 10 were struck down by Su Yang's precision. Only after they had sprinted 1,000 meters did they finally encounter the greenery of the community. Some took cover behind the foliage, while others hid behind trees that had succumbed to the frigid temperatures. With the newfound cover, they collectively exhaled in relief. Duan Qian, whose powers allowed her to manipulate ice and snow, could wield formidable strength in this environment, yet only during offensive maneuvers. While her manipulation could slow the bullets, it could not completely halt them. Had she not acted swiftly, she too would have been sniped. At this moment, regret flooded her mind. She lamented her decision to confront Su Yang, questioning her own reasoning, believing that awakening her powers would allow her to exact revenge for his past transgressions. She had underestimated him, only to be taught a harsh lesson by a sniper rifle. The others shared her sentiments, each engulfed in their own remorse, just as they were lost in their thoughts. Duan Qian felt a prickling sensation on her skin. Her powers issued a warning, and an unsettling feeling gripped her heart. Before she could react, a bullet pierced through the concrete of the greenery, striking her in the head. Her skull exploded like a watermelon, and a glowing green crystal core fell to the ground. Duan Qian's body collapsed lifelessly. After delivering that fatal shot, Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. Despite their cover, it was utterly useless against him. The villa was equipped with military-grade radar, and the entire community was under the watchful eye of his diminutive flying machines as long as he wished. He could survey every corner of Fengyan community with clarity. Furthermore, the Barrett sniper rifle was fitted with a high-precision scope, infrared assistance, and thermal imaging. Even if these individuals hid in buildings, he could easily track their movements. The Barrett's effective range extended to 2,500 meters, or 2.5 kilometers. With the adversaries merely 1,000 meters away, the presence of obstacles did not diminish the rifle's power. Su Yang recalled hearing of a battlefield incident where someone had utilized this sniper rifle to penetrate a wall from 1,600 meters away, eliminating 3 enemies in one shot. This was the power of technology. Even the mutated beings could not withstand it. Not at this moment. Those hiding in the greenery, witnessing Duan Qian's head being blown apart, saw a gaping hole appear in the concrete wall behind her. Their hearts plummeted to despair, yet they dared not move. The speed of the sniper bullets was so swift that they could not even discern when Su Yang had fired. It was only 3 seconds after Duan Qian's death that the sound of the gunshot reached their ears. Such rapidity made it impossible for their powers to offer timely warnings. By the time they sensed danger, it was already too late. Holding onto a sliver of hope, they all believed that Su Yang's shot that had killed Duan Qian was merely a stroke of luck. They could not fathom that he could see through the greenery or the cover behind them from a kilometer away. However, their expectations were dashed as Su Yang not only could see them, but was also aware of their every movement. Loading his weapon, Su Yang aimed at another individual hiding behind a tree. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet surged forth like a beam of light, traveling at supersonic speed. The frozen tree emitted a dull thud as the spinning bullet created a gaping hole in its trunk. The bullet tore through the waist of the empowered being, cleaving him in two. The man screamed in agony, crawling on the ground, his intestines spilling out. "Help me, please! I don't want to die," he cried out in torment. Yet no one extended a hand to assist him. Moments later, the man, bisected by the bullet, fell silent, lifeless. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines as Su Yang toyed with the remaining individuals like a cat with its prey. After dispatching 5 more hiding behind the trees, he grew bored and used a loudspeaker to address the remaining empowered beings. Li Feng, listen closely. Come out and surrender, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you shall perish. Among these individuals, perhaps the most composed is Li Feng. His extraordinary ability is the complete metallization of his body, rendering him impervious and immensely resilient. Furthermore, he can extend his metallic form into blades or swords, and even transform it into a shield, embodying both offense and defense. Previously, he had tested this ability. Ordinary bullets left only minor marks on his body, failing to inflict any real harm. However, he had yet to assess the power of a Barrett sniper rifle's ammunition, uncertain if it could penetrate his defenses. Nonetheless, he felt a certain confidence, having withstood the intense barrage of an AK-47 at such close range without sustaining injury. Escaping was undoubtedly within his capabilities. At that moment, Li Feng chose not to respond to Su Yang immediately, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation that he harbored doubts about Su Yang's ammunition supply. If it were ample, Su Yang would have continued firing instead of halting to negotiate their surrender. All eyes turned to Li Feng as he addressed the group, proclaiming, Su Yang is likely running low on ammunition. Let us disregard him. As long as we keep our heads down, he is powerless against us. Let us bide our time until nightfall to mount an assault on his villa. I refuse to believe he will remain awake throughout the night. His words garnered unanimous agreement from those present, who pounded the ground in solidarity, concealing themselves behind the green. To my astonishment, the ability of complete metallic transformation proves to be quite formidable. The adversary successfully deflected a strike, yet Su Yang remained unfazed, promptly reloading his weapon with another bullet for the Anxiao monster. This particular projectile differed from the previous one. During the loading process, one could distinctly hear the fluid within it flowing. Bang! The gunfire echoed once more. And Li Feng, as before, sensed the impending danger, swiftly conjuring a robust shield with his ability. However, the moment the shield materialized, it was pierced through. Li Feng, undeterred, swung his blade forward with renewed vigor, cleaving the anti-material shell in two. Yet this time, no explosion ensued, and the liquid within splattered all over him. Just as Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, secretly reveling in his fortune, he discovered that his metallic body was emanating wisps of smoke. His entire form was being eroded at an alarming rate, and even the full exertion of his powers proved futile. Damn it, concentrated sulfuric acid. Li Feng seethed, glaring in the direction of Su Yang's villa. You scoundrel. I shall haunt you even in death. His entire being was corroded to the point of leaving no trace, save for a single crystal core radiating with luminescence. Chapter 75. Absorbing abilities, you little brat. Dare you act so arrogantly before me? After dispatching Li Feng, Su Yang scoffed. Despite the opponent's capacity for complete metallic transformation, he remained utterly defenseless against Su Yang's anti-material sniper rifle. The earlier instances where the adversary managed to withstand 2 of the Anxiao monster sniper shells were mere coincidences. In truth, given Li Feng's current level of ability, he was fundamentally incapable of withstanding such an onslaught.